Good morning, distinguished guests. Thank you so much for tuning into the first Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Accessibility Conference for the Department of the Air Force. I am Major Heather Brooks from the Air Force Medical Readiness Agency, and I will be your Master of Ceremonies for today's DAF DEIA Conference. We wish we were together in one location, but one of the benefits that arose from the COVID environment is added accessibility to conversations such as these because of our enhanced utilization of virtual platforms. We have a great agenda planned for you over the next 2 days, bringing together experts and leaders from the Department of Defense, academia, and industry to share their perspectives and insights on how we, as the Department of the Air Force, can make the changes needed to continue to build a culture of inclusion that fully embraces DEIA. To kick things off, I'd like to introduce Ms. Marianne Malizia to provide opening remarks. Ms. Malizia is the Director of the Office of Diversity and Inclusion for the Department of the U.S. Air Force, where she advises the Secretary of the Air Force on the Department of the Air Force's DEIA programs, policies, and initiatives impacting approximately 697,000 active duty, Guard, Reserve, and civilian airmen and guardians worldwide. She's responsible for advancing the Department of the Air Force's diversity and inclusion mission to attract, recruit, develop, and retain a high-quality, diverse total force, ensuring a culture of inclusion. Please join me as we welcome Ms. Malizia.
Thank you very much, Major Brooks, and good morning, everybody. I am so happy that you're joining us today. On behalf of the department, it is my true privilege to welcome you to our inaugural annual Department of the Air Force Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Accessibility Conference. We have a great conference planned for you. As you heard, joining us here today are members of not only the Department of the Air Force, but also guests from academia, industry, and of course, our joint service members. The aim of the conference is to equip you with insight on diversity and inclusion topics. The fact that so many of you have joined, and as of last evening, I heard we were close to 1,300 people and counting. It really is a fact that you want to share your expertise. It shows how important diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility is to the wider Air Force and Space Force to have discussions about diversity and inclusion, as well as equity and accessibility issues for all of our airmen, guardians, and civilian personnel. This conference aims to equip you with awareness and insights about diversity and inclusion issues, as well as resources that are available to help promote more inclusivity and equity in the work you do each and every day. Our goal is to continue to bring positive organizational and cultural change within the Air Force and Space Force. Over the next 2 days, you can expect to discuss groundbreaking research with D&I experts, gain insight into ongoing DEIA initiatives within our department, learn about existing challenges that underrepresented groups may face, and how to be an inclusive leader at any level within our organization. But before we begin today's events, I'd like to set the foundation for why DEIA matters and what the department is doing to create a more diverse, equitable, inclusive, and accessible culture for all airmen and guardians, which of course includes our civilian personnel. So, DEIA is intrinsically connected to our operational outcomes and mission success. By leading inclusively, taking care of our people, and providing everyone with an unencumbered environment for success, with as few barriers as possible, we can build the strongest fighting force and fully maximize our Air Force and Space Force potential. I am extremely proud to say that the Department of the Air Force is already at the forefront of addressing DEIA issues within the Department of Defense. We are also on the cusp of releasing a new definition of diversity for the department. We are not only interested in racial, gender, and ethnic diversity, because there are so many other aspects of our service members that make them essential to our mission, such as religion, sexual orientation, gender identity, socioeconomic status, family status, disability, and geographic origin. In addition, it is crucial to factor in cognitive and behavioral diversity, organizational and structural diversity, as well as global diversity. I know you're thinking that's a lot, and you are right. All of those facets of diversity and more allow us to solve the toughest problems and tackle the biggest challenges. In addition, inclusion is the process of creating a culture where all members of an organization are free to make their fullest contributions to the group's success, and where there are no unnecessary barriers to that success. Our mission has expanded to also include equity and accessibility. We are working with the Office of Personnel Management and the Office of the Secretary of Defense to define diversity goals and objectives for the Department of the Air Force going forward. I'd just like to provide a little context with some things that have happened in recent time. In 2020 and 2021, we launched 2 department-wide surveys asking airmen and guardians for their honest thoughts and opinions on disparities within the Air Force and Space Force. Based on more than 105,000 responses, we generated several reports and identified multiple gaps for tangible areas of improvement, not only in actual experiences, but also in perception. The data was not ambiguous. We have disparities within our force, but we are moving forward to find the causes and, more importantly, the solutions to those disparities. Our senior leaders have empowered me and my diversity inclusion team to close those gaps. However, we need your help as well. This is a team effort. You can find the full disparity review reports online if you've not already had the opportunity to view them. The fact that the Department of the Air Force took the initiative to take a hard and critical look at disparities and is taking concrete steps to address them, and is doing so in a transparent manner, speaks to a true commitment to advancing an inclusive culture for everyone. The Department of the Air Force has established 7 DAF-level barrier analysis working group teams, or as you may have heard them affectionately called, our DAFBOG teams. They are designed to identify and address the issues impacting diversity and inclusion for airmen and guardians. These are grassroots level volunteer groups of airmen and guardians and civilian personnel who identify barriers affecting them and then suggest informed department level challenges, department level recommendations for changes to policies and actions moving forward. The 7 DAFBOG teams are the BEST, the Black and African American Empowerment Strategy Team, the DAT, the Disability Action Team, the HEAT, the Hispanic Empowerment and Advancement Team, and they say they bring the heat to everything that they do, and I've seen that to be true. The ENIT, Indigenous Nations Equality Team, the LIT, the LGBTQ+ Initiatives Team, the PACT, the Pacific Islander Asian American Community Team, and the WIT, the Women's Initiatives Teams. Through these DAFBOG teams, the Department of the Air Force have already achieved progress. You spoke and leadership listened. The Black and African American Employment Strategy Team, the BEST, pushed for and successfully changed shaving waiver renewal requirements from 1 year to 5 years. The Hispanic Empowerment and Advancement Team, the HEAT, pushed to shorten the minimum time requirements between Air Force officer qualifying tests. They changed composite scoring to be more comprehensive and advocated for policy changes that now include accent marks and hyphens in name changes. And the LGBTQ Initiative Team, in collaboration with the other DAFBOG teams, successfully advocated for changes to tongue and quill. Those changes allow airmen and guardian to voluntarily include pronouns in their signature blocks. The Pacific Islander Asian American Community Team, the PACT, was integral in removing biased portions of computer-based training that exclusively depicted Muslims as terrorists and extremists. Efforts from the Women's Initiative Team, our longest-running DAFBOG team, have allowed for changes in hair policy. Ponytails are now allowed. Airmen and guardians may now participate in residence PME while pregnant, and they also inform changes that have allowed servicewomen to fly aircraft while pregnant. My office recognizes our work is far from over, and we have several initiatives that we're excited about and that I would like to share with you. So here are some of those. We're assisting the major commands and the field commands with acquiring the personnel necessary to close diversity and inclusion gaps within the Air Force and Space Force, particularly at the MAJCOM, FieldCom, Wing, and Garrison levels. Each MAJCOM and FieldCom has a Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer, commonly known as CDIOs, to operate and advise on DEIA issues within that command. Additionally, we are building data analytics tools to inform data-driven decisions that will guide leadership's decision-making, strategic planning, and policy development. We are expanding our efforts to develop partnerships with affinity and outreach groups to increase recruiting of underrepresented talent. And over the next few months, our office will continue to push hard to fully vet and publish our 2022 to 2027 strategic plan, which will provide the entire enterprise with the necessary framework to move the needle forward in all Department of the Air Force organizations. But to achieve these goals, we need your help, because each one of you is critical to developing a more diverse, equitable, inclusive, and accessible total force. DEIA is not just the responsibility of the Office of Diversity and Inclusion. Leaders at all levels play an integral role in making our Air Force and Space Force a more diverse, equitable, inclusive, and accessible organization. Now, to give leaders and supervisors tools to promote DEIA, we are working on creating a new DEIA education and training toolkit to inform and provide resources to leaders, airmen, guardians, and civilian personnel. As we move forward together to tackle the very complex missions that face each and every one of us, inclusive leadership is what all Department of the Air Force service members and employees must be striving to develop and to model. We want you to take away from this conference that you, individually, no matter where in the Air Force or Space Force you're watching from, are critical to modeling and driving the development and maturity of inclusive leadership across our enterprise. It is paramount that every one of us demonstrates what that looks like to those around us and for those who come in the future. Now, as we begin this two-day virtual conference, first and foremost, I ask you to remain open-minded. Be committed to learning, actively listening, and respecting others' ideas. Criticize ideas, not individuals, and comment and contribute to share information, but not to persuade. Don't blame or speculate, and avoid assumptions about individuals and generalizations about social groups. This is a place to bring your authenticity. Be curious about the content and explore any feelings that are brought up for you. Now, when you leave the conference, please bring authenticity and curiosity to your leadership style. It is very important, and encourage those around you to bring theirs as well. Be open-minded. Think through the messages and experiences of our panelists and presenters. Take notes if you'd like to, and then use that information to look for opportunities to champion underrepresented groups around you. Seek to learn more from leaders and others who identify differently than you, and hone your leadership style to ensure that those who you are responsible are ready to drive forward and succeed. Listen and absorb the passion of those sharing their thoughts and perspectives over these next 2 days. Find innovative ways to light a similar passion in those around you. This conference will provide you with an opportunity to learn, to grow, and to discuss. These deliberately planned sessions, and each of you here today and tomorrow, will bring us one step closer to building the strongest total force the world has ever seen. We welcome your feedback on this conference, as well as ways to make future conferences even better. So keep your eyes out, because you'll receive a follow-up email after the conference concludes with a form to provide your honest feedback. And in advance, I do thank you for that. If at any time you think you need assistance, get the appropriate level of help from your trusted wingman or a trained professional. Now, over the next 2 days, we have several high-profile keynote presenters, to include the Secretary of the Air Force, the Honorable Frank Kendall, who will be speaking tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern Time. The Undersecretary of the Air Force, the Honorable Gina Ortiz-Jones, will be speaking to you today at 1 p.m., also Eastern Time. We have several panels of guests as well. We're going to have an accessibility panel today at 10 a.m., an equity panel at 11 a.m., a diversity panel at 2:30 p.m., and a general officer panel at 3:30 p.m. today. All of these times, once again, are in Eastern Time. Tomorrow, we will have keynote presentations from retired General Larry Spencer, former Vice Chief of Staff of the Air Force. We also have the President of the Washington Commanders, Mr. Jason Wright, as well as discussions on the Racial Disparity Review Study, DEIA across the Department of Defense, and a discussion on recruiting for diversity with the Commander of the Air Force Recruiting Service, Major General Edward Thomas. You can find the full agenda on the DAF DEIA Conference Facebook page. And you should have already received a copy via email this morning, an updated copy for you. Now, getting us started today is our first keynote speaker, author and professor, Dr. Stefanie K. Johnson. Please stay tuned for her discussion, which you will find extremely informative. Dr. Johnson is the author of the Wall Street Journal bestseller, Inclusify, Harnessing the Power of Uniqueness and Belonging to Build Innovative Teams. Dr. Johnson is also a professor at the University of Colorado Boulder and director of the Ann and John Doerr Institute for New Leaders at Rice University. She will discuss her research on the intersection of diversity and leadership and offer actionable strategies applicable to airmen and guardians at all levels. So thank you once again for joining us in our virtual conference. Stay with us for what I know is going to be a great 2022 Department of the Air Force Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Accessibility Conference. Have a great 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you so much for such a nice introduction. I'm excited to have the opportunity to speak with you all here today and talk a little bit about why diversity and inclusion is so important right now for engaging our teams and why it's such an important leadership issue. I need to share my screen. If the host can allow me screen sharing capabilities, that would be awesome. But in the meantime, I'm going to start with just a little bit of background, and that is that we are in a really unique time point in history. I have this a lot of data showing that individuals are expecting and requiring and hoping to work in more diverse and inclusive organizations more than ever before. We see this in our students graduating. I'm sure you see it in your airmen. I think it's become a cultural expectation when looking at organizations to say that I want to work in an organization where everyone can be successful. And when that's not the case, we're seeing a lot of turnover. This was a study that was done this year that showed that a lot of people who end up leaving their organization say that they have left for reasons of pay. This is like common because there's data showing that when you change organizations, you're likely to earn more money. But the ones that really stuck out to me were opportunities for advancement and a feeling of disrespect. And most of this comes down to this feeling that a lack of inclusion is keeping me from being successful in my organization. If you really want to put this turnover data into context, this is turnover over the last decade. You can see it's like steadily increasing. These are voluntary quits, so not turnover for layoffs or people being fired, but in 2021, there were 47.4 million, and 10.9 million of those were in December alone, which makes me think that people were sitting around saying, all I want for Christmas is a new job. And that's what they looked for in 2022. And this trend really hasn't changed. And thus far in 2022, people are continuing to look for organizations where they feel like they can really be successful and thrive. And one of the ways that we tend to feel that way is when we feel included. I'll talk about what inclusion means and what's required for people to feel included. But I feel like a lot of folks ask me, like, why would you not feel included? Like, wouldn't we naturally just feel included? And, the reality is no. Most people don't feel included. I think it's particularly challenging to feel included when you're not in the majority group of people in your organization. And realistically, we're not that great at including people who are different from us. It's like an evolutionary adaptation to have a tendency to want to include people who are similar. You can think of them as in-group members. And we actually exclude people who are different because they're out-group members. And that actually makes us feel better about our in-group. So there's like a psychological feeling that you want to be in the in-group, and that means you need to push some people into the out-group, which is terrible. But I think it's necessary to acknowledge this natural tendency, because without acknowledging it, I think it's easy to say, well, why don't we, it's just natural. Why don't we just include people? But recognizing that if it's not natural, then we really need to be intentional about including others. Which really begs the question of, like, what am I talking about when I say inclusion? And I use this definition in Inclusify, and it's essentially these two competing basic human needs. The first one being that the feeling that you can be yourself, that you can be who you are, your authentic identity, and at the same time, you feel like you belong. You're an essential, valued member of the team. You're well respected, accepted, and valued, maybe not in spite of who you are, but really because of who you are. And you really need both of these two feelings in order to feel that experience of inclusion. When you don't have both, what I found is in the worst case scenario is that you have neither the feeling that you can be your unique and authentic self, nor do you feel that you belong. You don't feel like you're a valued, accepted member of your team. And those people really described their work experience as one of invisibility. Like, people don't know who I am, they don't see me, they don't value me. And for me, that was like a very harsh reality to think of, because we spend so much of our time at work. And so the feeling that you're there, but you don't really feel seen, I can see why people would want to leave that organization, because maybe you feel like no one would even notice if you left. Much more common than that was the feeling of being incomplete. And that is the feeling that you're not your unique and authentic self. You cover or mask aspects of who you are, but it might appear to others that you belong. So it looks like you fit in, it seems like you're accepted, but in your own experience, you're only accepted because you're not being who you are. And so that's comes with a feeling of extra work. It's kind of emotionally exhausting to change who you are every day just to go to work. And those individuals also reported wanting to work in an environment where they could just be, rather than having to act or pretend all the time. On the other end of the spectrum are those individuals who really feel like they're just going to be themselves. They cannot cover or mask who they are, but they're just going to be authentic. But that worst fear is realized that as a result, they really aren't accepted and they don't feel like they belong. And so they end up feeling kind of isolated and alone, that feeling of being insular. And of course, for those people, work can be really lonely. And so they want to work in a place where they can, just like everyone else, feel like they can be their unique selves and fully belong. And that's the feeling of being included. And while we often believe that we're including others, I think we often fall short. And so I'm just going to share, this isn't like a very research example, it's just a personal example of a maybe inclusion misstep, or how I think inclusion plays out in a lot of organizations. And that's, this is an example from Boy Scouts of America. And so I have two kiddos, Katie and Kyle. And when Katie was a little girl, we put her in the Girl Scouts, and it's a great organization. We loved it. And then when her little brother got old enough to join the Boy Scouts, we were going to put him in there. But that year, the Scouts became co-ed. And so I don't think I'm like a lazy parent, but if I can take both kids to one meeting, I think this is amazing. If I can just sell one product, per year, I think that's great. So I thought, okay, let's just put them both in the Scouts. It's co-ed, that's, it's inclusive. This is great. And it was really great. And until the day that we got the official Cub Scout magazine, which is called Boy's Life. And I have a picture of it up here. This is the actual cover. Sometimes people ask me, like, is this from the 1970s? But nope, it's from 2020. And you can see it's kind of wrinkled because I just took a picture of it. And my daughter sees this and says, oh, what is this? I said, oh, it's Cub Scout magazine. And she's super offended because it doesn't really represent the girls in the Cub Scouts. And in fact, this little headline or subhead here, great for girls too, was really the thing that put her over the top, because they were recognizing, it's not like they didn't think about the fact that it had become co-ed, but that was sort of their place, was to be this tiny subheading. And, there's definitely other things. If you ever look at the uniforms, like, it's like kind of taupe, right? And if you read through the magazine, it didn't really display the girls in the Scouts. So you could see it was still like, this is the Boy Scouts, but we've just let girls in, which is really not what we're going for when we think about inclusion. And so these are all the covers from 2020. I actually mocked up a cover and I shared this with the Scouts. These are my own kids kayaking. And I said, listen, I love that the Scouts have gone co-ed. Let's think about changing the title of the magazine to maybe Cubs Life, because it's the Cub Scouts. And I will say, this is an amazing organization. They were doing just that. I don't think it's because of my little cover here, but they changed the title to Scout Life. And although I'm sure this is not because of me, I have to say this cover is remarkably similar to my mocked up cover for Scout Life. And if you are a member of the Scouts or participate in this organization, you'll note that they've also made many other changes with inclusion in mind. And so I point out this example just to really highlight how holistically we need to change environments to be inclusive. It's thinking about how can we actually change the place, and so that everyone feels represented and everyone feels like they can be really successful, not just that they're a subheading. So if I asked you this question, when have you felt included and when have you not? I'm going to just give you a couple seconds to really think about that. You can think about my Scout example or other experiences that you've had where you felt like you fully belonged, you felt valued, you felt like you could just be who you were. You didn't have to show up as someone different. And what caused that? And I wish I could hear your answers from everyone, but I obviously can't. So I'm going to share with you some of the answers that I've typically heard. But I really want you to do the work and thinking about your own experiences first. So I'll share here the common answers. Maybe these are some of the things that you thought of. Getting to voice your opinion is one really commonly shared answer, and also having that opinion listened to. I think a lot of leaders have been encouraged to have their team voice their opinion as like part of the leadership process. You want to hear from others, but they miss the second half of that. So they ask everyone their opinion, but they're not really listening. So I think it's important people want to not just share their opinion, but believe that it's being considered. It doesn't always have to be followed, but like you really want to understand that people were considering your ideas. Feeling like part of the team, not just like you're on a team, but that team wouldn't be the same without you. Having the opportunity to be successful is a huge theme that emerged because when we're giving so much of ourselves to our organizations, we want to feel like they're investing back in us and that we have the opportunity to succeed in the same way that anyone else on the team does. If you start to see other people get opportunities you don't, then it feels like you're not fully included on that team. This is kind of an old example. I heard a lot more before 2020, but that came up was being included in social interactions. I think social interactions are kind of like generally down anyway, and I don't know that we have as many as we used to. But as those start to pick up again, there's activities outside of work. If you're included in those as well, it shows that you really are fully included on the team. Like it's one thing, that's super important that you're included on the work side and you get same opportunities and important assignments, but to be left out on the social side makes it clear that you're, maybe not fully one of the team. So that's really important. Feeling like you're treated fairly is super important. It's kind of like a table stakes for inclusion. If you don't feel like you're treated fairly, how could you possibly be included? And then feeling like someone has your back. And then, in fact, this theme came up more in military contexts than any other. I kind of translate it into feeling like people care about you. They're willing to stick up for you, stand up for you, go to bat for you, just like really having your back. So I think that's kind of like the context. I think this is, why inclusion is really important. We know in addition to things like retention, inclusion also improves decision-making and engagement and makes the workplace just like a better experience for everyone. We know why people don't feel included, and when they do feel included is that experience of uniqueness and belonging. And so that really leads me to this part of our conversation of like, well, what can you do to make people feel more included? And clearly all the things that would naturally relate to people feeling like their voice is heard, feeling like they're treated fairly. All of those things really, really matter. And so I've broken them down here into 5 steps that really anyone can do and following this AEIOU framework. And I'm going to go through each of these, but they are amplifying. I use the analogy of to amplify someone is to pass a microphone to them so their voice can be heard. Edifying, that's for you just to continue learning and teaching others about inclusion and inequity. Identifying, this is forming close personal relationships with people who might be different or share a different identity from your own. That could be through mentoring, but really it could be in any way. It could just be a friendship at work, sponsoring another colleague at work, but it has to be like a deep personal connection. Optifying, if amplifying is passing the microphone, optifying is shining a light on other people's successes and so that they're seen. And then the last one is unifying, and really that is bringing in allies, particularly those from the majority group, to also support your inclusion efforts. So like I said, I'm going to go through each of these a little bit just to give you a little more color. So the idea of amplifying, I stole this from an article I read in Vox originally that was talking about the staff at the Obama White House. So this is a while ago now, in 2016. But there was a pretty diverse, at least on the basis of gender, staff. But the women on the staff often felt like they weren't fully heard in meetings. And so just as a few examples, if you read through the article, they said, maybe someone has a great idea, they raise their hand and they share their idea. I think we should consider X, Y, or Z. And the response was crickets, nothing, right? No one responds. And the conversation just goes on. Maybe later on in that same meeting, someone else, maybe someone from the majority group, raises the very same idea, and everyone responds with, "Oh, that's a great idea. I really love that thought." And the person who originally shared the idea is thinking like, what the heck, right? That was my idea first. But of course, if they say that, then the response is like, it doesn't matter whose idea it was, right? Like, we're all a team. And when I read this, I was astonished because I have had these exact experiences. I don't know if anyone else in here has. You can raise your little Zoom hand if you've had this experience, but I really thought this was something about me. Like, I was this person who contributed in meetings and just no one responded. And I thought, what is it about my sharing that people don't necessarily respond? Or like, didn't I just say that before? But to see this as an experience that other people had, and I started having conversations with people about it. And apparently this is a very widespread phenomenon. So if you've ever experienced this, like, you are not alone. The example in the Obama White House was really an experience that the women on the staff shared. But as I've learned more about this, it's not just a gender thing. It's certainly true for people of color, for people from a different country. There might be language barriers. Even introverts talk about having this experience. In fact, really only about 35% of people don't have this experience and feel like fully comfortable, they're fully heard in meetings all the time. And the rest of us are consistently feeling like we're not being heard. So what did they do? Some of the women started to collaborate and say, listen, if this is happening to you and it's happening to me, what if we support each other and try to amplify each other's voice? So if I say my great idea, someone else who's in my amplification group, another woman maybe, or an ally who's not a woman, makes eye contact. When I finish my sentence, they respond with, great idea, Stefanie, thank you. Maybe even a second person comes in and says, hey, I like that. I think it's a good point, if it is an idea that they liked. If later on in the conversation, someone restates the idea and it's like, everyone loves the idea even more when it's restated, then the other amplifiers jump back in and say, oh, that was I'm glad you said that again. When Stefanie said it earlier in the meeting, I really liked it. So the fact that you're repeating it now makes me think this is something we should really talk more about. So give credit where credit is due so that people feel heard. Because if only the 35% of us feel comfortable contributing, that means it took a lot out of that person to step up and share their idea. And to have it not be heard means like that was kind of a loss, causes people to not feel included. But also, when you look at the data showing how important diversity is for creativity and innovation and good decision making, if we're not hearing the voices of people who aren't in the majority group, we're kind of losing the benefit that we should be getting from having diverse perspectives. So I say all of this to say that if you are one of those 35% of people who feel really comfortable contributing during meetings, everyone always hears your voice, you were born with a microphone or you've earned it in whatever way, that means that you have the power to lend that microphone to other people and amplify their voice. When they speak, you can respond, repeat what they say, give them credit, and support their voice so that they feel heard. I think it's something that's relatively simple to do. And there was a study that came out in 2021. They didn't call it amplification, but they called it voice granting. It's basically when people lean in to acknowledge that someone has contributed an idea. The study showed that had a positive impact on the people who shared the ideas, not surprisingly. But I think the even cooler part was that those who had amplified were also seen as more leader-like than those who didn't amplify. And so it's kind of a win-win. If you're amplifying others' voices, that is essentially a leadership behavior. And so even those who aren't in a leadership role who engage in that behavior are seen more positively. So that's the first one, amplify. The second one should be edify, but I'm going to save that for the end because that is continuing to learn and share about diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so I'll leave that to say, go ahead and let's take some questions and have some conversation. And I'm going to jump to the identify. So identifying is about forming close personal relationships. We know that the one intervention or change that seems to decrease bias the most and increase equity the most is really getting to know someone who has a different identity than you. And for me, this makes so much sense to put in the context of mentoring, because we've all had mentors who really had a positive impact on us. And it can be difficult to find mentors if you're not in the majority group. Statistically, only 36% of men don't mentor women because they're afraid of how it might look. And so the result is that 71% of mentoring relationships are the same race and same sex. People even mentor those who share their personality. It's like a natural thing. I have a mentee who I met at the University of Colorado, and she is a Mexican-American first-generation college student. She's from Los Angeles, and these are all identity markers that I hold as well. So I'm a Mexican-American first-generation college student from Los Angeles, and so when I met this woman, I was like, I don't know what it is, but I just liked her so much. And so when she asked if I would be her mentor, I was like, absolutely. Like, there's just something about you that I like. We all naturally do this. It's the birds of a feather flock together kind of thing, but we're naturally drawn to people who are similar to ourselves. And that it's not ill-intended, but it has a negative consequence when we look at who tends to be in higher ranking positions in the military, but actually in all organizations, it tends to be men who are white men. And so if we're all just mentoring people who are similar to us, then there's not going to be enough mentoring for people who don't hold those majority group characteristics. So my suggestion here is to engage in a personal relationship through mentoring with someone who shares a different identity from yourself, to ensure that, at least in the case of gender, women have more opportunity to get advice from top-level leaders, but it's even more true for airmen of color and women of color who really get the least access to top-level mentors. Okay, my O is to optify, to shine a light. I think this one's huge. When you look at those retention data over the last year, one of the reasons people leave is they don't feel that they're being recognized. The number one predictor of feeling like you belong in your organization, according to a survey that was done by LinkedIn, is being recognized for your accomplishments. They have a lot of other great things. Contributing in meetings is one that predicted. Having close personal relationships, all these things are good, but the number one thing was feeling like your efforts and work was recognized. This makes a lot of sense. And research shows that most employees don't receive any recognition. One study showed that 65% of employees had not received recognition in over a year. This is very bad, right? If you think about this impacts belonging and retention. We also know that high recognition companies have lower turnover. And one statistic showed that 29% of employees who were recognized in the last month felt a strong sense of belonging at work, compared to only 8% of those who weren't recognized felt a strong sense of belonging. Again, it's particularly something that we see the greatest disparities for women of color receive the least recognition from kind of male senior leaders. And so this Optify, for me, brings with it a couple of very specific messages. One, we need to just be doing a lot more recognition for everyone. And two, we need to be really thoughtful about who we're recognizing, because if we see disparities You could believe that the disparity in who's being recognized reflects reality, like who's doing the best work. But from my view, it's much more likely that we see great work in people who we expect to do a great job. And one like very rigorous scientific study showed that we actually don't catalog, recognize, and notice really exceptional work from individuals who are not in the majority group. And so what I specifically do is try to keep a track record of who I've been giving recognition to. And if I'm not recognizing certain people on my team, that means I'm probably not paying attention, right? There's something is amiss. This person is, maybe they're really not doing a good job, which is still my responsibility, or more likely they are doing a really great job and I'm just not looking out for it. And so spend the time to actually figure out what's going on and then give recognition where recognition's due. Keep that Google Doc or spreadsheet. And so you're actually holding yourself accountable to making sure that you're recognizing people's great efforts. The U is unify. And so hopefully you feel like you've picked up on something that you want to do to create greater inclusion. This is really, anyone can do these things. Anyone can pass the microphone. Anyone can recognize each other's work. You don't have to be the top leader to recognize people. I think peer-to-peer recognition adds a 29% benefit above and beyond manager or supervisor recognition for creating positive experiences at work. So it's like we can all do these things. And imagine if each of us went out and brought in one other person to engage in these same behaviors and try to bring them on the inclusion bandwagon. That would double potentially the impact. And if they brought in one other person, you can see how this exponentially would create a more inclusive organization. I particularly want to recruit more majority group members to join in this inclusion conversation based on one study that I did that showed that this work is primarily done by women and women of color and people of color, often members of the LGBTQ community or those with disabilities. And when individuals who have an underrepresented identity engage in diversity and inclusion behaviors, they're sometimes viewed negatively for doing so. This is like the worst study I ever did, but it was like one of those things that I kind of thought this is true, and seeing the data, I'm like, oh, I really hate that it's true. And I think it's probably better to know it than not know it. But when majority members engage in those same behaviors, they're viewed positively or at least neutrally for doing so. So when you're thinking about those other folks to bring in, I really suggest trying to bring in some allies from the majority group. And statistically speaking, most of the majority group members, at least in one survey, want to be allies and support diversity and inclusion efforts. They don't always know how, and they don't always know that their input is welcome. So this is a specific invitation for all of those people who might have that feeling that your input and creativity and support is super needed and valuable and can take really diversity and inclusion efforts to the next level. So I hope you think about this for the next several hours that you're going to be engaging in these conversations. And for me, before I jump off here, the last one is just to edify, to continue learning and maybe even teaching others about diversity, equity, inclusion. There's lots of things you can do, but maybe one thing is if you have any questions now, take the opportunity to ask them, and I'm happy to answer.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. I am just, so because we are live streaming to YouTube, questions are going to be populated into the Zoom chat if we have any questions. We'll just stand by for just a moment, ma'am.
Perfect. I don't see a question.
So one just popped up. Sorry,
Okay.
ma'am. There has been a request as to whether we could get access to the slides for refreshing our memories on the great things that you've taught us today.
Absolutely. Yes, I'm happy to share them. I'll email those over today and you can share them in whatever way works best for you.
And we have time for just one more question. So the question from the field we have is, do you have recommendations on how to get the majority to become an ally, or any resources that you can recommend?
Yeah, in my experience, I think I would just ask for help, say, this is something that's important. It's important to our organization. It's important to me. How do you think you can help? Can you help? And I'll say, like, I've had really good luck with that approach. I don't know that anyone has ever said no. Maybe some people don't follow through, but if you can have them engage in some small behavior change, like those little nudges kind of build up over time. And then next thing you know, you have a great ally. And I'm going to answer that next question just really quickly. And I know we have to jump, but there was this great study by Bain and Company that added into the diversity of thought beyond, race and gender, I think the things we commonly talk about, but they also added in geographic diversity. There's evidence from another study on neurological diversity, definitely diversity across major area of study, like all those things contribute. Age diversity, having, our boomers and Gen Zers and millennials in the room together, all of those things do. I don't know that I've seen a type of diversity that doesn't improve decision making. So I think it's easy to study race and gender, which maybe that's why most of the studies are on that. But when you really get nuanced about it, all of these different aspects of diversity are really beneficial.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. That last little bit was actually really beneficial. So thank you for taking the time to do that. And thank you for equipping us with these great strategies that we can apply within our organization. At this time, we're going to take a short break and we'll reconvene at 10:00 Eastern Standard Time. Thank you all. Are we gonna? Welcome back to the DEIA Conference. In our next block, we will focus on accessibility with a panel that will be moderated by Mr. David Frank, Associate General Counsel, Civilian Personnel Policy. Mr. Frank is also the co-chair for the Disability Action Team, or DAT, which is one of the Department of the Air Force's Barrier Analysis Working Groups, or DAF blogs. This panel is intended to highlight the barriers faced by individuals with disabilities within the Department of the Air Force and the work being done to identify and address those barriers. Please welcome Mr. Frank and the accessibility panelists.
Good morning. Thank you very much. This panel is designed basically to talk about the work of the Disability Action Team and the work we are doing to try and advance opportunities for individuals with disabilities in the Air Force, both civilian and military. I'm going to start by introducing our panel, and then I will talk about the DAT team and some of our accomplishments. And then Mr. Carbone is going to talk about the high-level leadership perspective on disability. Ms. Kendra Schock is going to talk about the history of the disability program and the differences between the Air Force Disability Program and the Department of State, where she now works. Ms. Natalie Jack, the co-chair of the DAT with me, is going to talk about our 7 current lines of effort, and Major Daniel Kaiser is going to talk about one of our lines of effort on neurodiversity. So that's the game plan for the next hour. With that, let me introduce our panel. Mr. John Carbone is a member of the Senior Executive Service, Deputy Director of the Civilian Force Management Director at Headquarters Air Force A1, responsible for establishing force management policies for more than 200,000 total force appropriated and non-appropriated fund civilian personnel. Policies regarding recruitment, hiring, management, development, support, and retention of the civilian workforce. Prior to his assignment there, he was Assistant Deputy for Civilian Personnel in the Department of the Army. And over his 19-year civilian career, he has led efforts to establish programs to enhance capacity in areas such as civilian workforce forecasting and planning, strategic recruiting, civilian marketing and outreach, and special emphasis program recruitment. He is the current senior leader champion for the DAT, the Disability Action Team. Next speaker will be Ms. Natalie Jack. She is my co-chair as for the Disability Action Team. She serves as a member of the Senior Administrative Support Team for the 434th Mission Support Group and the Disability Program Manager for the 434th Air Reserve Wing, providing support for more than 1,800 military and civilian personnel at Grissom Air Reserve Base in Indiana. Prior to becoming an Air Force civil servant, she helped dozens of at-risk public school and college students achieve academic success by providing mentoring and tutoring in math and English. Ms. Kendra Schock is the Chief of Disability and Reasonable Accommodation in the Office of Accessibility and Accommodations at the Department of State. They aim to create a barrier-free environment and provide centralized disability services and expertise to advance the State Department's mission. Prior to joining the State Department, in June of this year, Kendra served as our disability program manager here in the Air Force, and I worked with Kendra for 8 years, and she's amazing. She served as the disability program manager in the Equal Opportunity Policy Office at the Department of the Air Force. She worked as the disability program manager before that at the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, EEOC, and as a lead consultant for the Labor Department's Office of Disability Employment Policies Job Accommodation Network. And finally, Major Daniel Kaiser. He leads the DATS line of effort on neurodiversity. He's currently serving as the Deputy Director for Learning Services and Faculty Education at Squadron Officer School, Maxwell Air Force Base. He provides mentorship and instruction for faculty within a selectively manned organization of instructors and students as part of Squadron Officer School. He's served as an intelligence officer in many capacities and was involved in deployments in support of Operation Enduring Freedom and Operation Inherent Resolve. And briefly, I'm David Frank. I'm the Associate General Counsel for Personnel Policy in the Air Force General Counsel's Office. I am the legal advisor to the Air Force Barrier Analysis Working Group and have been part of its leadership since the founding of the BOG, which is now the DAF BOG, in 2008. I currently co-chair the Disability Action Team with Natalie. And previously, I served several years as co-chair of the Women's Initiatives Team, the WIT. Before coming to the Air Force, I was an appointee at the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission and the Department of Labor. And during that time, I actually was the lead negotiator on behalf of the White House during negotiations on the 2008 amendments to the Americans with Disabilities Act. So I have been involved in disability policy for about 30 years since the act was passed initially in 1990. So with that, let me give you an overview of the DAT. And the DAT is one of the Barrier Analysis Working Group teams that falls under the DAF Barrier Analysis Working Group, or DAF-BOG. And yes, we can't have an Air Force organization if we don't have an unpronounceable acronym. So that's ours. There are 7 DAF-BOG teams. The DAT is actually one of the original ones, dating back to the creation of the DAF BOG in 2008. The team was created for the purpose of analyzing anomalies in civilian and military workplace policies, practices, and procedures with the eye towards identifying the root causes of those anomalies and trying to determine if those root causes are potential barriers to equal opportunity, and if so, devising plans to eliminate them. We look for barriers in areas such as employment, advancement, and retention, both for employees and applicants, and including looking at issues related to military members who, while not enjoying the legal protections that civilians do, as a matter of best practice, we are trying to make full use of our military members with disabilities as much as possible and to open opportunities for them. In addition, the DAT serves as, here's another acronym, a Member and Employee Resource Group, or MERG. For those who are familiar with the concept of an employee resource group in the private sector, that's basically what it is. It's a group that's brought together people with similar interest, in this case, disability. It's designed to be an area to provide mentoring and career support. While that's in contrast to the primary focus of the DAT team, which is to identify barriers and focus on policies. So we try and perform both functions. We currently have 7 lines of effort, which Natalie will shortly walk you through. And anyone is welcome to join the DAT. The DAT is an entirely voluntary group. We are one of the smaller teams in the DAF BOG, and anyone can join regardless of disability status, regardless of rank or grade, regardless of location. This is your opportunity to be involved, where someone who can be a GS4 or an E2 can actually help shape policy that will be signed off on and has been by the Secretary of the Air Force. So it's a unique opportunity. And if this sounds like a sales pitch, it is. We meet monthly via Teams on the fourth Thursday of the month. We are actively looking for new members. And if you're interested in joining the DAT, please email our outreach lead, Ms. Marianne Brown. I will put her email in the chat, but it is RHIANNON.brown@us.af.mil. And we will get you on our distro list and invite you to the meetings, and we would love to have you. So my sales pitch. I'm going to do very briefly a walkthrough of some of our accomplishments in the last couple of years. The most significant accomplishment is to ensure access to reasonable accommodation software. For years, the Department of the Air Force has been more restrictive in what software programs it permitted on its systems. Systems that were allowed in the Army and Navy weren't allowed in the Air Force. After a long time trying, we finally accomplished on the 15th of April a memo signed by the CIO that allows the use of 8 common accommodation software programs. So that was an accomplishment many years in the making, and that should really help individuals, particularly with visual impairments. Other accomplishments, we've put out guidance for individuals with disabilities who need a reasonable accommodation because they have or are recovering from COVID. We've provided guidance on the DAF return to work following, if COVID ever ends. So we've been involved in the drafting of that guidance in assistance to A1. We've developed guidance on service animals for airmen, both military and civilian. We have helped to revitalize the mentoring program for individuals with disabilities through MyVector. And we are and our current lead project, which Major Kaiser will discuss in a couple of minutes, is on neurodiversity, and we've recently undertaken, I think, about 20 hours of detailed barrier analysis to try and analyze that. So that's some of our accomplishments and what we've been working on. With that, I am going to turn it over to Mr. John Carbone, who will give you the leadership perspective on disability. John.
Thanks, David. Thanks for the introduction. Hey, very happy to be here today. And as mentioned earlier, I'm one of the co-champions for the DAT team, the Disability Action Team. The other co-champion is Brigadier General Edward Vaughn. He is located in the Eastern European Theater. And as you can imagine, with everything going on in the region, he was unable to be on the panel today. But he has been a valuable member of the team, and we appreciate his mentorship. So sorry that he couldn't be here. We'd also like to thank DAF DEIA, DAF AA, and everyone logging in today for giving us an opportunity to talk about accessibility and the work the Department of Air Force is doing to identify and address barriers that our persons with disabilities face every day. I'll just open today by providing a few different comments describing what accessibility means and give a few practical reasons why ensuring accessibility is super important for the Department of Air Force. So let's first start by describing what accessibility means. It's a very broad, all-encompassing term. It means designing, constructing, developing, maintaining. It could be facilities, it could be information or communication technology, it could be certain programs or certain services, so that all people, including people with disabilities, are afforded the same opportunity to acquire the same information and engage in the same interactions and partake in the same services as persons without a disability. And that they can do that in an equally and effective manner. So barriers to disability, and David touched on many of these already. They typically fall into 5 different categories. You'll have your physical or architectural barriers. For example, a hallway being too narrow for a person who needs to have wheelchair access, or the lighting is poor and it's affecting somebody who lip reads to communicate, their ability to communicate. You have technological barriers, a website. David mentioned a barrier that we knocked down recently, a website that prevents access to screen reading software, or an organization uses electronic documents that doesn't use alternative text. Those would be a technological barrier. We have information or communications barriers. That might be an organization that chooses to communicate with a font that's just difficult to read, or way too small, or maybe they have video trainings that don't use captions or don't have transcription. Then you have organizational and systemic barriers, and those are sometimes the tougher barriers to knock down. Some examples of that might be having an inflexible workplace schedule. Let's say, somebody has some certain self-care or medical care that they need to perform within a given day, and the organization's not flexible with their schedule. That's definitely a barrier that needs to be worked on. And maybe this is inadvertent, an organization values a certain type of communication or a certain medium of communication over others. And so certain people are heard and others are not. So those would be organizational and systemic barriers. And then really the final barrier, those are your attitude and perception barriers. And a couple examples of that might be an employer assuming that a person with a speech impairment cannot understand them, or an employer makes a person feel as though they are doing a person a special favor when they're granting them a reasonable accommodation. That could be attitude or perception barrier. So those are the different types, the different categories of barriers. The team, as David mentioned, the team's going to go over some work. Well, he mentioned some barriers that we knocked down, and then the team's going to go over some work that we're doing to tackle some new ones. But I do want to just go over just a few practical organizational benefits of having a culture that's dedicated to improving accessibility on a continuous basis. First of all, persons with disability are more prevalent in our workforce than what we know, especially on the civilian side. It's voluntary to self-disclose that we have a disability. And so we were just talking about the percentages of our workforce before we logged on, and we're around, in the civilian side, about 2% for targeted disabilities, around the 14% for persons with disabilities, and that is above the representation goals that are set by DoD. So that's a good news story, but really the numbers are higher than that, and it's because there's visible, there's invisible disabilities, and self-reporting is not mandatory. Certain studies from the Department of Labor suggest, for example, that 3 out of 10 white-collar workers have a disability. So that's why it's important that the Department of Air Force, when we're creating policies or processes or products or structuring our work environment, we have to be cognizant of that population. And we have to make sure that we are making something that's usable for all people up front, and that we're not going to adapt it or revise something later on or need to retrofit something. Just design it right the first time. Another practical reason of why increasing accessibility is important is it bolsters the Department of Air Force's readiness. Finding the right talent is hard, and if the department doesn't work aggressively to hire people with disabilities or continue to improve overall accessibility of persons with disabilities, we'll miss out. We'll miss out on some untapped talent. And there are many people with disabilities that possess the skills and experiences that can give us as a department a competitive edge. For example, we have disabled veterans with targeted disabilities, wounded warriors. And in addition to already having a firm understanding of the military culture and the protocol, and have already been illustrating a level of fortitude just to get through their day-to-day lives, especially in instances of a targeted disability. That's the type of talent. That's the type of person we want working for the Department of Air Force. And many of them have critical experiences and skills we need. They may have skills in certain types of airframe or certain types of military equipment, certain military financial programs or weapon systems. Those are folks that we want to have in the Department of Air Force. Looking more externally, again, thinking about readiness, especially when we're looking at talent for the innovation workforce, like the cyber workforce, for example. And we're looking at multi-domain combat with an increased emphasis on the space and cyber domains. Research shows that many adults with autism, for example, possess a higher than average ability in pattern recognition and memory and mathematics. And for us in the Department of Air Force, it's no news that those are the types of abilities, those are the types of skills that we're looking for. And Major Kaiser, he's going to be giving us an update on some very relevant work that we're doing on the DAT that has to do with neurodiversity. So we'll look forward to that. But then finally, a reason why ensuring accessibility is important is it creates and communicates social responsibility. It demonstrates that the Department of the Air Force is interested in the broader social issues, not only impacting the department, but society. And that level of conscientiousness conveys and promotes that we as a department are an inclusive work environment. One organizational study states that people who felt included and thought their organization valued inclusivity and accessibility, whether they personally had a disability or not, were 80% more likely to feel and say that they worked for a high-performing organization. And so in the battle for scarce talent, perception and how employees feel is very important. Again, talking about practical perspectives here as well, because it's obvious when we're reducing barriers, we're helping the individual, but I'm talking about the organization readiness here. It's important. We want to do right by all employees. The employees' perceptions, they're captured in federal surveys like the Federal Employee View surveys. Those surveys influence the best places to work in the federal government ranked listings, which are posted on websites and different journals. And that can influence potential federal job seekers. And that could, if our ranking is favorable, we could win out over other DoD components for scarce talent versus Army, versus Navy, versus other federal agencies, the private sector. We want to be the employer of choice at the Department of Air Force. So valuing inclusivity, valuing accessibility gives us that competitive advantage. So as David said, if you know, as you're hearing about some of the other barriers that we're working on, if you know that there's a barrier that exists in the Air Force and you don't feel like it's being addressed and you don't see it mentioned in this group and you're very passionate about it, let us know. Please contact us. We want you to be on our team. We'll pick up the sledgehammers with you. We'll try to take that barrier down together. One team, one fight. Look forward to hearing from you. So thanks for the opportunity to provide some opening comments, David and everybody online, and we'll hand it over to the next panel member.
Okay, now we're going to ask Ms. Natalie Jack, the co-chair of the DAT, to talk about our 7 lines of effort. Natalie, I think you are on mute.
Oh, there we go. Did we work the second time around?
There you go.
All right. Sorry about that. Thank you, David. Thank you, John. Welcome, everyone. I'm going to run through our lines of effort, but before I do, I just want to echo what David and Mr. Carbone said. If you have a passion, if you see a need, and you want to lend your voice to an area that is underserved, and that is our individuals with disabilities, this is your opportunity. If you have questions, if you want to be more informed, please let us know, reach out to us, become a member of our team. We're a welcoming group and we're a hardworking group, and we'll take all the voices that we can get. So with that, our first line of effort is to ensure accessibility of physical and virtual workplaces. Our lead on this is Marianne Mottler. One objective, which is already completed, is to ensure access to reasonable accommodation software. That's a memorandum for the Air Force Information Systems Security Managers was issued on 15 April, approving the use of 8 software programs. And the Department of the Air Force met one of the requirements of the EO on diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. Objective 2, which is still in progress, is an IT tracker working with the Secretary of the Air Force Information Officer to develop a reasonable accommodation tracking IT software. And the Disability Action Team members have joined this on a focus group. LOE number 3 is to reframe and update the MD 715. This is a report which reflects the data statistics on gender, ethnicity, race, and disability through DoD agencies, and it is reported to the EEOC. This is used to gauge our compliance and to provide oversight in compliance with federal law. The lead on this is Rebecca Trainer, and objectives are to update the brochure and to get the word out there for everyone across the agency-wide to understand the importance of this program. Is to develop a PowerPoint template for briefings leadership and emphasizes that an affirmative employment briefing versus an MD 17 briefing. They're also to look at the EEOC to guidance regarding diversity, equity, inclusion, and disability or accessibility. Line of effort number 4 is to improve the rate of self-identification of a disability. This would be the SF-256. It is completely voluntary, but it does help your agencies gauge compliance, and it also helps with funding and identifying areas of accessibility and barriers that we need to conquer. So this would include putting the 256 in all onboarding documents, creating a flyer with the Disability of the Air Force disability action graphics. In other words, your disability counts. We would publish information article on self-identification of disability and develop activities for the National Disability Employment Awareness Month. And the 256 is very important. If we don't have your identity, if we don't have your disability identified, then as an agency, we can't help you. LOE number 5, this is to ensure individuals with disabilities have equal access to developmental training opportunities. This would be a LOE led by Daphne Brooks and myself. Second will be led by Marianne Montler. Objective 5.1 is to develop actions to inform individuals with disabilities of training opportunities. Our goal here is to further develop an action plan, focus on employees and supervisors and educating supervisors on the importance of supporting individuals with disabilities. Objective 5.2 is to increase the numbers and percentages of individuals with disabilities and targeted disabilities in internship programs. We would request all DPMs to conduct a survey of outreach recording efforts to local colleges and universities with STEM programs. Also encourage the DPMs and HRLs to sign up to become WRP recruiters and develop actions to form and educate on resources and opportunities to take advantage of Schedule A hires and the WRP. And as I'm talking, please, if you've got questions, please feel free to put these in the chat so we can address them at the end of this session. And then finally on LOE number 5 is new, and this is into improved training for all disability program managers across the Air Force. These are all collateral duty programs, and we need a dedicated training so our DPMs have a way forward in the future. LOE number 6 is to acknowledge, accept, and support airmen with autism spectrum disorder and Asperger's syndrome. This is led by Major Dan Kaiser and Carol Greenfield. This is progressing as well. This is to launch a MIRG for autism spectrum disorders. We're going to meet with representatives of the WPAFB Autism Work Program and establish a MIRG working group via Teams. Objective 6.2 is to propose a RAND study on the prevalence of autistic spectrum disorder in the Department of the Air Force military and civilian population. And that study is actually projected for, is complete with the description. We're also going to request the staff ODI to sponsor a project and requested the staff sponsor. Objective 6.3, propose a medical waiver for autistic spectrum disorder, particularly for military members. And then do root cause analysis, which is progressing and undertake with the AFAA. About 20 hours has been spent on that. And I believe we probably have one session left to probably close out on that. And then lastly, LOE number 7 is to implement centralized funding for all reasonable accommodations. This is led by Mr. David Frank. This is to secure funding for all reasonable accommodations. Mr. Carborn is also a champion of this. And then we also want to develop a process to approve a centralized funding reasonable accommodations. This is partnered with the staff FMBO to develop and determine a way forward. And then lastly, LOE number 8 is to develop guidance on airmen with PTSD. This is a new and recently developed LOE and is in progress. This is led by Major Feltman. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Kaiser. That's just a very brief overview of the ways that we're asking people to get involved and to help shape and form policy that's going to impact individuals DoD-wide and Air Force-wide. So thank you for your time, and that's about all I have.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Natalie. I am here to give a very brief overview of our neurodiversity initiative, including some things that we are actively working on. And what you can do as leaders in order to better serve some of those neurodiverse individuals within your ranks. So what is neurodiversity? It is a broad spectrum of characteristics described by key neurological differences. It can include, but is not limited to, autism spectrum disorder, ADHD, dyslexia, dyspraxia, and social anxiety disorders. Our work is really centered around 3 core ideas that we're trying to communicate. We want to accept airmen on the autism spectrum. So we understand that according to the CDC currently, 1 in every 42 males is somewhere on the autism spectrum or neurodivergent somehow. And then 1 out of every 189 females. As it stands right now, autism spectrum disorder is a disqualifying condition for entry into military service. However, if you are diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder once you're in the service, it can be used as justification for an administrative discharge, but it in and of itself is not a condition that immediately results in discharge. Coming from my perspective, I've been active duty for 11 years, and I was diagnosed last year with autism spectrum disorder. The things that we are trying to do: first, accept. We want to acknowledge that neurodiverse individuals belong within our ranks. We need to acknowledge the contributions that our partners and our adversaries have that are leveraging these autism spectrum disorder capabilities. Secondly, we need to codify recruiting standards and retention standards. We need to make changes to the DoD regulations that say autism spectrum disorder is a blanket disability that we will not have in the military. We need to figure out a way to make accommodations to bring autistic individuals into the military, especially if they are, to use older language, high functioning enough to positively contribute and accomplish the mission. Second, support. Airmen need to have the level of support to meet their individual needs. Autism spectrum disorder is spectrum for a reason. It manifests differently in everybody. We see those spiderweb charts If you do a little bit of research, if you reach out to me, I'll share some of our research. It manifests differently in everybody. There are some core similarities, but not everybody needs the same thing. So we need to inform our Department of the Air Force and our joint brothers and sisters on how to more effectively leverage neurodiverse talents in the fight. And then we need to provide those mental health resources to airmen so that we can empower neurodiversity without fear of med boards, without fear of getting out through administrative discharges. If somebody doesn't like you and they find out you're autistic, that's pretty scary. And if we provide that top cover and the legislation, the departmental policy that says that it's not that easy to get rid of somebody just because they're autistic, that will help those neurodivergent individuals feel safe enough to seek the help that they need. And then thirdly, empower. So this is really where leaders like ourselves can make a difference. We need to enable airmen, help from a talent management standpoint, airmen who maybe are socially awkward, maybe who are passionate about a very technical field, have a pathway to a career in the military, have a pathway to that 20 plus years, even potentially senior leadership as an SES, as a Chief Master Sergeant, as a general officer. Finding those pathways where we can appropriately leverage neurodivergent talent is huge. And then finally, develop. So build communities of support. We have a Slack channel. You can put whatever name on there you like. You don't have to be neurodivergent, but it is an opportunity to come together and share some of your experiences, how you overcome some of those. If you need support, a very informal group where we can communicate those things. So what can we do? As leaders, first, get to know your people. Understand what they need in order to be successful and provide reasonable accommodation. It's mandatory to provide reasonable accommodation for all civilians. For military, not as much, but still do what you can with what you have in order to accomplish the mission. So this could be as easy as providing headphones, providing noise canceling earplugs, dimming the lights. Things like that make a huge difference with autistic individuals who feel overstimulated by loud noises, constant noises, bright lights, things of that nature. We really want to create an environment that's conducive to that deep work that is what those autistic talents are so well known for. We need to understand that autistic individuals frequently don't interview well. So when you're hiring, understand that there needs to be a more holistic hiring process. Relying solely on the interview, you're not going to get a complete picture of what that individual is capable of, especially if they're neurodivergent. Additionally, understand social limitations, do what you can to foster inclusivity without pressure and create a nurturing support ecosystem so that we can all be successful together. And then finally, understand the impacts of stress and overstimulation. Not everybody responds to stress the same. If you want high performance, you really need to understand how to factor in that individual consideration and help people succeed with the skill sets that they bring to the table, with the challenges that they bring to the table, and help them create those alternate pathways for success. If you are interested in learning more, reach out to me. I will be in the chat after this as well. And I'm happy to share whatever we need in order to help you out. With that being said, Mr. Frank, I'll hand it over to you so we can hear a little bit about Ms. Schock's initiative.
Okay, our last presentation is going to be from Ms. Kendra Schock. She spent many years as the Air Force Disability Program Manager. She now has the same role for the Department of State. So Kendra, over to you.
Well, good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to join you on this panel discussion. Even though I've transitioned to the over to the other side, I'm now out of DoD, so I'm learning a whole new language, a whole new culture, a whole new dictionary of acronyms. And I've been with the Department of State now just a little over a month, so I think I'm starting to settle in and starting to understand their program. So David asked me to talk about some of the things that we did in my tenure as the Disability Program Manager for Air Force. And and he's already talked about a lot of those things, but one of the things that I am proud of when I came to Air Force in 2012, there was no policy for providing reasonable accommodation. We had some loose guidelines on how to do that, but we didn't have a codified policy. So in 2016, I believe, AFI 36205 was published, which was Air Force's first policy on providing reasonable accommodation, and provided very detailed instructions on that process. That AFI was later morphed into 362710 and has been updated since then. So just as a disability program manager, having a policy that actually says we will accommodate individuals with disabilities made my job that much more easier, because I could point to the policy. Something I'd like to point out to people is that, you know, we've heard a lot about diversity, equity, and inclusion and accessibility over the last 2 years. And many organizations are setting up diversity and inclusion policies and programs, and that's wonderful. But what I think people forget is disability has always been part of diversity. And as I like to say, disability is the D in diversity. We've always been part of diversity and inclusion. So this is adding on the accessibility part of that has been helpful, but this has always been a requirement. And disability is the only part of diversity and inclusion that actually has a legal requirement. While it's great and wonderful that we have diversity and inclusion programs, and it's important that we understand how we benefit from a diverse population, we have a legal requirement to accommodate individuals with disabilities, and that's codified by law. So it's really important that we put emphasis on pushing through some of these policies. Many of these lines of efforts David and I have been working on for a number of years to accomplish. It's important now that we kind of put our money where our mouth is, and that we support this program and provide it the resources that it needs in order to meet its legal obligation, first of all, but also to improve the diversity of the population of the Air Force. Individuals with disabilities are the most diverse population you will ever find. Anybody listening to this webcast can become part of the disability group any day. And we come from all walks of life, all colors and creeds. So we are the diversity of the Air Force. So I think it's important that we talk about that, and that we incorporate disability policy into this program. One of the benefits of having a centralized program that, such as the Department of State has, is it's fully funded out of one program. So I manage the disability program at the headquarters of state, and they provide reasonable accommodations to individuals all over the world, just as we did at Air Force. The difference in a centralized program is that this program is fully funded to provide those resources. We have contracts for interpreters and readers. We provide captioning on all of our webcasts, and that's all funded through this centralized program. We provide personal assistance to individuals. We pay for reasonable accommodations out of a centralized fund. We do ergonomic assessments for people. So, I mean, the list goes on and on and on. And one of the first couple of weeks of my job at the Air Force, when I had a budget meeting with folks to learn more about the program, I was astounded at the budget for this program at the Department of State. It is 10 times more than any amount of money David, Frank, and I have ever asked for at the Air Force to implement centralized funding. And the difference is when you put resources behind a program and you support the program with not just money, but also people, it becomes an inclusive program, and we're able to meet the needs of individuals with disabilities. One of the other things I've always advocated at Air Force is to have full-time disability program managers. It's very difficult for a disability program manager at a large installation to do that job collateral duty. So again, I've always advocated that we put our resources into our people and into this program. I will be the first to tell you that the grass is not always greener on the other side, even though I've only been there a few weeks. I've gotten a lot of feedback from our customers at state, and they believe that the program, because it is kind of centralized and there is a source, a website where you go and you request a reasonable accommodation and you fill out a form, that they believe it's impersonal, in that we have become paper pushers, in that we've really removed the advocacy and the personal service that this program used to provide. So that is something I'm going to be working on at state, how we can improve communication and make this process more personal. That is one of the advantages of the program at the Department of the Air Force. It's because we have disability program managers at most of the installations, there is somebody there whose role is to advocate for the individual in the accommodation process. So that is something that is missing at the Department of State. And I think it's important because the individuals with disabilities aren't always able to advocate for themselves. Most of the times they don't know what they need and they don't know how to achieve what they need. So I think there are advantages and disadvantages to both sides, but you know, I even in my final days at the Air Force, I was having conversations with the Undersecretary about the importance of centralized funding for reasonable accommodations. So it's my hope that that will finally be achieved at the Department of Air Force. I applaud the work that the DAG is doing, or the DAT is doing. I'm sorry, it's the DAG at the Department of State. And anything that I can do to support you from the other side of the world, I certainly am here for you. So thank you again for the opportunity to talk to you all. I miss you all. I still have you close in my heart. I still have my Space Force flag that I use on a daily basis. And my one of the awards that we won for our disability program is in my home office. So it was great to be able to see you all and be part of this conversation. So thank you. And David, I'll turn it back over to you for the closing of this.
Thank you. We have about 5 minutes to try and tackle some questions. I'm going to give you a couple. I think I'm going to send this one to you, Kendra. We have questions about the hiring authorities available to individuals with disabilities, and a question why special hiring authorities for these individuals are not inconsistent with merit systems principles. Do you want to tackle that one?
I can actually, you know, I still am not an HR specialist. As long as I've been doing this, you would think I would have gained that title. But the Schedule A hiring authority is a non-competitive hiring authority for individuals with disabilities. And it's codified in law and OPM guidance under, is it 214 something? We can find you the legal citing for it. And it allows individuals with severe disabilities to be hired non-competitively in the federal workforce with a 2-year probationary period. And they can be hired full-time, part-time, term limited appointments. There's no limit to how they can be hired. These don't violate merit system principles because the individual still have to be qualified for the job. They have to be qualified. They have to meet all the requirements for the prerequisites for the position, and they have to be able to perform the job even with reasonable accommodations. So I can't explain to you the specifics on how it doesn't violate merit system principles. You're just gonna have to trust me on that, but it is.
I can answer
law.
that piece.
Oh,
of
good. It's always good to have a lawyer on the line.
The law is the one, the Americans with Disabilities Act and the Rehabilitation Act are the one exception to preferences being legally permitted. The courts have held that that people who lack a disability are not discriminated against by giving an advantage to people with disabilities. This is the ADA is written differently than all the other civil rights laws. All other civil rights laws are neutral. You can't discriminate on the basis of race, meaning you can't discriminate against whites just as much as you can't discriminate against blacks. You can't discriminate on the basis of sex under the Civil Rights Act. That means men and women are equally protected. The disability law is different. It specifically gives protections to people with disabilities. And so the courts have said people without disabilities don't have standing to challenge that. And so it is the only place we are allowed to have quotas. And we in fact do. We have goals. We don't have quotas, but it is the one place where quotas would be lawful. We do in fact have goals, and we are exceeding them. We have goals of 12% individuals with disabilities within the department, and of 2% for individuals with targeted disabilities, which are severe disabilities like missing limbs or blindness. And we are currently at over, I think, 14.4% for overall individuals with disabilities. So we're exceeding it by 2.5%. And we are at, I think, about 2.1% for individuals with targeted disabilities who are exceeding there as well. So that's the legal answer to the question. One more question. I think I'm watching the clock here. The main issue we encounter is a lot of leaders embrace the EIA initiatives, but we can't engage more people. Many feel this is part of a woke agenda. How can we help get people involved who are concerned this is contrary to merit? I'm going to try and tackle that, and I'll let Natalie talk to it as well. There is nothing we are doing that is inconsistent with merit. I am a huge believer in the merit system principles and those laws. What barrier analysis is all about is giving equal opportunity. It's removing barriers to to a level playing field. This is not a woke agenda. This is getting the best out of the people we already have and making sure that everybody out there who is qualified has a chance to be part of the Air Force. It is good for the Air Force. This is not some touchy-feely liberal agenda. This is making sure we are not leaving talent behind, not leaving talent on the table. This is something that good conservatives should be able to get behind just as much as touchy-feely liberals. So there is nothing woke about this. It is all about good talent management for the Air Force. And I am being told that we are out of time, so I will stop now.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Frank, Miss Jack, Major Kaiser, Mr. Carbone, and Ms. Schock for this wonderful session. Thanks for your experience and insights regarding how we can enhance the accessibility to individuals with disabilities within the Department of the Air Force. At this time, we're going to enjoy a short comfort break and come back refreshed for our next great session at 1100 Eastern Standard Time. Thank you all. Welcome back. In our last block of the morning, we will focus on equity and learn from the next panel how each of us within the Department of the Air Force can improve the advancement of underrepresented groups in the workplace. This panel will highlight existing challenges concerning advancement of underrepresented groups in the workplace and share ongoing and potential strategies for overcoming these challenges. The equity panel will be moderated by Captain Janice Thomas, Chaplain, 1st Special Operations Wing. Chaplain Thomas will now introduce the panelists for the equity panel.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the panel on equity and improving the advancement of underrepresented groups in the workplace. We sincerely appreciate your attendance here today, and we hope that you leave here a little bit more inspired. My name is Chaplain Janice Thomas, and I will be your moderator for this particular panel. I am currently serving at the 1st Special Operations Wing at Hurlburt Field, Florida, and I primarily serve the 1st Special Operations Maintenance Group. Our panelists that we have with us today are Dr. Gerald Curry, Director, Air Force Review Boards Agency, Mr. Edwin Oshiba, SES, Acting Assistant Secretary of the Air Force for Energy, Installations, and Environment, Colonel Felicia Burks, Commander, 82nd Medical Group, and Mr. Angel Lugo, National Guard Bureau, Diversity and Inclusion, Education, and Training Program Manager. The focus of our panel is intended to highlight existing challenges concerning the advancement of underrepresented groups in the workplace, and to discuss ongoing and potential strategies for overcoming these challenges. Since our panel is primarily focusing on equity, we would like to briefly clarify what makes equity different from equality. Equity takes into consideration the unique needs and circumstances of communities and individuals, and meeting those needs to ensure a fair outcome for all. In contrast, equality is giving everyone the exact same resources and opportunities, irrespective of individual needs. Additionally, in an effort to provide a little more context to our topic today, I will provide a very brief quote regarding disparity in the Department of the Air Force from an NPR article in September 2021. It was noted in a recent review done by the Air Force that it was discovered that minorities and women are underrepresented in leadership and in officer positions, particularly at senior levels, and they get promoted less frequently. The article goes on to say that as a result, the report said thousands of female and minority Air and Space Force members reported instances of bias, discrimination, and sexual harassment that contribute to the racial, ethnic, and gender disparities laid out in the document. Additionally, an underrepresented group is one that has been given inadequate representation within a larger group or organization. So those are the people who we will be focusing on today. Now that we have a basic understanding of our focus for today's panel, let's dive into the questions. So our first question for the panel is, how can we promote awareness of the different needs of underrepresented groups at each level of leadership throughout the Department of the Air Force?
Who do you want to take that?
Well, Dr. Curry, if you wouldn't mind kicking us off, we would love that.
Sure. Well, first of all, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to be on this panel to kind of express my ideas and things of that nature. I've had a full career working in the federal government, primarily during my active duty time, did 27 years, and now another 12 years being a civilian. And so this is not only something that I've had to live through, but also something that I have experienced for myself. There's most of our underrepresented groups continue to see a glass ceiling. For the 75 years of our Air Force existence, 95% of our senior officers, I'm talking flag officers and SESs, have been white males and white females, even till this day. We become what we see. And so I say that to say that something drastic has to be done within our senior leaders to understand that more inclusive and diverse organizations do 10 times better than a like type of organization. And so as we continue to push military readiness across the globe and pierce through the challenges that we have to start looking different and promoting differently. I am so excited because our senior leadership today, from Secretary Kendall and Undersecretary Ortiz-Jones, they are committed to this particular thing. I'm not sure if you recently read the Secretary's letter out to the force. He is on board, both the chiefs, General Brown and General Raymond. We have one of the best leadership team that the history of our Air Force and our Department of Defense has ever collected together. We could not ask for anything better. And so the point that I'm making is that these folks, these leaders are taking this on head on to make significant changes to ensure that senior leadership look like the population in which is serving. And so I'm going to leave it there and allow some of my other colleagues to speak up. But I believe that we're on the mends to actually, and I'll dive in on the deep end when it circles back to me. Over.
Hey, thanks, Dr. Curry. Hey, Chaplain Thomas, if you don't mind, I'll jump in. It's always, so I'll just say, it's always, a bit of a challenge to come after Dr. Curry, right? Because he's always got some great things to say. But first of all, thanks for inviting me to be part of the panel. I'm passionate about this, and so to be able to share some thoughts, I think is a great opportunity. To Dr. Curry's point, I mean, I think our senior leadership in place today has created the environment to allow us to really get after diversity, inclusion, equity, and accessibility. And this question kind of deals primarily with promoting awareness of the different needs, right, of the underrepresented groups. I think one thing we can all do, no matter where we are in the leadership chain, be it down at base level all the way up to here at the Pentagon, is number one, if you're going to promote awareness, you got to first listen to what those different needs are, observe, listen, watch, understand. And I think to do that, you have to create what I call a safe space. People that, as a leader, again, no matter what level that you happen to be leading at, I think it's all incumbent upon us to create a culture and an environment where people feel safe to be able to express their thoughts, their needs, things that they may be experiencing that some of us are not. And we can do that no matter where we sit in that leadership chain. One of the things that I always talk about for the newcomers into my organization is that, one of the things I hold dear is everybody has value. And sometimes you got to look really hard to find it, but it's there. And I think, again, by creating that space where people feel like they can safely express their thoughts or their perceptions about what they're seeing around them, I think that's the start of being able to being more inclusive and building that environment. So thanks, Chaplain Thomas.
Chaplain, if I can add to both points as well, specifically from my viewpoint, in my experience, I recently actually had the honor of working with at the time, the HAF D&I office, and then now have transitioned over to the National Guard Bureau as a civilian. But what I found incredibly powerful is the DAF barrier analysis working groups, who are just at the forefront of really elevating these critical issues as it speaks to awareness of needs of the group communities and the identities that are representative of the DAF. I always think about this, this concept of equity, and at the end of the day, it's really about how do we challenge the power of normal? How are we courageous in challenging and asking the hard questions with regard to the power of normal. And that's what these barrier analysis working groups have been empowered to do. I would offer that, right now, as it primarily resides at the headquarters level, for me at least, one of the keys, and I know the office is working on this, is how do we get this infrastructure built where it gets down to the installation level, so we can really address some of those local commander needs, and more so then create that unity of effort, that strategic alignment where issues are elevated and we're working in unison to really, again, create this a culture of equity as we desire. And then the last thing, every leader, as Mr. Shiba pointed out, has an opportunity. Here at the National Guard Bureau, our joint staff directors routinely leverage our office for us to facilitate listening sessions. And what I found surprising is in many of those cases, our questions are centered around aspects of equity and what are these experiences that are out there for different groups, underrepresented groups. And so, having the foundation of trust, just any leader can go out there and really, go out there and take a step forward to have these forums. And at the end of the day, as Mr. Shiva said, being able to listen, but I will throw in something else is believe. Do you believe the experiences of others? Because that is going to drive the conviction and then the commitment that's necessary to create change. Over.
Yeah, and Chaplain Thomas, I'd just like to add on, and certainly honored to be here with the esteemed panelists and the leaders that are here on this line. But just thinking about it, there are several things too that I think sometimes we may forget. And so we talk emotional intelligence. That's not only aware of others, but also aware of self, and knowing that in those listening sessions, I had that there too, but not only listening so you create the trust, not listening just to say, I did that and I'm checking a block, but what are you doing with the information that you get? And do you really believe, like Angel said, the experience that these groups are having, because that's truth. And then I think we have to center that cultural perspective. There are things, every cultural dynamic that differs from every subgroup, and it's important to understand that. And in order to promote that awareness, we've got to listen and be willing to learn and come from a place of curiosity, right? Leaders have to lead from a place of curiosity and say, okay, what am I missing? Because I think too that we've established a system, because anytime you see disparities like that, it's a systemic issue that have to be challenged, and it's the truth, right? I'm only speaking facts here. And so it's important that we understand that, but what do we do to get to that place? And if there are certain skills that we're requiring of these senior leaders to have, then make it known and ensure that we equip the folks to be able to have those skills to get to that next level. Organize, train, and equip. You've organized it, trained me, equipped me, and then it's up to me to perform to that level. And I think that's really important for every leader at every level to understand that. And I think too, we have to discuss the invisible forces. What's not there? What am I not seeing? And am I curious to really ask the question, what am I missing? When I think about my airmen who have English as a second language, am I aware of that? Am I aware that they're processing on both sides of their brain, trying to translate to one language to another? And is that timely? Because we expect to move really fast. And I think it's important that we have that awareness so that we create equity. It's about equity, not equality here. So thank you.
Wow, I really hope the viewers watching are taking notes, because this is just a gold mine. This is already just a wealth of knowledge. So thank you to each one of you for sharing this invaluable wisdom. And what I think I'm hearing you all say is that in order to promote awareness, this really starts with a culture shift or a culture change within the Department of the Air Force. It sounds like what I'm hearing you say is that we're going to have to create a culture of active listening. And like you were saying, Colonel Burks, not just listening, for the face value of it, but listening to build trust. So that's going to involve a culture change, is listening, and then two, slowing down, because we don't like to move slow in the Air Force. We're fast burners, and so it's going to take some time for us to slow down and to really listen to the needs of each underrepresented group in order to make sure we are aware of their unique and specific challenges. So thank you so much for that. Our next question is, if awareness is the first step that we just talked about in order to understand these underrepresented groups, then what would be the next step that leaders can take within their own sphere of influence, right? So not even just senior leaders, but maybe frontline supervisors. What can they do after awareness has been established in order to keep it going?
I guess we'll go ahead and keep the same order that we had. Both Mr. Lugo and Mr. Oshiba kind of already talked about it, and Colonel Burks talked about curiosity. I believe that the next step that, well, let me take a step back first, okay? So it's good to have awareness, but before all that, you have to have an infrastructure that's inclusive, that's inviting, so then people start feeling a sense of belonging. Oftentimes, and I'm one of them, oftentimes when I walk into a conference room, not right now, but when I used to 20, 30 years ago, I didn't feel a sense of belonging because I was the only person that looked like me. And neither were the people in the room inviting enough to say, hey, why don't you sit next to me? Most of them didn't want to have that conversation. So there's a sense of feeling marginalized and isolated. And so again, from the very basic training tech school, we need to create, we collectively, big Air Force, Curry's opinion, we need to mandate mentoring. Mentoring not only on the things that need to get you promoted, but how to fit in, how to engage, how to learn, what are those technical requirements to actually elevate you and allow you to feel like you're part of the group. We don't do that. Right now on my vector, mentoring is a volunteer type of endeavor. I think it needs to be mandated from E1 to O10. Oh yes, I'm telling you, some of our senior leaders need to have mentors and coaches all along the way, and it need not be periodic. It needs to be continual. As you elevate, as you promote, you need to continue to have someone to confide in, someone to kind of say, hey, am I making the right moves? Am I thinking the right things? Or perhaps maybe, my family's going through a struggle and it's causing me a little bit of tenseness. I need to know how to react to that. And so I honestly believe from an institutional perspective, we have to start leveraging our retiree community to give them the opportunity to give back. So what am I really describing? I'm describing both structural and behavioral type barriers that have prevented us from moving forward. I'm going to leave it there and allow my colleagues to do what they do. Over.
Again, it's always a challenge following Dr. Curry, right? So, when I saw the question, when I heard the question, the immediate thing that came to mind was provide opportunities to get involved. Mr. Lugo brought up the point about the DAF barrier analysis working groups, the BOGs. That structure permeates down into the major commands, and I think there are also some things we're calling mission resource groups, or you may have heard the term employee resource groups down at the base level. And the point being that there is now, I think, lots of opportunities to get involved, to actually have your voice heard and take an active part in making that culture change that Chaplain Thomas talked about. We as leaders need to be able to provide our employees an opportunity to get involved. I mean, they shouldn't be they shouldn't feel afraid to take some time to go do that kind of thing. And we need to encourage it. We need to maybe in some cases maybe reward it. But I don't think I've been around a long time like Curry has. I don't remember a time that we've had so many different opportunities to actually get involved and make change. And it'd be a shame if we didn't take that opportunity to encourage our folks to do that. I am the co-champion for the Pacific Island Asian American community team. And I'll just tell you one real short story about getting involved. So we had a major at base level who noticed that during the annual anti-terrorism force protection training you get online, that there seemed to be a bias against against a certain community, I'll say, a certain ethnicity. And she brought that to the attention of us in the pack, and we sort of made the right connections with the right folks who could make change. And in a period of less than a year, we were able to actually change that training, that online training that everybody across the Department of the Air Force sees, to remove that sort of unintentional bias toward a certain group, based upon the input from one major at a base who noticed something that all of us were probably blind to, because it was just something that we just grown accustomed to over time. You can make change, and I think our department now has put certain structures in place to allow you to make that change. We as leaders need to encourage it, and for those of you who want to be an active part of that change, I encourage you to get involved.
Yeah, I would just add, I don't have really much in terms of a significant perspective outside of what's been powerfully stated at this point. I do appreciate Dr. Curry's mentioning of mentorship. I would even throw the aspect of sponsorship, as we have that particular very influential, I would call it maybe even a custom within our military structure of how that influences who gets access to opportunities. I really appreciate the fact of mentorship. And one of the things I had the fortune of doing is working in corporate with Geico and working in the space. And one thing we were really looking at is how do we really educate and help our senior executives think about the way that they are mentoring, and even from the aspect of how can they build their own cultural competence acumen around a concept called reverse mentoring, where there are opportunities where they're taking in, they may be mentoring an individual from an underrepresented group, and that is the focus of the session, is that they're being mentored based on the cultural experiences of either the individual or a group of individuals, just to get that. But as we said, it's beyond awareness. Is what am I doing to take this information, this understanding, and take action? And I think a big part of that for me is really this element of conviction, being convicted to a point that I'm going to act because this is my leadership challenge, and I don't have a choice. I don't have a choice to opt out. This is my leadership challenge that I have to take, and just like any other leadership challenge that we call our leaders to accept. This should very much be seen in the same light. Over.
And Chaplain Thomas, I'll just add to what's already been said. Some things just made me think. And so we talk sponsorship, we talk coaching and mentoring. And so what's most effective? We look at the organization. When we're assigned to a new unit, typically we're assigned a sponsor in that will, but we're assigned a sponsor to help us navigate our careers, because when we think from a culture perspective, and look at how our military force has strategically or intentionally been built through the years, right? There are some gaps when you start looking at those demographics. And then, so there's gonna be an unknown factor. We are all isolated to certain tribes. If I go to where I grew up in my community, I can go back there and I will just tend to go back to what I knew. But in growing, it requires a lot for me too to shift to make sure that I can be my best self, but also to the people I serve. So I would add that. Also, when we talk power proximity, it goes to that sponsorship, mentoring, et cetera. There's a level of knowledge that comes when we have the proximity or close relational aspect to people. And although performance capital is important, we know just based on how the systems work, there's also a bias that's introduced, and that relational capital is important. That may be that determining factor of how someone's getting an opportunity. I think we need to be aware of that. And then also I would add the measurement. And so not only from that quantitative perspective, because data does matter, right? We talk about the 4 major graded areas and how we, look at our resources to make data-driven decision-making. But that qualitative is very important too. And are we listening to what's being said, or have we shifted from that growth mindset that got us to this promotion or whatever opportunity? Have we shifted, or we have a fixed mindset because of what we thought was true? And have we challenged ourselves to say, was that really true or not? It requires us also, it goes back to really centering culture perspectives. And do I really know what I think I know, or do I really need to lead from that place of curiosity? Because I'm not aware of that. And so I think that's important for all leaders, and we've got to be able to get to that level if we want to lead these 5 generations that's in the workforce, and making sure that what got me here can get me there by listening to the ones at the other end. I think that's really critical. Over.
Wow, that was all extremely powerful. And I love the discussion from coaching, mentoring, sponsorship, power, proximity. And to me, my takeaway from that is there has to be an action after awareness, right? And so it seems like there should be, after all of the reports and research, a somewhat high level of awareness concerning equity for underrepresented groups within the big Air Force. And now it sounds like you all are saying we need to take some action, and you've provided a lot of different ways as to how leaders can do that, can take action. Mr. Lugo, you specifically said, it's what am I going to do with this information? And so it's, to me, the word that pops out is accountability. And so my next question is, what are some ways that the Department of the Air Force can hold specifically frontline supervisors accountable to ensure that they are working towards equitable outcomes within the areas of their responsibility, whether it's a flight, whether it's a squadron, whatever their area of responsibility is? How can we hold frontline supervisors accountable and making sure they're working towards equitable outcomes?
Okay. First of all, intent alone will not fix biases. Okay? Having the right intent will not change biases. Oftentimes, we're not teaching our leaders how to lead with their heart instead of leading with authority. And so oftentimes when we lead with authority, then people come to work because they have to, they're mandated. But when you lead from the heart, folks start showing up early and they don't mind staying a little bit later. And when we lead with authority, people do just enough to get by. But when you lead from your heart, folks will stick around and do whatever's necessary, support that boss, understand and internalize the vision, and you'll find that organization reach new heights, new goals, and things of that nature. And so as we're talking about trying to promote underrepresented groups, we need to empower them by reaching their heart, reaching them right where they're at. And again, as I said before, we become what we see. And if we start seeing senior, leaders, supervisors doing things correctly, when I say correctly, I'm saying from the heart perspective, treating people as human and not necessarily as machines. And I know there's probably pundits out there that would say, the mission comes first. Oh, hell no, it doesn't. Okay? People come first, and it's about time that we understand the significance that nothing can happen without feeding and investing in our people and teaching them how to grow. Your question was, what can frontline supervisors do? They can acquire some new knowledge. The only way to acquire new knowledge, there's 4 different ways. You can read a book, you can have a conversation, you can gain some experiences, and then exposure. We have to elevate ourselves from where we are to get to wherever we're trying to get to. And so I'll stop preaching and hand it over to Mr. Oshiba.
Hey, thanks, Dr. Curry. Maybe a bit more practical. My input's gonna be some practical advice. So on the civilian side, right, we all have to write performance appraisals, and we have to document performance objectives. Well, you can put some things directly into a performance plan, if you will, to help drive some accountability when it comes to equitable outcomes, right? You can say that part of your job is to I'm going to participate in so many DEI&A panels per year. I'm going to lead some. I'm going to make sure that I compose diverse hiring panels when I'm doing hiring for a vacancy in my unit. We can ensure that we develop diverse hiring slates when we're picking individuals to, again, fill a vacancy. When you have 2 people who are equally qualified, who are you going to pick, right? It makes people uncomfortable sometimes, but if you know what your demographics look like, that might sway who you want to select for a position. Those are all things we can do. We can sign people up for developmental courses, provide 360-degree feedbacks, follow up with those frontline supervisors to ensure that not only are they working on their strengths, but what are you doing to compensate for those areas that you need to improve in. we could do climate surveys, right? And again, follow up on those climate surveys with action to again correct those sort of areas that potentially you're a little bit weak in. Those are all kind of practical things I think we can do. You know, at times I think, to be frank, maybe we lack some courage in those areas. What we're trying to do here requires a bit of courage. And I think if we want to help make things stick, this is calling for us all to be courageous leaders. Angel, thoughts?
No, thank you, sir, and thank you, Dr. Curry. Just to echo what you said, Mr. Oshiba, I too kind of centered this question or my response on kind of some practical things. And I think to add to that, you know, the key word accountable. You know, at the end of the day, we have performance evaluation and feedback systems in place that influence behavior, that are aimed to influence behaviors, right, and drive outcomes. And so one of the things for me, especially as a DEI practitioner and education and training focused manager, you know, what I thought was huge was that the Air Force or the DAF instituted the new Air Force foundational competencies, one being fosters inclusion. So now we have this, you know, declaration of what we believe to be effective leadership and how that's defined with respect to the skills and abilities of our leaders. And one of those being fosters inclusion. So now how do you translate that or how do you integrate that, just like we do with any other competency, into something that is measurable and, more importantly, something that is accountable for every leader within our feedback systems, our performance evaluation systems. And really at the end of the day, I just want to say that, you know, we use the term inclusive leader, we use the term inclusive leadership, and I do appreciate those terms. I do hope that at some point we transition to the point that just being the leader, you're inherently inclusive. We don't have to define specific, you know, subsets that often give individuals a way out of, you know, either being inclusive or not being inclusive. So hopefully that makes sense, but it's just a mindset, something that I know I've grappled with of how do we really redefine, we're redefining leadership, and being inclusive, fostering inclusion is a critical aspect of that. So over.
Yeah, thanks, gentlemen. And I'll just add, you know, a few things there too. You know, when we think about it, right, as a strategic imperative or just looking, have we really defined our end states or desired outcomes, right? Have we really put some ops design to this and talk about what we really want to achieve, right? I think there should be some measurable outcomes in an action plan that requires some follow-up at all the highest levels and track those metrics and then report those metrics and tie it to performance, right? This is my report card. In the civilian sector, it's not uncommon for them to do some of those things. It's tied to my report card. How am I performing? And I'm making that transparent to everyone, because we got to think about, if you go out and do any trends and go Google it, right, what's coming in the next 20, 30, 40 years, oh, we equip for that. And we got to do the work today. We cannot wait. And we talk about our great power competition. They don't have those same challenges. And we got to be aware of that. And so we've got to be aware of that. What do we do to make sure that we're holding every leader accountable? So we challenge our mindsets, because what worked for my mom or worked for me may not work for someone that has a 10 to 20 year gap for me. And so we got to be able to think about that. And I think if we look at it and really tie it to some of the performance like we do everything else, we'll start seeing some action and traction. Over.
Well, Colonel Burke stole my next question. So that's a perfect segue into the next question. But Colonel Burke, you mentioned report cards essentially, or just having transparency in that reporting once accountability has been established. And so my next question is, how can the Department of the Air Force model transparency? We've already got the suggestion of the report cards, but how can the DAF model transparency and accountability regarding leaders who either stifle equity for underrepresented groups or they just repeatedly fail to advance that particular mission?
I think that we have to, first of all, rethink our performance, how our performance plans are being evaluated. And I think that accountability is how you hold those senior leaders accountable. When I say senior leaders, I'm saying any supervisor, okay? Folks need to be accountable. one of the biggest problems that I've seen over the years is that supervisors typically do not communicate with their subordinates. They don't have those tough conversations if that individual, and so it becomes now personal and combative, when it comes time to actually sign the instrument. But I honestly believe that we, as an Air Force, we need to be completely transparent, mandating again that if people are leading from the heart, it's very easy to have a conversation with someone because it's no longer personal. It's truly geared toward that particular mission and what performance. I mean, what behavior needs to be improved. Oftentimes, I can't change what I don't know. And if you continue to smile in my face and, we go to lunch every now and then and you never whisper a word. And then on my performance report, I'm saying, what the heck happened? Now I'm surprised and I'm all upset at you because you didn't talk to me throughout the plan. But I think that there's two things that need to be done. We need to look strategic at how we're treating and how we're elevating and promoting people. But then we also need to take a look more granular at that one-on-one relationship and how we're leading. From a strategic perspective, the Air Force has issued since 1970 over 28 RDR reports, basically. And they all say the same thing since 1970. We as an institution have not expressed the willingness and conviction to go back and change those things. And so consequently, the same numbers of minority groups being promoted from the 1970s are being promoted now. That's a travesty within our institution, and we need to change it. We know what's wrong. We don't need another study. We don't need another survey. We just need to act off of the information that we currently have. So again, we need to, I don't want to use the term man up, but we need to stand up and do the right thing and hold ourselves accountable for the work that's already been done. Over to my fearless leader, sir.
You mentioned the racial disparity review, and maybe I was just kind of sleeping at the wheel. I didn't realize they were done all the way back from 1970. But the one thing I will say about the ones we just did over the past couple of years, they were public, right? It was put on the Air Force Link site. Everybody could look at it, and it showed us, right? It showed the Air Force warts and all. I think that's a great first step toward modeling transparency. Right? We got to be willing to kind of put it all out there and then talk about it. To your point, Dr. Curry, I think the next step is so now we see in many cases the trends that have persisted over time. What are we going to do about them? And I know that we're putting together an implementation plan to get after some of those. Be able to talk about it again in public in terms of how well we are progressing. And let's face it, there's some things that we're not going to progress in very, very far, very fast. That doesn't mean you shouldn't talk about them, right? We need to talk about the things that are challenges in a way that is open to everybody. So we can both gather feedback, learn from it, improve, and perhaps accelerate areas that we know we need to accelerate in. But that to me is a great first step. One of the things that maybe I think some of you probably know, the Chief of Staff has a Diversity and Inclusion Council. They meet once a month. Some of us sit on it. It's interesting to me who gets to brief at that council. I mean, you have captains and tech sergeants and airmen, and I'm thinking to myself, when I was a lieutenant, I mean, I'd be scared stiff, right? If somebody told me, hey, you got into the Pentagon, you're going to brief the Chief of Staff of the Air Force on X. And his ability to bring people in and then talk about it again to the entire department is again that great first step toward modeling the transparency, I think, for all of us to copy off of. Over.
Thank you. Definitely echo the point with respect to how councils can come into play to absolutely drive accountability. And I think being able to replicate that all the way down to the lowest levels is an effort to continue as we think about how we can drive that transparency and accountability, and then even put in practices or policies that will elevate, those actions and those outcomes to the highest levels of leadership. So there is, again, a focus on that. I do want to add another perspective in terms of accountability, and it's just something I think about because of my conversations I've had, especially on the heels of the RDR, and that is, there's sometimes an infatuation with data, especially in this DEI space, and I need more data to be convinced that something is wrong, and so it takes me back to a conference I went to, and a comment about, why do I need a business case for you to treat me right? And so I think, it's really about being a leader and understanding that, the facts are out there, the data's out there, you can do the homework, but at the end of the day, we got to get after it. And forums such as councils, being able to really be transparent, as was indicated by Mr. Shub and Dr. Curry, are critical in this area. And I think there's so much to be said about what Colonel Burks brought into play of the education and training piece as well. How do we educate and train our leaders? Specifically, I can tell you on the heels of the RDR, when I was working at the Air Staff, on the heels of George Floyd and that tragedy, there were commanders, I kind of bucketed them into three groups, and that was, those that wanted to ignore it, those that wanted to do something about it, but didn't know how. And then there were those that really did, everything that they could to accept that leadership challenge and engage with their people. And so I absolutely believe that there's opportunities there to really focus on that education and training piece too, as that all kind of feeds in together. So over.
Thank you. Thanks, gentlemen. And I think I'd just like to add, and so that question comes, right, who stifles, right? Maybe we need to define who and what that looks like, and defining who's stifling that equity so that folks can be able to see. I think there's areas at the macro level and the micro level, right? We talk about the granular, and so micro frontline supervisors, typically young and don't have as much lived experience. And sometimes we're making decisions based on what we learned throughout our lifetime. And to us, it is right. As we mature and have some lived experience, that becomes a different level of leadership maturity. And so I even reflect back on my experience, things that I would have decided on at age 25, at age 45, I may do differently. It's because I have different lived experience, and I'm looking at dynamics, because leadership is a process. It's a process, and then you're employing situational leadership and getting to know the person, because every person is unique. And then when I think about the military, right, I can't compare it to civilian sector because everyone hasn't taken that oath and said that they would support and defend the Constitution. Right there, you are my family, you're my brother, and we are abiding to the same principles. But I'm an athlete. I played sports anyway. I won't say I'm an athlete now, but we have the same rules. I have the playbook. And when the coach was teaching me, everyone knew what to do. It was up to me whether I was going to have the skill or will to be able to perform at that level. And I think we need to continue to do that. And so when I say that, right, when you think about transparency, what transparency means? That barriers do not exist. That means I can see it, right? And so that's what we want to be able to get to. And is everyone seeing everything at every level? Perhaps when we're thinking about the leaders, right? Or we ask, defining it and then being transparent so that they're being transparent at every level. There are discussions about whether the frozen middle are the ones that are blocking it. And I have to ask the question, me being a group commander, am I blocking this? And so it just becomes, right, everyone getting involved. And I think that will help, and just talk to the transparency of what we're trying to get after, not eliminating certain groups, just thinking through it, right? It comes from every group, from the LGBT to the disability group to every race or gender. Are we really getting after it? And are we really modeling transparency in what we do for that accountability? What does it look like? But I do think we need to define who's stifling equity based on what we understand. Over.
Thank you so much to all of you, again, just for sharing your wisdom with us. I know I've learned a whole lot, and I'm sure everyone who's watching in YouTube land, virtual land, is taking away a lot from this as well. At this time, I'd like to pass it over to Major Rosa, just to see if we have any questions from virtual land out there that maybe we did not get a chance to cover just yet.
This is Major Brooks. I'm just gonna read the comments that Major Rosa is putting in the chat for us. So the first question that we have is, what is the quantitative data of the demographic representation within the total force in relation to the demographics of our leaders? Over.
I think that's more of an A1 question than, and I'm not sure if any of us are actually qualified or have access to the data to actually respond to that accurately. I will say that we're still lacking at the senior ranks, across the board, as far as minority representation. For instance, there's never been a 4-star Hispanic general officer. That's something that the Air Force is working on. We need to continue to look across the spectrum of all those underrepresented groups to ensure that there's proper representation. Now, oftentimes we take on a mindset that we're lowering the requirements and the credentials by allowing minorities to move forward. But we're not doing that at all. Great folks have always existed in all the races, but they've been denied opportunities time and time again. So we need to stop the madness, because what in essence happened is that we're viewed as a low-cost labor market for the Air Force. And so is that all that we are? It's just low-cost labor? I think not. And so again, in order to take advantage and to truly be the premier world fighting force, we have to diversify. We have to be inclusive. And so again, I hate that I'm not answering the question, but I don't know what those numbers are in comparison. And so, but I'm going to leave it there, and perhaps maybe some of my colleagues can add on. Over.
Yeah, I would add Dr. Curry, again, being associated with the DAF DEIA office at one point, and being familiar with some of the demographics that came out. I too don't have the current numbers. I do believe I would just offer perspective as well, as when we think about leading indicators, not just looking at our general officers or our senior civilians, but then what's that applicant pool, so to speak, or that pool that is, the pipeline that feeds into that, and what does that demographic makeup look like? Because that is absolutely critical as well, to your point. Thank you.
Thank you both for those excellent responses. So our next question is, how can we change from the ground while we are waiting for leadership above to implement the needed policies and codes to require the changes? Over.
I'll jump in, Major Brooks. So here's my advice: don't wait. Don't wait for the system or the bureaucracy to give you permission to do it. Just do it, right? I mean, what we're talking about with diversity and inclusion, equity and accessibility, and you don't have to wait. Don't wait for us, right? You cannot do anything wrong in this space if you take action to improve in any one of those 4 areas I just talked about. We are here. I hereby empower you. How's that?
And I would just say the same, right? I mean, you talk about accelerate, change, or lose, removing the bureaucracy, flat organization. There's some things we need to just get after. And I think most leaders would probably agree when you start seeing these leaders at the most frontline levels, if you will, that are right there at that unit level, the organization level, operational level, and move, you're going to get supported. And so how do we come together to move it forward? And we have some generations, right, especially the millennials, right, have just really joined and doing a lot of things. Really, they're going to be the ones to drive a lot of change because they're influencing up, down, and across. And I think, right, just go do, accelerate, change, or lose, right? We're supporting our chief's vision to accelerate, change, or lose. Over.
Thank you for those excellent responses. Unfortunately, we're a little tight on, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I was just going to add on. Confucius said, be the change that you want to see. And so again, if you want to see some change, go be it. Over.
Thank you, Dr. Curry. Thank you, Chaplain Thomas, Mr. Oshiba, Colonel Burks, and Mr. Lugo for making us all aware of these existing challenges to equity and ways to overcome these challenges for advancement among underrepresented groups. Unfortunately, we've run out of time for additional questions, but next we will be transitioning into a working lunch. So please grab some needed nourishment and tune into this presentation on Leading Inclusively Virtual Experience, or the live program. We will then meet back at 1300 Eastern Standard Time for Block 4. You won't want to miss this opportunity to hear from keynote speaker, Undersecretary of the Air Force, Honorable Gina Ortiz-Jones. The live program uses an interactive tool for scenario-based human relations training to provide airmen and guardians a safe and authentic environment for participants to practice essential inclusive leadership skills such as fostering inclusion, cultural competence, bias literacy, and talent management. Please welcome Ms. Sherry Adkins, Chief of Education and Training for the Department of the Air Force's Office of Diversity and Inclusion, who will give a demonstration of the live program starting at 1200 hours. At this time, we will take a short break. Thank you all.
Ms. Adkins,
Yes.
I cannot get my screen to change, so sorry about that.
I said, we're just glad you're here. Don't worry about it, Dr. Duffield. We are all good. At the end of the day, it's really about the demonstration, not about the backgrounds.
Good to know.
Sherry, I'm in full screen, but I still see you currently. And even if I click the ellipsis, I cannot remove your video. Will that stay on the whole time or no?
I am not sure. Let's test it now. Oh, we can't see it, can we? I am not sure, Senior. Show us what you see.
Yeah, I see full screen. I'm in full screen, but can see everyone on the side. But I think when we go in, that won't happen.
I think so too.
Could you see what I see on my screen or no?
Oh, it says Melanie says it's because your camera's still on. Once it's off, it will hide it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now have Ms. Sherry Adkins present on the live program.
Hello, hi, my name is Sherry Atkins. I'm the Director of Education and Training for the Secretary of the Air Force Diversity and Inclusion Office. Today, we are going to give you a live demonstration of the Leading Inclusively Virtual Experience Program. This is a new program that DAF DEIA is partnering with Air University Eker Center to provide a customized interactive tool to deploy human relation scenario-based training using mixed virtual reality. This is not new to the Department of the Air Force. We have been leveraging this technology already for quite some time in the leadership space, but now we're going to take it and institutionalize it and bring it into the diversity, equity, and inclusion and accessibility space. So today, we're going to have two of our seasoned, as our program is only 60 days old, facilitators from USAFE who has leaned in and really just taken this program and already given 8 different sessions. So you're going to hear from Senior Helder and Senior Samuel, who are going to lean in and they're going to facilitate a live session for us. But why do we do live? Well, what live will help us do is really apply communication skills to address exclusive behaviors, whether they're intentional or unintentional. Those exclusive behaviors, by addressing them and learning how to address them, we can practice fostering inclusion through cultural competence, bias literacy, and talent management. And from that, I'm going to pass it over to Senior Helder and Senior Samuel, who are going to facilitate a session with Senior Master Sergeant Vaught from our own DAF DEIA team and many members from across the department who volunteered today. So over to you, Senior Samuel and Senior Helder.
Good afternoon. Can everyone see me?
Senior Helder, try to start your video again. There it is.
Can everyone see me? Good afternoon, everyone. As Ms. Sherry Atkins said, I hail from USAFE, Rath Milden Hall, Chief of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Accessibility. And we are excited to be here today with my teammate, Senior Master Sergeant Ryan Samuel from Lake and Heath, who is the A1Z SEL. Before we get started, one of the things that I just want to mention or kind of put us in, so often we talk about, as leaders, we talk about a safe space. I want us to understand that right now we are going to go into a brave space. And so why do I say brave space? Well, we know that conversations like these oftentimes will challenge our own biases. We know that it takes bravery and courage. It takes us being vulnerable and leaning into fear in order to have these conversations. So with that, I will go ahead and get started. So greetings and welcome to the Inclusive Leadership Virtual Reality Experience. Today, we will go on a journey together to explore socially complex situations and conversations Department of the Air Force leaders may face, examine the influence of personal and organizational blind spots and biases, and to learn and practice respectful, empathetic ways to engage in difficult conversations. During this training experience, our volunteer will execute the real-time conversations with the human-led avatar. But research shows that those observing the conversations gain the same learning experience. After the conversation simulation, everyone will participate in debriefing that unpacks the situation and the conversation. To be reminded there are no right or wrong answers, only respectful dialogue. Let me review the simulation process. I'm going to read the simulation to the group, including our first volunteer. And when our participant is ready, they are going to say start conversation. At that time, they will engage with the avatar and everyone else will observe silently without comment. If at any time the participant feels uncomfortable with where the conversation is going, you need to regroup or want to pause to get advice, say pause conversation. The avatar will go off screen. And your observers and facilitators will offer their advice or solution. When you are ready to resume, you will then say resume conversation, and the avatar will start back where you left off. When you or the facilitator believe the conversation has reached a conclusion, either will say end conversation. If I could ask at this point if all participants can turn their cameras off before I read the scenario. Ma'am, Senior Airman Smith is a new mother. She is working on the flight line with Staff Sergeant Newsom and Tech Sergeant Parker. When Senior Airman Smith says she is going to take a break, everyone knows she is going to pump for breastfeeding. Sergeant Newsom said to Tech Sergeant Parker, look, Senior Airman Smith is going to take a milk break. Milk is the new smoke when it comes to breaks. Tech Sergeant Parker replied by saying, I guess I have to have a baby to get an extra break. This exchange was overheard by Senior Airman Smith, and you played as a Master Sergeant. Senior Airman Smith was noticeably upset, so you have decided to have a one-on-one conversation with Tech Sergeant Parker in your office about what you witnessed. You are the Master Sergeant talking to Tech Sergeant Parker. Take your time, go over it, and when you are ready, say start conversation.
Start conversation.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello, Technical Sergeant Parker. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. Thank you. Hey, so one of the reasons why I wanted to bring you into my office is to kind of have a discussion about a conversation that myself and Senior Airman Smith overheard between you and another staff sergeant. We heard you in reference talk about her pumping, also leading to being almost on the same level as a smoke break. Are you aware of that conversation?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay, so I just kind of want to understand, as we're kind of navigating through this, kind of what was your thought process behind why those comments were made?
Well, ma'am, it was a joke. I was not aware that anyone was listening, but it was just a joke that we made. He made a joke and then I made one back about, I guess I have to have a baby to take a break. So it was just a joke that we were just going back and forth joking.
Yeah, so I can acknowledge that there's some humors in some situations. However, you know, understanding the environment and the audience that's around us is very important. And not only that, but understanding that it's important that we have those avenues for all of our airmen and guardians to be able to use the resources that should be allowed to them. And understanding that, you know, as a woman, you know, it's very important that we do not shame or make people feel shameful for taking those opportunities to you know, provide nutrients to their child. Would you kind of agree in that aspect?
Yes, ma'am, I would agree, and I wasn't trying to shame anyone at all. You know, I have chosen not to have kids so that I can focus on my career, and sometimes it does feel like I don't get the same advantages because of that. We're not getting equal breaks. And I don't know, sometimes I'm like, does she need to pump that much? I mean, is she even using those breaks to pump every time? We don't know. And I don't know, I guess I just don't understand it.
Yeah, I acknowledge your feedback for sure. Have you ever thought about potentially having a conversation with Senior Airman Smith to understand that process? I can understand that process as a mother, and prior to when we started to install and ensure that our mothers were getting an opportunity to pump, going back to my years 18 years ago, not allowed or not feeling like I had the opportunity to provide that time to pump for my child. But having those conversations with people to ensure that you understand the process, and maybe if to you the perception is she isn't pumping, just I would encourage you to have a conversation with her to understand the process. Have you ever had a conversation with her about this?
No, ma'am, I haven't. I have to admit, I think I'm a little intimidated, and a little bit, if I'm being fully transparent with you, I'm a little bit jealous. I feel like, she's attempting to have it all. And I always thought that, there was a choice that had to be made, and I personally made the choice not to have children so that I can focus on my work. So I think I have some underlying jealousy maybe, or intimidation that has kind of kept me from having this conversation.
Sergeant Parker, I'll say that I definitely commend you for your transparency. I know that sometimes is very difficult to openly acknowledge some of those blind spots that we may have. I also admire you for, striving to, on your professional goals. But the one thing that I would challenge you is to see other people's goals as well, because I think that that's what makes our enterprise, our force, our airmen and guardians so fantastic, is that we all have different goals. We all have different things that drive us, and understanding that we have to have an equitable line of where we can offer things to our airmen and guardians, regardless of whether they want to have a family or not. But also, I want to challenge you to also understand that you are in a position as an NCO in the top tier of the NCO Corps to know that what you say, whether it's a joke or not, can come off as, either people want to follow behind that joke with you because, they may admire you, or it becomes very offensive to our subordinates around us. And that could really shut off some potential, mentorship between you and potentially Senior Airman Smith. As women in uniform, we really should power together. And you have the opportunity to really build that relationship with her. So I would really want to encourage you and challenge you to have a conversation with Senior Airman Smith. One, to clear the way with her and let her know. I think that that's going to be really powerful as well, to let her know kind of what your goals are. And it says a lot when we can hold ourselves accountable when we're maybe in the wrong in some situations. Would you agree?
Yes, ma'am. And I am open to having the conversation with her. I don't want her to feel like I was trying to shame her. We were saying it in jest, but, now I see it affected her. And I don't always have the confidence to address, when men are making jokes. I don't want to be considered a drag or anything like that. And I think it's exasperated by the fact that I am a woman in leadership. But I'm happy to have that conversation with her, and I will think about that next time when I'm talking with them or joking with them, my position.
Yeah, absolutely. And the other thing is, sometimes we may think that our voices may not be heard, but I can even tell you in that moment when you're with Staff Sergeant Newsome, just a simple acknowledging what was said was not appropriate goes a long way. And if we can start to change the climate, which can get after the culture of where we're going in our force, I can tell you, you are already making strides right now, but by just acknowledging and being fully transparent right now. So be brave and knowing that you can stand strong in that moment and have those difficult conversations with your peers, with your subordinates, because when we don't make that correction, then we then start to acknowledge that it's okay to make those comments and jokes. So I would also, after a conversation with Senior Airman Smith, I would also ask that you go back to Staff Sergeant Newsome and you all discuss why he feels that way and start having that uncomfortable conversation, because I think that that's very important that we start having those. Do you have any thoughts about that?
I'm more than happy to talk with both of them. I guess I didn't think about the fact that by joking along with them, I was encouraging that type of behavior. I just didn't think of it that way, ma'am. But I appreciate you, talking with me about this and kind of explaining, because I do want to be the best airman that I can be and the best leader that I can be. And I don't want to make anyone feel badly.
Yeah, Sergeant Parker, I don't think that this is, in any way, shape, or form a, your character whatsoever. So I appreciate you having this open conversation with me and talking to me. And I know that just with this small conversation that, together we're going to strive to make this organization better by starting with these conversations. And just know that my door is always open. You always have access to me, that if something comes up, or if you overhear a conversation and you're not sure how to go about having those talks with your peers or your subordinates, understand that I'm here in lockstep with you and we'll walk side by side with you any way that you need.
I appreciate that, ma'am, and I will take that. I will take you up on that. This conversation has been really helpful, so thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Technical Sergeant Parker. End conversation.
Ma'am, first of all, I want to say thank you for entering into that brave space. How do you feel?
Well, the thing is these are real scenarios that we all as leaders have probably come across. And what I was a little nervous going into the scenario, just dealing with an avatar, because I wasn't sure how real or authentic it would feel. But I tell you, it was probably about as real and authentic as it gets on the virtual aspect of it. And it did truly feel like it was a real conversation, and it didn't feel rushed. And it, to me, I think that these scenarios have some room for goodness to start building our leaders to have those uncomfortable conversations.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. For the greater audience, for the participants, how are you all feeling? What were your thoughts on what you saw in the scenario? Have you all potentially dealt with anything like this that you wouldn't mind sharing with the group writ large?
I think Senior did a wonderful job with the avatar. What I would be curious to see is if the avatar had gone in a different direction, because a lot of people today, when we bring these scenarios to this, or this is their situation, they go to the defense. And it takes a conversation, probably in a slight detour, where we usually end up right where Senior ended up, because we have to address the defensiveness. And so the avatar did not bring that level of defensiveness that I have seen personally, because no one wants to think that they did something that could be perceived as wrong or hurtful. Over.
I thank you for that perspective. I think potentially what the difference is, and I think Senior Vaught did an excellent job, is that she had an empathetic ear. There was no attack to the character of the person, and she opened up a space, and the avatar really got to really what kind of the impetus of what her feelings were. And oftentimes as leaders, we have to maybe take a step back and understand their perspective, still hold the line. She held the line and was accountable for what her actions needed to be. But I think that may have been the difference with the defensive posture. But the avatars do have the ability, because they are human actors, to take that stance as well. We just didn't see it in this scenario. Yes, ma'am. Does anyone else have anything?
Hey, Seniors, Malizia from DAF DEIA. So first off, Senior Vaught, great job. I think you had a lot of encouragement to offer, which is very disarming in a positive way for people to be able to open up and provide some vulnerable perspectives on what they were really thinking through that experience. So great job on that. I would offer that there were probably a couple opportunities for additional learning, I guess, objectives. One of them being that the Avatar mentioned, Sergeant Parker mentioned many times that she felt that she had to focus on her career. So that's why she chose to not have children. Senior addressed it definitely very well, in that people have different goals. I would also offer that we could have dove in a little deeper on that too, to say, well, compromise and sacrifice and having a family, right? That you don't have to necessarily give up having a family to be killer at your job, right? So an opportunity to show people that there's equity in this, regardless if you choose to have a family or not. So I think that was actually just a really cool opportunity. So say we have this conversation again with someone, how do you teach someone that this is not a black and white world that we live in, right? We all have different goals, but those can be equitable, and we can treat them like Senior Vaught had mentioned. We can treat these situations in a way where we give people equal opportunities to be able to really live their lives to their fullest, whether it's professionally and personally. So I just wanted to offer that I think that was an opportunity where we really could dive in a little deeper with that personal perspective of personal versus professional. Over.
Thank you for that, Captain Malizia. I think staying in that same vein, right, there may have been a cultural issue that we could have dived into, and this may have been an opportunity, right? Our disparity reports talk about this very thing when we started bringing out the gender roles and how maybe women feel like they can't have both. There has to be a choice made, right? So that could have been a good opportunity as well, just to go back into that perspective of the disparity report.
Absolutely. I think that we hit on. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Senior Master Sergeant Vaught, you did a great job. This is the first time ever doing one of these demos or going through the live construct. So hats off to you. I often wear my heart on my sleeve, and you know, being married to another active duty member, I was getting a little agitated by the comments. You know, watching my wife when we were much earlier in our career pump in the bathroom in the headquarters building. So I love how you kept it positive. You kept it very, very positive. There may have been a little space for, like others said, education-wise, like she's entitled to that. And if we're joking about that, that's gonna dilute trust with not only her but maybe others. And then if there's other problems that the member has, like postpartum or any of those things, they're probably not going to bring it up to the tech sergeant if they're making fun of her for having to go pump. So great work, awesome. The SF badge threw me. I thought you were going to come with a knife hand, but you came with some empathy. So it's awesome.
Absolutely, that's what I was say exactly. Was the point of the scenario, right? To develop empathetic leaders, and you definitely, I could tell when you switch gears, ma'am, and you actually start realizing it was a real conversation, even though the avatar is up there. But the conversation itself, I think, is what really drives the emotion. And when we got to empathy, very good job on hitting a lot of topics when it came to realizing the member themselves, right? How does a member feel? And then on top of that, going back to talk to the others to ensure that we have these type of conversations with everyone else, right? You just don't stop at her, and then but ensure that she goes to talk to others, to where we ensure that organization itself understands. One question I did have, that was anybody surprised on the avatar being a female?
Oh, I was. Yes.
That's perfect.
I was
I would
also,
say, go ahead. Go ahead.
thank you. I was also surprised that the avatar had said, I feel intimidated and a little bit jealous of her being able to have it all. And that's where I think that you also did a beautiful job, as well as looping in your shared identity as women, and like creating space to connect with her in that way, while also looping in the professional aspect of like her positional authority, where like she has influence over others as well. I think that I also think that, like, on the same side, that would have been a good opportunity to ask her what she may have needed to have that conversation with her. Like, so like, what kind of support do you need from me? Like when you're feeling intimidated or feeling a little bit of that jealousy, what kind of support would you need from me to engage in that conversation? I think that you did a beautiful job of tying it all together. Kudos to you again.
I was surprised that the avatar was female. And I did make a note that because she had decided to not do as our member who had a baby and is continuing in their career, it was okay. And she felt comfortable going along with a male, because then you get to be one of the gang. I am retired Air Force. I did have children while I was in uniform. I did breastfeed part-time for at least 7 months for one of my babies and a little bit less for the second. And yeah, pumped in the bathroom. And so it was a wonderful thing to see the concessions we have today. But I actually heard these same comments made by non-smokers about smokers taking smoke breaks. So this is very relevant even today after all of this time. So hats off again to you, Senior, for the way you handle it. And yes, we do have to create more empathetic leaders, because it's with the listening do we learn and grow. So thank you once again. Wonderful.
Yeah, Miss Albert, love that point. If I could offer, I think that what was really, really wonderful about having a female avatar was really highlighting the fact that these feelings, whether it be against supporting a woman in being able to give nutrition to her children, like Senior Vaught said, versus someone taking a smoke break or whatever the case may be, I think it highlights that not just men have those perspectives, right? So it's not, maybe we don't have to assume that men feel this way about women. And I think there are a lot of men out there, and to advocate for the fellow senior enlisted, and officers that I've worked with through my time in, there are a lot of men who support women who do take those breaks, because they realize that we bring life into the world, right? So I think I love the complexity of bringing a woman into that, because again, another teaching moment, that we don't have to assume that men are the only ones that have issues with that. Over.
I just wanted to add real quick that on a personal note, Senior, I think you did a great job. I had a supervisor back when I was a staff sergeant who gave me a hard time being a new mother. And so, you know, the time it took to take our children to the CDC, or the CDC wasn't open early enough for me to drop them off to get to PT on time. There's a bunch of things that kind of the supervisor kind of got on me about. And what was great about seeing that it was a female avatar was that my supervisor was a female. She was, divorced and didn't have children. And so she really did give me a hard time. And so it's very much true in the Air Force that things were a little bit more difficult to be able to be a mother in the Air Force. And so it took a few years later where I had gotten a message from a prior supervisor who worked in the office with us, who said that she wanted to reach out to me to apologize because she had 2 children later in life and wanted to apologize for how I was treated. So I very much would have appreciated you, Senior, back then as my supervisor. Over.
Thank you all for that. And even staying in the same vein of culture and exclusionary behavior, had anyone thought about, as of recent, we've had some paternity leave changes, and many people have thoughts on that, right? So we get into what the culture and the climate could potentially be beyond what maybe Tech Sergeant Parker is feeling, even going down to, do we have the lactation spaces? In 2006, it's my understanding that the AFI was updated to reflect lactation rooms, and how many units potentially still don't have those. But then again, more with that exclusionary behavior, how many people may have thought what maybe the male perspective is present day with the paternity leave policy.
Absolutely, teammate. The last thing I like to add is that the empathy on both sides, though, right? So I think one of the important things when you're looking at the member that's actually in front of you is, even though Tech Sergeant Parker was wrong, right, that wasn't said to that person, you know what I mean? So you definitely have to understand how to navigate around that conversation. I think the senior did a great job in understanding, right? So that's the piece about our biases. We first have to understand why that person is feeling or say what they say, not necessarily going off and being like, well, the regulation gave them permission and all this other stuff, and you were wrong. It was definitely understanding of that person and to help navigate them to a more empathetic thought process, even though they could not relate, right?
Ms. Atkins, I know you raised your hand earlier.
I just wanted to say, and I will confess on my term, when I went through my commissioning source, I went through with 90 males and 10 females, right? I went through the Army OCS, and I remember, and I will tell you, when I would to go along to get along, I would try to be one of the guys because I didn't think I would survive and be commissioned without being one of the guys. So just seeing this, the way it played out, made me think of the times in my career during that piece, because it was survival. In my mind, it was survival because I wanted to be commissioned, where I probably did not stand up for those other females, the other 9 females that were going through that with me, when I probably could have. And I think that's something to be said, is when you're from a minority, as a minority in a population, right? Where there's a large, and then you're the 1 off or the 2 off or the 3 off. Sometimes it's hard because you think you have to go along to get along to survive. And to have that personal courage to say, no, this is wrong. And what I love about Senior was she didn't chastise that person for that lapse. She actually continued to build that person up and say, you're not, it's not that you're wrong, that you didn't have the personal courage to address it, but, let me help you get to that point and let me show you that. So I thought that was really important, because I think that happens a lot more than many people want to admit. And then when you admit it, like going back and having somebody come back later and make a phone call to say, I was wrong. And that's just beautiful and amazing as how we can continue to grow as human beings.
So if I can offer something, as I'm sitting here, I'm playing back my internal reaction to when the avatar popped up and it was a female. And I think that should probably say something to me and acknowledge that I was thrown back that it was a female. And I don't know why. I'm trying to internalize why I was kind of thrown back, because throughout my career, I have also acknowledged that more particularly with this specific topic, that I have had, comments made on both sides from females and males. And actually, to Colonel Freeman's point, if I'm being honest, there's probably a lot more males that are advocates for females for this specific topic than most. And so for me, it's, as I think that there's so much goodness in this live, that it also, after the scenario is playing, you're thinking in your head 15 different ways of, one, how you're feeling, and then two, things that you could have said differently, or you should have said. So all the feedback that is being provided, I do truly appreciate. And I think that this process is the reason why our Department of the Air Force is getting better about educating, about training, and it's really tapping into how our generation right now really kind of retains information and how they learn, because it's things like this, not a CBT where you're just clicking until you can Google the answer. But this is one that you have to truly work to get to a resolution. And so to the program developers, this is phenomenal. And I cannot wait to hear more feedback as this truly kind of touches and outreaches our entire Department of the Air Force.
Can I piggyback on what Senior was just talking about? There was a great opportunity of understanding here for folks possibly observing this action. Would have probably thought that Senior had an opportunity before this discussion to practice her conversation. I just want to lend that this was an authentic conversation between Senior and this avatar, and it was a great opportunity to adjust, as Senior was talking about. It gives you an opportunity to grow as a person, and not having that one-on-one conversation with an individual and failing at that time, but also seeing how you would react and also play back how you would react to specific situations of this accord. But Senior, you did a phenomenal job. I thank you for the opportunity of observing this conversation, and I'm sure there's more to come. Ms. Adkins, thank you for this opportunity with your team putting this together and including us into this process as well.
One thing I would like to add, we do have Freedom flying over here right now, if you can hear me. But one thing I would like to add is that to answer Ms. Denise's question, right? So the avatar seemed like kind of walked through, gave her a little break, right? Just know that we do have full control over how the avatar reacts. So I don't know if that was put out there. So myself and Senior Helder have found, as we do this as a team, every time we do it, right, one is facilitating and one has control, right? So we can actually ask the avatar to turn it up a little bit, get a little angry, get a little defensive and things like that. So just know that you can control your scenario to make it a little harder or a little easier on the person, because actually as we get into the empathetic state, right, that you might need to tone it down for some people that are up there in the hot seat, if you will.
And I have seen situations where it has gone very, very bad for the person in the hot seat, not as skilled as Senior Master Sergeant Vaught in handling a tough scenario, a difficult conversation. And that's okay. The people need to know that's okay. It's better to fail here in this virtual space rather than fail your airmen in the real world.
That was a perfect statement, Colonel Freeman. That was the perfect statement. This is the perfect place to fail and have a real hands-on experience, because what is for sure is that we will be met with these conversations down the road, maybe not very specifics, but some of this nature, and building our emotional intelligence and our ability and our resolve to be able to handle these type of scenarios. Thank you for that. Does anyone else have anything?
I do. Tanya Abrams here, AFDWEO. And I just want to say, Senior Vaught, awesome job. We see this a lot as the ADR manager. We see this a lot in conflict resolution. And so this would be a scenario type that we would say, hey, let's offer a non-EO facilitation between the two parties. And we would also, understanding the scenario up front, be able to coach them prior to getting to the table. So what would have really been on the table in this scenario would have been the definition of the jealousy piece of it, where in fact, when you say, you know, they're talking about being jealous, that is a very dark and unhealthy space for anybody in uniform or a civilian to be in the organization. So having this avatar and having this platform for that allows you to really partner with whomever is with you when you enter into this process. So I appreciate this, Sherry and Senior Vault, awesome job. Team, even the avatar was really good. I would have liked to see her turn up so Senior Vault could actually, you know, utilize some of her skills and partnership, right? Because it's real. We've had these complaints actually in our office from mothers who are breastfeeding. And then I also like to add to Senior Vault, you know, I'm feeling you with both hands on the fact that you were shocked that she was a female, but that's our own bias. That's why you were shocked. As a female, we right away think, how can a female not understand? Why would she say something like that? And so that's normal, but we have to check ourselves, you know, right away. And when I tell you were beyond you did that to the 10th power and beyond in that. And so, you know, I commend you on your professionalism on that level. So thank you, team, and over.
Again, thank you for all your perspectives. And I just want to add one thing. I know we are obviously doing the Leading Inclusively virtual experience, but this avatar could be used in so many different lanes, you know, SAPR, suicide, different scenarios that just really get after building inclusive and emotional intelligent leaders. So it's not just here. This is a fantastic space, but I just wanted to add that as well. Was there anything else?
Thank you, Senior Helder and Senior Samuel and Senior Vault. And for all of our participants today, you guys are amazing. This is why the live program starting here, right? Starting in the diversity and inclusion space, but also a tool and a resource that could be done in so many other spaces. We've heard it already. But you guys did an amazing job. This is why you guys are amazing facilitators. Like I said, USAFE is really leaning in. They've done more sessions with live than any other MAGCOM. I know the other MAGCOMs are chomping at the bit. So if you're watching this on YouTube and you're interested in this type of training, reach out to your Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer for your MAGCOM, FieldCom, whoever your diversity practitioner is. Reach out to them. Learn more about live. We are training more facilitators. We're going to start asking for more scenarios. We're going to be asking you, the department, through your CDIOs, to help us develop more realistic scenarios. So as we roll this out, we have a library of scenarios that can touch so many different topics. And as we develop our troop of facilitators, our goal is to get this out far and wide and use it in so many places, whether it's integrated into an FTAC or it's integrated into some kind of professional education, or is it just a standalone course that a commander wants to do? It's tailorable, it's flexible, and it really can get after hard topics, but even the organizational biases too, right? We talk about blind spots, but we have systemic and organizational biases that we can tailor scenarios to get after. So this is exciting for SAF DI. It's exciting for the department. And I just really appreciate all the support the whole department has given us for this program, and all the facilitators out there leaning in, and all my diversity practitioner leads and diversity practitioners who've been along this journey for a year with us. My hat's off to you, because we could not do this at SAF DI if we did not have you in the field helping us, motivating us, and giving those resources. So thank you for everybody. Thank you for participants. Thank you for all on the conference, and we're out of here. Have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your conference.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a short break and we will return at 1300 hours Eastern Time to hear our keynote speaker, Honorable Jones. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand by. We're waiting on the Undersecretary of the Air Force to be available. We've been told that she's on her way, so it'll be just a moment, so please stand by. Good afternoon. For those who are able to join us for this morning's sessions, thank you. We hope you found them informative. For those who are just now joining us, welcome. To kick off our 4 blocks this afternoon, we will now hear from our keynote speaker, Honorable Gina Ortiz-Jones, the Undersecretary of the Air Force. The Honorable Gina Ortiz-Jones was appointed by President Joe Biden and unanimously confirmed by the United States Senate in July 2021 to be the 27th Undersecretary of the Air Force, the second highest ranking civilian leader in the Air Force and Space Force. A Filipina American, she's the first woman of color to become the Undersecretary of any military branch and the second member of the LGBTQ+ community. Undersecretary Jones commissioned through Air Force ROTC at Boston University. She went on to serve as an intelligence officer and deployed to Iraq, supporting close air support operations. Upon separation from the Air Force, she advised on military and intelligence operations in Central and South America, U.S. Africa Command in Germany, and served the Libya Crisis Intelligence Cell. Most recently, she served as the Director for Investment, leading the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States. As the Undersecretary of the Air Force, she is responsible for the affairs of the Department of the Air Force, comprised of the U.S. Air Force and U.S. Space Force, to include organizing, training, and equipping air and space forces, and for the welfare of approximately 700,000 active duty, Guard, Reserve, and civilian airmen and guardians, and their families serving around the world. As the Undersecretary, she oversees the department's annual budget of more than $173 billion and directs strategy and policy development, risk management, weapons acquisition, technology investments, and human resource management across a global enterprise. Honorable Jones is passionate about DEIA and a supporter of the Department of the Air Force Barrier Analysis Working Groups, or DAF BOGs. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy this segment from Honorable Jones.
Great. Well, good afternoon, and thank you, Major Brooks. Thanks to the entire ODI team for putting this together, and thanks to those of you that are tuning in, taking a little bit of time out of your day to hear, as Major Brooks mentioned, about a topic that is important to me. DEI is important to me because I want to win, and I think that's based on the talent that we've got. So thanks again for pulling this together. I'm going to say a couple of words, right, and I really look forward to the good Q&A that I know we will have. And frankly, given all that's happening all across the country, this is a really timely discussion. So I'm honored to be speaking with you all this afternoon as we share our thoughts with each other on the value, really the necessity of diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. National, critical to our ability to execute the national security mission. And certainly my service as an undersecretary who strives to represent these ideals. As the Undersecretary of the Air Force, I'm not only responsible to the Secretary and American people for building the budget, which I spend a lot of time doing, but also I feel really responsible for helping to build the team, right? Our team is made up of airmen and guardians, individuals with individual and diverse backgrounds, stories, desires, and talents who represent the country they defend. You know, I look at our teammates' intent and capabilities, what they want to do and what they can do, and I try every single day to remove barriers standing in the way of us keeping the promise to them when they signed up, that they could serve to their full potential. Diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, DEIA, efforts are not new to our national security enterprise. We inherited a legacy of DEIA in the Department of the Air Force, a thread woven throughout our 75-year history. My office walls are filled with the stories of barrier breakers, leading the way toward a national service that better reflected the nation's full breadth of talent. The painting above my desk depicts the pioneers of the Women's Air Corps Reserve in 1931, standing in front of a Fokker F-14 parasol. This was even before the WASPs, who we celebrate from World War II. They were led by Florence Pancho Barnes, the first woman stunt pilot in movie history, who took it upon herself to lead the training of women pilots. Pancho Barnes' leadership would later prove to be vital for national defense as World War II loomed within the decade. DEIA mattered even more when all hands were on deck to save the world from tyranny. Brigadier General Wilma Vaught is another example of leaders breaking barriers to strengthen our force. You probably saw her in the news recently when President Biden awarded her the Medal of Freedom, our nation's highest civilian award, presented to just 8 airmen total, with Brigadier General Vaught being the first female airman to receive the award. General Vaught was also the first female Air Force officer to graduate from the Industrial College of the Armed Forces, now Eisenhower School, and the first woman promoted to Brigadier General from the Comptroller career field. But she is just as well known for her tireless efforts, even in retirement, by breaking down more barriers to potential while ensuring recognition of a more inclusive national service. Unfortunately, it took a few decades for the Air Force to finally open pilot slots to women in 1975. The service academies began admitting women cadets and midshipmen the next year, and we went from 10 female pilot trainees in 1975 to 157 women graduating from the Air Force Academy in the class of 1980. That first pilot class of 10 women produced the future first female T-38 instructor, first female Air Force Academy instructor, first female C-9, C-141, and tanker commanders, as well as the first female commander of an aerial port squadron. DEIA efforts brought much needed leaders into the Air Force who soon took to space. Colonel Eileen Collins, the first female pilot of the space shuttle, is depicted in another painting on my wall, along with Lieutenant Jeannie Levitt, the first active duty female fighter pilot. Their legacy is carried through to the photos I see every day above my conference table. Women serving as maintenance crew chiefs, fighter pilots, and aerospace propulsion technicians. It's always funny, actually. I'm going to go off the little script here. I hope my speechwriter's okay, but it's always funny when people come into my office and they check out the photos that are pretty recent, right? And you can see them just kind of looking at them and taking the time to appreciate, again, just the diversity of the folks that are making sure our planes get in the air, that our people are well led, and it's again a true testament to the diversity of talent within the force. I'm also proud to be part of this DEA legacy as the 27th Undersecretary of the Air Force. Like so many of the over 4 million Filipino Americans, part of my journey starts with the military service of my uncle, Prefecto Medinilla Ortiz, who joined the U.S. Navy as a steward from the Philippines. So it's a very special country where the niece of somebody who came to this country as a steward can ultimately serve as the undersecretary of any military department. And when my mother had the opportunity to come to the United States, like my uncle, she jumped at the opportunity. She wanted her shot at the American dream. And it's their example that inspired my service, and certainly my sister's as well. My sister is a proud basic military training instructor in the U.S. Navy. When I was commissioned as an officer in the Air Force, I served under Don't Ask, Don't Tell, a policy that essentially told LGBTQ service members that they could die for their country, but they couldn't serve openly as an LGBTQ member. We've come a long way. Unfortunately, approximately 14,000 service members were separated under Don't Ask, Don't Tell. That's a lot of talent that our nation lost, just because at the time we didn't have enough leaders with the courage to say anybody ready and willing to serve their country should have the opportunity to do so. We can't afford that sort of waste again. We just don't have time or talent to lose. Last fall, I wanted to commemorate the 10-year repeal of Don't Ask, Don't Tell. And unfortunately, based on COVID restrictions at the time, we couldn't have a big indoor event. So I asked my team to see if they could find a couple of folks here in the Pentagon that served under Don't Ask, Don't Tell, and we take a picture in the courtyard. You know, we'd share that on social, and hopefully folks would feel some connection that way. So the day of, I am walking toward the group in the courtyard, and this group looks a bit young. And so I asked my team if there's been a mistake, and they quickly say no. These folks wanted to be part of the picture because they joined because Don't Ask, Don't Tell had been repealed. It was just a great example of the talent we open ourselves up to when our policies and actions show that when they join us, right, when these young men and women join us, they're going to be able to serve to their full potential. I must spend 90% of my day asking 3 questions. Why not, and where's the data? And you'd be surprised about how difficult some of these questions and conversations can be and what they reveal about our assumptions. But if you want to move the needle on DEIA efforts, you need to have the courage to ask these questions. One evening, I was looking at packages for the SLEP program, this really cool program that allows the DAF senior leaders to select folks to be commissioned. So I'm looking at the packages, and of course, they're all really high speed. And then I come across an application, and I see in the waiver section that they require a waiver because they're pregnant. And I wondered why someone needed to submit a waiver just to apply. Right? I get it that we're not going to send folks to OTS when they're pregnant, but that's not something that's something that should not be part of the application process, right? Because my real concern as soon as I saw that is that I bet someone didn't apply because they didn't want to submit a waiver. Or maybe that commander looked at 2 packages that were probably very similar and said, let me push forward the one that doesn't need a waiver, right? Understanding that maybe that person has a higher chance of being selected. So I asked why. Right? Understanding the impact it could have on the number of folks who apply. In other words, it's detracting from our ability to tap into the full talent in the force. So I asked my team to help me understand the policy that drove that requirement, to understand what it was trying to accomplish. In other words, right, where's the data? So fast forward, I had the team giving me an update on personnel issues, and I asked about the status of that policy, that question. And guess what? There was no policy. The policy that did exist was based on who could attend the training, right? It was not about who could apply to attend such training. But that started with a simple question of why. And so it's really important that we take the time when we see those things, we have the courage to ask the question and then have the courage to frankly then understand what we need to do as a result of that. That last question, though, that I highlighted of where's the data is so integral when we think about DEIA, when we try to operationalize DEIA. By now, folks know we're not going to have a conversation about DEIA without discussing the data we have, the data we don't have, and what assumptions those data gaps may be forcing or allowing us to make. The data is important because the intersections matter, right? The intersections matter. I've heard General Brown often say when he came in 40 years ago, only 2% of pilots were Black. And 40 years later, only 2% of pilots in the Air Force are Black. And I like to follow that up with the fact that of that 2%, 1.94% of them are men. The intersections are important because they highlight where we have work to do to ensure all airmen and guardians can serve to their full potential. Our data collection and analysis needs to foster transparency and uphold accountability within our department, and your leadership team is committed to doing just that. And this is why I asked that the second disparity review be updated with an addendum. The review only looked at disparities by gender and then by race and ethnicity, but failed to look at the disparities at the intersection of the 3, which is important because that is the lived experience of 10% of our force. And no company would ever not try to understand the experiences of 10% of their workforce, because that's the equivalent of leaving money on the table. And I see it the same way. Leaving talent on the table means we are leaving lethality on the table. And with this pacing challenge, y'all, we don't have time or talent to lose. So I'm ruthless about DEIA efforts because we need to get the most. Hey, Colonel Little, you got a hot mic. Thanks. because we need to get the most out of those serving today and those who want to serve tomorrow. So the addendum highlighted a couple of challenges that frankly continue to inform the work that we are doing, certainly when we implement programs, because again, it's that additional level of understanding that has shown us why it's so important that we pay attention to where disparities exist, to the extent we may be communicating something we don't intend to communicate. So what were some of those things, right? Asian American men were underrepresented in officer and enlisted leadership positions when compared to white men and all other racial ethnic minority men. Hispanic, Latino, and Asian American military men were promoted below the average rate for all regular Air Force enlisted and officer promotions. Asian American men were also the least promoted of any demographic. Racial ethnic minority women were notably underrepresented in career fields that historically led to wing commander. For example, they make up less than 1% of regular Air Force pilots. The initial report showed that women were keeping pace with their male counterparts in terms of promotions, professional opportunities, school selection rates. However, the addendum showed very clearly that the progress of white female airmen was masking the lack of progress for our female airmen of color. Again, these insights have shaped the lens through which we understand their other efforts critical to ensuring our airmen and guardians can serve to their full potential. It's one thing to have the courage to ask the question, now you got to have the courage to take action, and also understand, again, how these intersect with other issues. Sexual assault, for example, disproportionately affects women of color within the Department of the Air Force. I'm proud that our department addressed a critical facet of this challenge by strengthening the discharge policy for sexual assault offenders with less exceptions to mandatory discharge, right? It's ultimately about each member's trust in our value of every one of them. We miss out on the critical talent of potential recruits every time we fail someone like Vanessa Guillen, right? The young soldier who was serially harassed and unfortunately killed by a fellow service member. Earlier this year, President Biden responded with an executive order establishing sexual harassment as a specific UCMJ offense. These revisions in discharge policy and the UCMJ will significantly improve our ability to rid our ranks of those unworthy of calling themselves airmen and guardians. Exploring the intersections of data, however, can also lead us to positive places that the Department of the Air Force might not normally recruit talent. So very proud of the Space Force's University Partnership Program, which includes diverse institutions from Howard University to MIT to the University of Texas at El Paso. Through this program, we can draw upon a diverse, motivated, technologically savvy student base for future guardians. We're also designating racial, ethnic, and gender goals for officer commission applicants, including the Air Force Academy, ROTC, and OTS. So our officer corps reflects the nation they serve and the services they lead. On this point in particular, we actually recently updated, and you will see soon if you haven't already, the updated applicant goals for the Air Force Academy, goals that had not been updated since 2014. And so to the question that I asked earlier, right, that third question of where's the data, you've got to continually ask that to ensure that you're constantly monitoring the progress toward these things and revising your goals as we continue to meet them. I'm a strong believer in that you have to see it to be it. So I'm excited to see the next generation of airmen and guardians rising from both of these DEIA and just smart recruitment programs, right? Our differences, our diverse talents and backgrounds and stories make us stronger when harnessed toward our common goal of national defense. That's why I'm proud of the recent progress we've made across the department on a number of issues. We've updated requirements for commanders regarding the Defense Organization Climate Survey, DEOX results, where they must now create an action plan on any climate factors related to diversity, inclusion, or equal opportunity with improvement needed scoring, right, which is below 49% favorable. We established unconscious bias training and charge development teams with analyzing, identifying, and addressing barriers that prevent airmen and guardians from reaching their highest level of performance. We established the Racial Disparity in Military Justice Working Group for barrier analysis between unit level commanders and the Judge Advocate General Counsel, as well as for analysis regarding enlisted members. We implemented the Rated Diversity Improvement Strategic Action Plan to increase the demographic representation of women and underrepresented groups in the rated force by raising awareness, interest, and qualifications of potential applicants from target populations. We also initiated the civilian hiring panels, to increase the transparency of the selection process, establish a level playing field for all applicants, and maximize the effectiveness of diversity and inclusion within higher civilian ranks. Our Women's Initiative team, or WIT, led the way on a couple of really important initiatives as well. They updated women's hair standards and residence PME attendance for pregnant and postpartum members, more inclusive aviator height standards, and the DoD's first maternity flight uniform. We're also excited about some upcoming announcements when it comes to the Flying While Pregnant program. The differences, the progress across the Department of the Air Force's 75 years is inspiring. For example, we've seen an increase of 11,000 female airmen and guardians between 2015 and 2020, but we have more work to do, work represented by this conference. So even though we focus a lot on technical capabilities, we need to remember that the strength of our nation isn't solely about military, it's people power. Diversity and inclusion are not nice to haves, they're must haves. We need talent as diverse as the challenges and opportunities that we face as a country. I firmly believe that. Taking a quote directly from our interim national security strategy, the most effective way for America to outcompete a more assertive and authoritarian China over the long term is to invest in our people, our economy, and our democracy. We talk a lot about China as our pacing challenge, but I don't think a lot of us really grasp what that means for us as a nation, a diverse nation that needs inclusion now more than ever. In other words, China is the state we need to ready our current force and plan our future force to deter, or if need be, prevail against in conflict. China links their economic power and military power towards their strategic objectives. That synergy is a force multiplier. Just like in any race, we need to outpace them to win. The Secretary directed the Department of the Air Force to, quote, focus on capabilities that will deter and, if needed, defeat China, unquote. We must prepare for war to keep the peace. That is the daily mission of every airman and guardian, uniformed and civilian, every single one of you, the diverse talent pool we need to keep racing forward. We need to prepare for a high-end fight against a high-end threat. A high-end fight involves all of our capabilities and all of you against a peer competitor or peer adversary. The high-end fight is why we're doing ACE, right? Agile Combat Deployment, why we're learning how to shoot, move, and communicate with entire air bases. Air bases are power projection platforms that need to be resilient, agile, and mobile. We need you to deploy, launch, and move. The high-end fight is why we need multi-capable airmen, why we need to operate in a combat environment with degraded comms, relying on what and who we have at any place and time. Your team might not have a full-time POL airman with you, but you should at least have someone trained in refueling. Your team might not have assigned security forces, but you should all know how to defend yourselves and the assets. A high-end fight means more training with more realism, more often, and at more locations. A high-end fight also requires maximizing our national talent pool. Recruitment, retention, and talent management are readiness and warfighting issues. And when we think about that high-end threat, we're only going to be able to meet that if we can reach the full potential of, tap into the full potential of those serving. Anyone eligible and ready to serve their country and who's brave enough to raise their right hand and say they're going to support and defend the Constitution should be able to do so to their full potential. And that is exactly what your leadership team here is focused on. Secretary Kendall, General Brown, as well as General Raymond. So we're focused on every single day. We just don't have time or talent to lose. So thanks for what you do every day. I'm honored to serve alongside with you. And now I look forward to your good questions.
Thank you, Secretary Jones. It'll be just a moment. We are populating questions from the YouTube channel into the chat. So one moment. Ma'am, I think you had such a wonderful presentation. So far, there are no questions.
Major Brooks, did they tell you that if I don't get any questions, I just ask you questions? Did they tell you that?
Negative. Okay, I just got the notification that we're going to stand by just a little bit longer. We do have one that just popped in, so stand by just 1 second for this question to populate. All right, ma'am. What was your greatest challenge to becoming a leader?
Greatest challenge. I think, well, I think I talked about some of those, you know, policies, right? Like, I think, you know, don't ask, don't tell, certainly serving under that was a formative experience. I think, I certainly, I think it's important how you respond to those situations and how you create the space to still frankly do as best as you can. I think it's important to frankly trust your gut in a lot of these situations in terms of one, remembering your core values, understanding why you're doing what you're doing, and ensuring that you are well prepared for what you've been asked to do, right? So I think a lot of, and maybe that's the case for a lot of folks on the call, I think some of those greatest challenges are actually internal, and some of them are with you kind of trying to figure out how exactly you want to approach something, which is always important to kind of think through as you manage some adversities, or also as you kind of manage and think through the opportunities that are before you, right? Or even think about the opportunities that are not before you, but that you are prepared for, right? And so I think that it's about managing certainly kind of your time, your focus. But you know what has sustained me as a leader is being very clear about why I'm doing something. That is going to sustain you, because there's going to be a lot of, you know, detractors, right? Maybe the current environment is not exactly what you want it to be, or maybe, you know, that you're on a team that you maybe wanted to operate it a little differently than it does. But I think why you're doing something, right? Why you raised your right hand to support and defend the Constitution, why you continue to stay. These are the things that I think are always worth, frankly, re-examining and making sure, because those are the things that are going to sustain you when you do butt up against things that maybe challenge your leadership, challenge what you're doing, kind of challenge your leadership style, or maybe even challenge your own assumptions about how and why you want to do something. So being very clear about your why, I think is important. But let me just take the opportunity to share advice that if anyone ever asks me for professional advice, I always give them the same advice. That's motivated me. One, be kind, right? Don't be a jerk. No one likes working with or for a jerk. So be kind. Secondly, work hard. Work hard. Do not get outworked, right? Work smart, but work hard. And then lastly, be so good they cannot ignore you. Be so good they cannot ignore you. So be kind, work hard, be so good they can't ignore you.
Thank you for that motivation, ma'am. I do have a quick question, which was, will there be a budget set for installation levels to support our efforts?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I mean, we're working with Miss Malizia now as she's building up her team and making sure that we've got kind of the right processes in place so that we can, you know, fully understand what are those things that are maybe policy issues, what are those things that are requiring of additional resources to make sure, because, you know, throwing money at something is not going to solve it. Certainly there are instances where it may help, but some of this is about having better, frankly, tools in place if it's an issue of transparency, right? So again, like to the question of where's the data, how can we track it and make sure that we are moving things in the right direction, and then policies are having the intended effect and impact. So we'll have to see kind of how that shapes out based on the DEI strategy and what's required and recommended to best implement that.
Thank you, ma'am. And I'm going to ask one last question, and that is, what is the largest difference you've seen from your experience in industry and the Department of the Air Force for moving DEIA forward?
I think I think the biggest difference, let me see the biggest difference is, I think it's really, I think the senior leaders really understand the importance. There's two, I think what's really important is that there's two different motivations, right? In corporate, it's about the dollar, it's about the bottom line. Obviously in our field, it's about national security, protecting American lives, right? And making sure that American leadership continues to be what it is and what it needs to be. So those are two very different motivations. They're also two very different, I mean, there are different assumptions then that kind of guide how our institution, and certainly, the private sector kind of operates then as it reflected by those incentives. I think we are moving in the right direction in a lot of these areas. There's certainly work to do, and I am very thankful for those certainly on this call and for your team, Major Brooks, that is helping us do that, and frankly holding us accountable when we need to do a little bit better and could move a little bit faster on these things. And I would encourage y'all to not stop doing that. Right? That's what's required to keep us honest here. So I think that's the difference in the incentives, but we're moving in the right direction. I can appreciate we're maybe not moving as fast as some would like in certain places, but we are definitely working hard to ensure that when we say everyone can serve to their full potential, that we are backing that up, not only in the policies and the changes that we're making, but also in the data that we are now collecting. Some of the data, frankly, we're collecting for the first time, which is eye-opening in and of itself. But I think that is only going to help show the importance of DEIA efforts and make sure that we are recruiting and retaining the best in the interest of national security.
Thank you so much, Honorable Jones, for your fantastic perspectives and insights on how we can move forward as the Department of the Air Force and continue to make DEIA a focus and improve the experience for everyone. So thank you again for your time.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Major Brooks.
We would now like to take a few moments to recognize a few outstanding personnel who will now receive the DEIA Innovation Award. The Department of the Air Force Diversity and Inclusion Innovation Awards recognize airmen, guardians, and organizations that go above and beyond in operational, innovational, and inclusive leadership achievements in 3 categories: individual, team, and command team. Starting with the individual category, the winner of the 2021 Diversity and Inclusion Innovation Award is Senior Master Sergeant Brock Ashley from Holloman Air Force Base. While assigned to Little Rock Air Force Base, Senior Master Sergeant Ashley served as the wing's first Special Observance Chairperson, where he helped facilitate 9 Special Observance committees to promote cultural awareness across the base. He also successfully led the base's first Diversity and Inclusion Celebration event, despite it occurring during the height of COVID-19 restrictions. Congratulations, Senior Master Sergeant Ashley. Next, we would like to recognize the Team Award category. The winners of the 2021 Diversity and Inclusion Innovation Award is the 341st Missile Wing at Malmstrom Air Force Base, Montana. Major Rashida Brown, Master Sergeant Rachel Dobson, Master Sergeant Darnell Dobson, Technical Sergeant Cameron Chilcote, Technical Sergeant Christopher Engel, Staff Sergeant Kimiana Mitchell, Staff Sergeant Michaela Rivera Acosta, and Senior Airman Crislin Darraville. The 341st Missile Wing partnered with the City of Great Falls to proclaim Juneteenth as a city holiday. This was the first city in Montana to recognize this holiday prior to it being federally recognized. They also organized Malmstrom Air Force Base's first ever Pride Month, executing 4 events for 6,500 people. Congratulations to the 341st Missile Wing. Finally, we would like to recognize the Command Team Award category. The winners of the 2021 Goldfein Wright Inclusive Leadership Award is the command team from the 28th Bomb Wing at Ellsworth Air Force Base, South Dakota. Colonel Seth Spanier, Chief Master Sergeant Benjamin McCullough, Master Sergeant Eric Claiborne, and Technical Sergeant Julio Rojas. This command team was the first Air Force Global Strike Command Wing to establish a diversity, equity, and inclusion program. They also crafted a non-commissioned officer professional enhancement diversity, equity, and inclusion course and introduced a wing-wide unconscious bias training. Congratulations to the 28th Bomb Wing Command Team. Congratulations again to each of these winners. Once again, I'm going to repeat the individual award winner as they are now on the line. The winner of the 2021 Diversity and Inclusion Innovation Award is Senior Master Sergeant Brock Ashley from Holloman Air Force Base. Senior Master Sergeant Ashley, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. My network's a little slow.
Congratulations on your excellent endeavors, and we can, as a DEI organization and personal advocate, thank you for all that you did and are continuing to do to make this mission count.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Once again, we want to congratulate all of the winners for this year's DEIA Innovation Awards. Maybe you and your organization will be our 2022 winner. We will now hear from Mr. Peter Marshall, that will be the moderator for our Be the Change segment. Each presenter in this showcase was nominated by their MAJCOM or FieldCom to share the DEIA efforts that are ongoing throughout the Air Force and Space Force and to share their best practices. Please welcome Mr. Marshall and the Be the Change Showcase presenters. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a very small delay as the team gets transferred over. Mr. Marshall, the floor is yours, sir.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Peter Marshall, the Research Ethics and Compliance Officer for the Department of the Air Force Component Office of Human Research Protections. Welcome to the first ever Department of the Air Force DEIA Conference Showcase. The 13 presentations you will see today were nominated by organizations across the DAF for their initiative in tackling DEIA-related issues and policies. Organized into three main categories, these efforts are innovative, collaborative, and represent some of the best practices in our services. Each 3-minute presentation will conclude with contact information, which we invite you to copy down should you have questions of what to get and want to get more information. There will also be a slide at the end with their contact information. We hope this showcase will inspire collaboration and knowledge sharing and build awareness. We will begin with the first category, innovative initiatives. Please welcome Dr. Andrew Clayton from Air University to get us started.
Thank you. Next slide, please.
So in 2020, the Secretary of Defense released a memo directing action to address diversity and inclusion. The DAF stood up a D&I task force on how to meet the SecDef's directive. The D&I task force solution was the use of Air University's mixed reality live avatar simulation, which is now known as LIVE, or Leading Inclusively Virtual Experience. LIVE uses an immersive learning simulation that uses a combination of live interactive storytelling through a human-in-the-loop simulation. The Hill Sim uses an enabled AI and live inhibitors where a trained immersive learning specialist controls the avatar in the simulation to allow for live dialogue to occur. The result is an authentic human domain simulation, allowing D&I conversations to be practiced in a safe and repeatable environment. Next slide, please. The live program stood up in April of 2020 at Air University to execute the live program for the DAF D&I program. At Air University, there is a new course to certify individuals as facilitators to run the live simulation across the Air Force. The facilitator certification course is a 3-day long course that covers best practices for diversity inclusion debriefing and D&I topics, as well as diversity inclusion scenario topics and how to execute the simulation. Next slide, please. In general, the live simulation program lasts 1 hour, where an individual may execute up to 4 different diversity and inclusion simulation scenarios, along with debriefing after each simulation scenario. Scenarios are developed by the DAF D&I office, along with Air University's live program office. To use the live program, designated individuals must attend the live simulation course, which once complete will be able to access the live website to schedule the use of the live simulation. Next slide. To contact the live simulation program office, here are the contact information, website, and email. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Captain Ebony Luna, and I am an instructor here at Squadron Officer School. And as well, I serve as the Diversity Inclusion Council President for the school. Thank you for this opportunity to share with you a few of the DEIA initiatives that SOS is doing. SOS has taken learning beyond the classroom, which allows students an opportunity to develop develop leadership skills in immersive environments. The faculty and staff place large emphasis on the student experience, will give students the unique opportunity to utilize MRLX, mixed reality learning experience focused on DEI scenarios. Students are able to research and develop solutions to DEIA topics through the Air University Applied Research elective, and instructors are able to incorporate local museums and history to aid curriculum. Next slide. Next slide. Thank you. The mixed reality learning experience, similar to the avatar-based learning as mentioned by Dr. Clayton, students have the opportunity to share, the mixed reality learning experience, similar to what Dr. Clayton had just mentioned. Students are able to have complex, difficult conversations, and that is very priceless in the learning opportunities that is safe in the academic environment. A quote from a previous instructor explains it best. Major J. Brandon Hicks states, "The integration of technology to implement DEI learning objectives has been essential to our program. We're able to bring awareness to real life issues that minority groups have experienced and empowering future leaders to take an active role to incorporate DEI at all levels within their organizations." The Air University Applied Research elective allows students to research and solve issues impacting the DAF. A research topic under AEIOU is focused on barrier analysis working group efforts, which will be discussed later on in the conference. Topics researched by students have been autism care demonstration of TRICARE, retention rates of African American, Black American pilots, male inclusive grooming standards, an in-depth look at sexual harassment, assaults, training, and promoting a more inclusive environment for pregnant airmen. The last class researched the message the DAF portrays based on the pictures seen on campuses and official buildings titled, "If These Walls Could Talk." Talking
30 seconds.
For further information. Montgomery, Alabama has a unique position in history which allows for staff and faculty to incorporate the information, the history into the curriculum, and have a more empathetic learning experience for students to learn from. Next slide. Students have provided a lot of feedback, positive feedback on how this has helped their experience here at SOS, as well as helping us make sure we're meeting the Commandant's priorities to make us better together and give students the best learning experience possible. Thank you for this opportunity. And once again, thank you. That is the end of my brief. And up next, Captain Brittany Penny.
Hello, my name is Captain Brittany Penny, and I'm here today to talk to you about drugs. Specifically, a comprehensive review of the official Air Force Aerospace Medicine approved medication lists has been undertaken. Slide, please. Currently, flight duty medical standards regulating medication use for flying create potential health disparities that adversely impact operational readiness and increase risk for women and LGBTQ airmen. Expressly, inadequacies with HIV pre-exposure prophylaxis preventative medication, otherwise known as PrEP, as well as the absence of emergency contraception from both prescription and over-the-counter lists have been identified. Through literature review and interviews, grassroots research indicates multiple barriers to accessibility and availability of these medications. Notably, the U.S. Office on Women's Health identifies over 30 medical conditions that predominantly affect women, to include HIV and gynecological conditions, along with several others that are listed here to illustrate that even our own medical policies are not immune to bias. Review of our medical policies through an equity lens is novel and overdue. To address identified shortfalls, it is recommended that the Air Force SG-34, the authority for these lists, conducts a policy evaluation of HIV PrEP, as well as addresses the categorical absence of emergency contraception from both lists. Ultimately, this will promote better support of our airmen in the workplace and decrease risk for women and LGBTQ aviators. Slide, please. Regarding HIV PrEP, identified issues include an ability to ground trial without waiver and extensive down status times restricting flight duties pending waiver action. Additional barriers to access also exist after waiver approval if a duty location does not have the resources to support persistent medical consultations and lab work. This potentially forces airmen to choose between protecting their health or accomplishing the mission, which would likely require cessation of treatment in these instances. Deficient guidance regarding emergency contraception and the time-sensitive nature of administering these medications postures our airmen to violate regulation that explicitly states medications not on the list may not be taken without consultation with the flight surgeon. Lack of awareness and understanding of gender and sexual orientation-based health differences in medical policy by some medical providers is also causing accessibility issues and is potently demonstrated in several testimonials, to include one airman denied treatment premised on one flight doctor's belief that the treatment was for sex workers only, and another airman encountered inadequate support despite relentless self-advocacy, which raises the question of what needs are being sidelined for our younger or more reserved members. While this review was comprehensive, it was not exhaustive. Therefore, sustaining this initiative as an enduring line of effort is encouraged. Connect with your MAGCOM Women's Initiative team or LGBTQ Initiatives team to further assist this effort, as well as engage
30
with
seconds.
in general. Slide, please. Thank you for your time and consideration. The next presentation will be given by Dr. Sarah Kitch and Dr. Robert Hink on behalf of Air University.
Thank you, Captain Penny. Good afternoon. I am Sarah Kitch. I'm an assistant professor of leadership with the Leadership and Innovation Institute at Air University. And thank you for the opportunity to share our work on empathy. Slide, please. Given this forum's focus on DEIA, let me start by describing why empathy helps with these efforts. First, empathy is foundational to fostering inclusive environments. However, it is often overlooked and conceptually misunderstood as a construct. At its core, empathy is about seeking to understand the varied experiences of others through emotional perspective taking for the purpose of making decisions out of care and respect for others. Empathy is thus foundational to DEIA in that conflict and misunderstanding often emerge from a lack of knowledge or feeling where others are coming from, which can be mitigated through empathy training. So how are we approaching this? Well, our goal is to create, develop, and assess curriculum on empathy across AEIOU University programs. We do so through AEIOU's Quality Enhancement Plan, which is part of AEIOU's accreditation process. Empathy is one of 3 competencies the QEP has identified as important to developing ethical leaders. The QEP team works with AEIOU programs on a voluntary basis, providing curricular development and faculty training with interested programs. We then collect and assess learning and student data through self-reported pre- and post-tests, as well as direct assessments of student assignments. The intended outcome is developing more empathetic leaders with the skills to thrive in air and space force settings, including officers, enlisted, and civilian members. Students in the courses are expected to define, understand, and appreciate empathy skills. This enables greater awarenesses of differences when confronting DEIA-related issues and empowers them to seek out experiences that are different from their own through the idea that empathy can be understood as a continuum, one in which you might not be completely able to understand the experience of others, but nonetheless can come closer. Slide, please. So far, we found the curriculum leading to an increase of understanding and empathy and skills related to empathy, with average pre-post test scores showing a gain of 23%. And anecdotally, we found students walking away with a new understanding of what empathy is and ways to improve their skills. Our efforts are ongoing. This is a 5-year process with us entering the 3rd year. And so far, we've completed the conceptual foundation of what empathy is and is not, developed and piloted initial curriculum, and continue to collect data. While our efforts have proven promising, further success relies on continued commitment from our programs, the ones we're working with, gaining more awareness of curricular offerings, and preventing future staffing cuts to the QEP. Thank you so much for this time to share our work. And I believe back to you, Mr. Marshall. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I'm looking, trying to get my video to start here. Okay. So thank you, Dr. Sarah Kitch. Our second category showcases the efforts of the Department of the Air Force Barrier Analysis Working Group, or DAFBOG. A DAFBOG is a team comprised of volunteer civilian employees and service members, airmen and guardians, that analyzes anomalies found in civilian and military workplace policies, procedures, and practices using a grassroots perspective. The focus is to identify root causes, including determining if those root causes are potential barriers to diversity, equal opportunity, equity, inclusion, or accessibility, while devising plans to eliminate them. For more information on DAFBOGs, please attend tomorrow's DAFBOG overview at 9:50 a.m. in Block 8. However, now we will present our second category, which represents ongoing efforts either led by DAFBOGs or in collaboration with DAFBOGs. Colonel Raymond Daniel of the Black African American Employment Strategy Team will give our first presentation in this category.
Thank you. Slide. Mentorship, or more specifically, the lack thereof, is mentioned 54 times in the 2020 Independent Racial Disparity Review and is cited as a key factor contributing to the significant disparities within our service. Since its inception in December of 2020, our team has endeavored to address this challenge, but are doing so via a slightly non-standard approach, in that we're focusing on the pre-accession demographic, or the young people who have not yet entered the service. We implemented a 3-phase approach that started with a beta test at Howard University's DET 130 and grew to 27 mentor and mentee pairs in phase 2. Given the overwhelming success of the previous 2 phases, we are now entering phase 3, in which we expand to other HBCUs around the nation. We are actively codifying partnerships with 2 additional HBCUs and are currently talks with a 3rd. While intentional mentorship is our overarching focus, Discussions with detachment commanders and other subject matter experts revealed that there are many issues that challenge an HBCU's ability to produce the number of qualified officer candidates to make them viable. Some of the challenges are listed on the slide, but a major shortfall is a lack of resourcing the AFROTC units must contend with. As such, our team strives to provide additional assistance when and where possible through collaboration with several other mentoring entities across the DAF and civilian sector. By mentoring, motivating, and inspiring the pre-accession demographic, we feel that the DAF will see a much greater return on investment and are confident that the aforementioned disparities in the RDR will be minimized, if not eliminated altogether. Slide. At the moment, we're in the process of applying lessons learned from the previous phases while simultaneously conducting outreach to other mentoring organizations and alumni associations. We recently concluded our mentor recruitment event and now have 30 mentors lined up to support the upcoming academic year. Throughout all of this, we are establishing processes to ensure key metrics are being tracked so that we can continue to iterate and make the program better year after year. As much as our team likes to think that we can change the world on our own, the fact of the matter is that it will take a village. The BEST and our small LOE team are all volunteer organizations, so leveraging relationships and partnerships is the only way efforts like these can move forward. The issues that we're tackling, whether it's middle school and high school recruitment or obtaining actual DAF level funding, are issues that have been around for decades. If we as a service are truly devoted to improving our force moving forward, we must make the proper investments in our future generations now. The HBCU Intentional Mentorship Program is how we are doing our part, but we ask for each of you to contribute any way that you can. Before I turn it over to the next briefer, Lieutenant Colonel Ken White, another member of the BEST, to brief the Inclusive Male Grooming Standards LOE, I wanted to remind everyone about the BEST 2-year anniversary celebration this Friday, 5 August at 1300 Eastern. Simply Google Best DAF Dog on YouTube and it'll take you where you need to go. Thank you for the opportunity to talk with you all today.
Greetings. My name is Lieutenant Colonel White, and the purpose of this LOE is, next slide, please. The purpose of this LOE is something that negatively impacts, at a minimum, 10 to 13,000 total forced airmen every day, which is shaving waivers and the stigma of having facial hair. It is a resource drain with an annual Air Force average of 18,000 office visits and nearly $5 million in costs. Shaving waivers and profiles are associated with delayed advancement, early separation, and a negative perception of capable airmen. Black airmen and guardians are disproportionately impacted with 63% of all shaving waivers. To note, Black members are approximately 15% of the total force. Our recommendation is definable and enforceable, which is updating the AFI, allowing at least 1/8 inch, equivalent to a #1 guard on a clipper, is the minimum amount recommended to nearly eradicate the condition of fatal folliculitis barbae, but still achieve a gas mask seal. 1/4 inch is currently the facial hair length designated on medical shaving waivers and equivalent to a #2 clipper guard. Normalizing facial hair and allowing it for all men will eliminate this disparity gap for Black airmen and guardians without punishing others. It fosters inclusion, removes an artificial barrier to advancement, and eliminates a policy with disproportionately negative impact for Black airmen. Our current state is the Inclusive Male Grooming Standards LOE formed last fall, 9 months ago, to build on statistically significant studies centered on data analysis. We came together to spread the message that facial hair has no bearing on an airman or guardian's performance, but the data says we falsely believe otherwise. We have reached an audience of over 100,000, including the Chief of Staff of the Air Force, Chief Master Sergeant of the Air Force, Chief Master Sergeant of the Space Force, and US Navy DEI counterparts. Through the BEST, we are leading the way for joint discussion and coordination among sister services to update the regulations as well. In April, we were featured in the crucial conversation where we had the 18th Air Force Commander, previous Chief Master Sergeant of the Air Force, and service members impacted by facial hair policies.
30 seconds, please.
This conversation had over 3,000 viewers. This conversation had over 3,000 viewers. The US Air Force Honor Guard now has 11 service members with facial hair and are able to participate in ceremonies except for joint ceremonies. We have seen an increase of buried service members in photos with the president and other high-ranking officials. The work is not done, but we are on a glide path to updating the AFI and DoD regulations. I will now be introducing the next briefing, which is Major Katie Emerson.
Actually, Ms. Emerson is not yet online, I believe. So we're going to go next with Ms. Passmore. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ginger Passmore, and I am one of the topic leads for DAGA Athena. Slide, please. For those who choose to, building one's family is an exciting part of life. However, for many of our military families, this process comes with a variety of challenges and hurdles. One of the unfortunately common hurdles is perinatal loss and miscarriage. Perinatal loss is defined as the involuntary loss of pregnancy from conception to birth, including neonatal death up to 28 days of life. Miscarriage is defined as a spontaneous loss of a pregnancy before the 20th week of gestation. During the spring of 2020, after many years of infertility and expensive fertility treatments, my husband and I discovered that we were spontaneously pregnant. Unfortunately, our exhilaration was short-lived as I miscarried on Mother's Day. The next day, my husband had to take personal leave in order to join me at the doctor's office, where it was confirmed that we had lost our baby. As we navigated the devastation of this loss, he was not able to take any additional leave to personally grieve or to support me in my own grief. Further, there was no convalescent or bereavement leave that applied to our situation since he was not the birthing parent. And we are not alone in this story. Over a quarter of military members and their spouses reported experiencing miscarriage in 2021. This impacts our non-birthing parents just as much as the birthing parent and has a significant impact on readiness across the force. At this time, there is no Air Force policy that offers non-chargeable leave for the non-birthing parent in case of such loss. Slide, please. In April of this year, the Army implemented a powerful new policy regarding parenting, pregnancy, and postpartum, AR 2022-06. That same month, Task and Purpose released an article online stating, quote, "The Army just became the only service to give non-birthing parents leave after miscarriage," end quote. While this is a huge step forward for our soldiers and their families, it should not stop there. The Army should not be the only service that is caring for their members in such a proactive measure. Slide, please. Until policies are changed, having compassionate leaders who understand the impact of losses like these can make a significant difference in the healing process and the readiness of our airmen and guardian. By providing time to grieve, we recognize that commanders will have to assume some cost and spread the load across the team. However, this cost will ultimately reduce the risk for potential safety issues and other negative impacts to mission success. In order to accelerate change, we're currently staffing a Tier 1 waiver authority for the AFMAN 41-210 convalescent leave policy for Lieutenant General Slife, AFSOC commanders' consideration. This will empower our unit commanders and equip them with the critical decision tools to provide better informed care and to mitigate risk. We're also staffing a memo of support to the DAF Surgeon General for General Slife, adding his voice to the efforts to recommend updating policies. Finally, DAGA Athena has been in close communication with the DAF WIT team and their efforts to provide support for airmen who are seeking to build their families. The WIT is currently working on policy changes at the Department of Air Force level, and we will continue to support, coordinate, and streamline our efforts. Slide, please. This concludes my part of the presentation. Thank you for your time. Feel free to contact us at any of the emails listed below. And I believe the next presentation will be given by Master Sergeant Newton on behalf of DAGA Athena.
Good afternoon. I'm Master Sergeant Newton from AFSOC's DAGA Athena, and with me today is Staff Sergeant Salver from ACC's Sword Athena. We are part of a larger group operating under the Women's Initiative team to mask pregnancies at the unit level. Slide, please.
In April, this topic was reintroduced to Sword Athena 2022. While the average person might think that sharing the news of pregnancy is not a big deal, unit level visibility over this condition is a problem because 1 in 4 pregnancies end in miscarriages, most of which occur in the first 12 weeks. You see, pregnancy is the only medical diagnosis explicitly identified on the profile, as well as having specific assignment and deployment availability codes and an AFI requirement to notify supervisors of the medical diagnosis. This forces women to either relinquish control of their medical privacy or to delay testing and therefore access to prenatal care for the purposes of protecting their privacy, mental well-being, and/or careers. The 2021 DAF-IG disparity report indicated that maternal bias is a leading reason women don't feel included within the organization. Their survey revealed that 1 in 4 women delayed pregnancy testing on base out of professional concerns. Sword Athena allowed a diverse team of women across ACC to team up, devoting hundreds of hours on this LOE.
Recognizing this effort was much bigger than just ACC. In May, this LOE was adopted by the WIT, which has a robust network and senior leader champions. The WIT served as the connection between ACC's Sword Athena and AFSOC's Dagger Athena. At Dagger Athena, we asked AFSOC for a Tier 1 waiver to the AFI requirement for notifying supervisors of pregnancies. With the network and championship of senior leaders, this effort has made it all the way to the CSAF in a matter of 4 months. Although we don't have a timeline due to the complexity and interconnectedness of the systems, the change this initiative seeks would be felt Air Force-wide. Without the WIT and Athena names, we arguably would not be as far as we are today. It is the teamwork, collaboration, and networking of this group that has made our progress possible. Today, our group represents every major community across the total force integrated airman spectrum to include Air National Guard and Air Force Reserve component, enlisted officer and civilian personnel. It spans a wide range of specialties from aircrew to admin and everything in between, all blending their diverse perspectives and driving towards the same end goal. More than ever, the DAF is receptive to grassroots efforts such as this to accelerate change. Through these efforts and the large network these LOEs provide, we are breaking through the bureaucratic layers and eliminating antiquated requirements to make changes for the Air Force we need. Thank you for your time today. I will now turn it over to Miss Jenny Kane from AFSOC's Dagger Athena.
Good afternoon. As a part of Dagger Athena's MOG on fostering spouse inclusivity, our line of effort was focused on reviewing the Key Spouse Program. Slide. The Key Spouse Program by itself no longer provides comprehensive support for all airmen and their families due to the dynamic nature of modern families. Although the Key Spouse Program was formed in 1998, it wasn't formalized until 2009. The demographic of family life from 2009 has changed drastically compared to 2022. We aim to ensure that each and every person is supported no matter what their home front looks like. Whether you're a male-to-male couple, a single airman, a male spouse, or any significant other, we want you to feel like you are a part of the greater squadron family and supported as such. In this effort to identify barriers to inclusivity, the team combed the AFI guidelines, as well as engaged with Miss Life, ComAFSOC spouse, Miss Brown, CSAF spouse, and various key spouses and command teams, past and present. We have an unofficial informal survey just released to engage with more than those participating in the program, but also those the program supports, ensuring that all members of our greater squadron family are heard as we realign this program. Our team is currently participating in a DAF AFPC think tank for Key Spouse Program reform as they continue to work with Ms. Brown for a complete overhaul. Slide. As the first step, we propose establishing the Commando Support Network. This program will be an umbrella to house the Key Spouse Program, a single airman initiative, and the Booster Club with one common purpose to support all airmen independence. The Commando Support Network will accommodate any home front with one all-encompassing network, leaving no group to feel singled out by a separate program. The impact of this program is broad and far-reaching. Families that are disconnected and disenfranchised have difficulty supporting the continued burden of military lifestyle, affecting retention. When our members have issues on the home front not attended to, their warfighter mentality is distracted and readiness is degraded. In addition to the Commando Support Network, at the request of AFSOC Command Chief Olson, we've also reviewed the nomination process for the Key Spouse of the Year Award. We proposed a new process that focuses on the person behind the Key Spouse role to develop an understanding of intangibles and uses a format that the award winner and nominees can use for future resumes. This new award package would include letters of recommendation, not only from leadership, but more importantly, from the people they have supported. We also recommended a Key Spouse Program Award for squadrons. The squadrons that are putting so much time and effort into the Key Spouse Program are directly affecting resiliency on a larger scale. The success of this program is so valuable to AFSAC. Slide. We would love to hear from you. If you have any thoughts, questions, or suggestions on how to apply these ideas to your team or unit, please don't hesitate to reach out. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Jenny Kane. And now our final category today is best practices. And Dr. Joseph Looney from the Air Force Academy will give the first presentation.
Okay, great. Welcome. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for being here. Welcome from the Air Force Academy. If your organization is anything like our organization, about a year ago, we started asking ourselves some pretty significant questions. Questions like, how can we make deliberate, quantifiable differences within the diversity, equity, inclusion realm? How can we get everybody on base involved and all of our units involved in that? How can we get senior leadership involved, tracking these things over time? And also, how do we hold ourselves accountable for these types of things as we move forward? So next slide, please. Here's what we did. First, we created a strategic plan. We needed to really understand and make quantifiable the things that we wanted to accomplish at our institution. So we had 4 lines of effort. The first one was to recruit. We wanted to recruit not only students, but also faculty and staff that were representative of the diversity of the talent pool that was available. Next was develop. So not just getting people in our organization, but how do we develop them to have the knowledge and skills and abilities to support diversity and inclusion, to really value diversity and lead inclusively. The next one was retention. It's not good enough to just get people in our organization. We want to keep them. And are they leaving at certain rates or other rates? And then also with retention comes success. Not only that they're in our organizations and sticking around, but are they succeeding? Are they thriving in our organizations? And we can use data to understand some of those things. And the last area was sustainment. How do we make sure that we sustain all these efforts across this? And part of that is accountability. So we designed a plan that had 42 different objectives, 64 different tasks, OPRs from across the institution, as well as numerous metrics. So if you're interested in that plan, feel free to reach out to us. We're happy to share. But the next part was, how do we hold ourselves accountable for making progress in this area? So next build, please. So the progress really is this accountability structure. And our hats off to our senior leader, Lieutenant General Clark, our superintendent, who really wanted to put a structure in place that he led. So we have a diversity inclusion an executive committee that meets every single month, led by him and all of our senior leaders across the institution, to stay on a battle rhythm, to look at our strategic plan periodically and making sure that we're making progress. But just below that, we have a diversity inclusion action group, which I lead. But that has representatives from across our institution to make sure that we continue to make progress, tracking all those lines of effort that I talked about, all those tasks, all those objectives. And then those people that own those pieces across the organization then come to the executive council and share the progress, share
30 seconds, please.
Challenges, and advocating for resources and those sorts of things too. So it's the structure that's important because it drives the accountability, but also the plan is the data, is the information that drives what we talk about in that accountability structure. So again, I hope this is helpful to you. I hope you are thinking similarly in your organizations about the details and the progress you want to make, but also the accountability structure. So next slide, please. And that's it. Feel free to reach out to us and contact us if you have any questions or just want to share best practices. And I am then followed on by Mr. Lee Floyd from AFRC. Thank you all. Have a great day.
Mr. Floyd, sir, you are muted.
Good afternoon. I'm trying to
and now it's not working.
I think it's unmuted now, sir.
We can hear you, Mr. Floyd.
Go to the next presenter.
We can hear you now, sir.
Hello.
Mr. Floyd, please proceed. Thank you. All right, we're going to move to the next speaker. That's Lieutenant Colonel Douglas Freeman. Thank you. Lieutenant Colonel Douglas Freeman, you are up, sir.
Copy that. Yeah, a lot of mute problems going on. Sorry about that. Hey, hello again. I'm Lieutenant Colonel Doug Freeman, and I am from the HAF 826. And today I want to talk to you about something our team is most proud about, which is our Level Up program. If you can go to the next slide. As you see the bumper sticker there below from General Brown, our boss, Lieutenant General Mary O'Brien, took that to heart. She sees ISR and cyber as many senior leaders. She sees diversity and inclusion, like many senior leaders, as an operational imperative for ISR and cyber forces to be as lethal as possible and to be a match for our enemies. So what did we do? We formed a 6-month cohort-style professional development. It was a pilot program. We could only have 22 folks in the program. We had about 380 applicants. Folks, our airmen are hungry to work in this space. We set out to do 3 things. We wanted to get a common skill set for our ISR and cyber forces to talk about D&I. We wanted to get them speaking the same language. But most of all, we wanted to build that community, that network of D&I professionals across the community that could depend on each other and help them build up their own programs at their bases. If you go to the next slide. This is a quick snapshot of what we did over the last 6 months. We had 3 in-person events, the last of which will be next week in Dallas, Texas. We kicked it off in Washington, D.C. We had Lieutenant General Mary O'Brien, we had Chief Bass, and we had Secretary Ortiz kick it off and show the importance of the space that we're working in. Our cohort got to build really deep connections through meaningful conversations and some D&I storytelling. Our second trip was to Spokane, Washington, where we partnered with a former Chief Diversity Officer of a Fortune 100 company, where we really dove into D&I skill sets and enhanced skills that our folks could use to facilitate D&I discussions at their bases. In between, we had several virtual sessions where we had more deep dives into skills for our teams. We talked about best practices like the live program that you saw a little earlier, and we even operationalized this. We had a war game looking through a D&I lens. Lastly, when we go to Dallas next week, we're going to partner with another Fortune 100 company to show how industry is doing D&I at the corporate level. Our cohort's also going to give capstone presentations, their pitches of what they plan to do with this new information they found at their home units. And lastly, we're going to graduate the cohort. We're going to have a great celebration. You go to the next slide. This is a few photos from our kickoff event in DC. And if you go to the last slide, what's next? We're going to do Level Up 2.0. Our team's already working hard at that. We're going to kick it off in January. It's still targeted to the ISR and cyber forces just based on our resourcing. It's all unit funded. What we are partnering with the Space Force right now because they have shown an interest in what we do and they want to build out their own program. If you have any questions about how we did this or want to build up your own program,
30 seconds, please.
Thank you for that. Please shoot me an email and our team would love to partner with you. Thank you.
Okay, I believe we're going to go next with Mr. Floyd. Over. Mr. Floyd, can you hear me? Can you hear us? Com check, Mr. Floyd. All right, we're going to go to Major Emerson at this point. Thank you.
All right, can you guys hear me okay?
Lima Charlie, Major Emerson.
Awesome. Thank you for bearing with me as I work through some comm issues. Good afternoon. I am Major Katie Emerson, dialing in from ACC headquarters here at Langley. Next slide, please. So I was one of the co-leads for ACC Sword Athena 2022. Sword Athena originally began as an idea in 2020 to develop an event focused on breaking female and family-centric barriers to readiness. So in keeping with ACC culture, it's modeled after a Weapons and Tactics or WEPTAC conference and aims to provide staff solutions to readiness issues. So Sword Athena utilizes mission area working groups or MOGs, which comprised of our wing nominees to crowdsource ideas from the field, collaborate to develop solutions, then present findings and actionable recommendations to the commander of ACC. So Sword Athena in 2020 and 2021 were entirely virtual due to the COVID-19 pandemic. However, this year in 2022, we were able to host our wing nominees in person for a remarkable event. We accomplished in 1 week in person what previously took 6 weeks to accomplish virtually. So with only 3 iterations under our belt, Sword Athena has become an action arm for change in ACC and the Air Force. It's these efforts that led to updated female hair regulations and Bluetooth breast pumps in classified facilities. This year, we tackled 7 lines of effort to improve readiness and retainability for our females and families in the Air Force. While we're still in our infancy, Sword Athena has inspired other Athena initiatives and MAGCOMs, as you heard today. So we rely heavily on partnerships with other Athenas, as well as many of the Department of the Air Force Barrier Analysis working groups, such as the Women's Initiative team, to accomplish our goals. We have been absolutely blessed to have incredible advocates and mentors across Headquarters Air Force and ACC, such as Lieutenant General O'Brien and Chief Master Sergeant Bass, that have enabled us to achieve greater goals than we could have accomplished on our own. Athena initiatives continue to span across the MAGCOMs with expressed interest from COCOMs, Guard, and Reserve Services for future participation as well. So while we already have 4 other MAGCOMs with established Athena battle rhythms, there's definitely still room for more across the Air Force. These events are quickly establishing a cornerstone in the Air Force battle rhythm for making positive change for our families and our sister in arms. The ultimate goal is to no longer need Athena events, but until we can make that Air Force a reality, we will continue to advocate on behalf of our airmen and guardians. Next slide. If anyone has any questions, this is our Sword Athena org box. Feel free to reach out and we will see how we can help. Thank you.
Mr. Floyd?
I'm here, I'm ready.
Excellent.
That's the last slide. I need to go to the first one. Next slide. Good afternoon, folks. Thank you all so much for allowing us an opportunity to share with you our diversity and inclusion program managers initial training workshop. The boss, our CAFR, mandated that our wing and vice commanders and group commanders become our program managers for the wings. They in turn selected 3 to 5 members to implement the initiatives that come about from the Diversity and Inclusion Executive Council. It is a 3-day course. Provides basic knowledge and skills to execute the D&I mission at the wing level. It provides basic cross-culture awareness, D&I 101, as well as bias awareness training. The deliverables: train D&I instructors at each one of our wings, development of wing D&I charters, the development and establishment of a diversity councils, and then again, introduction to the AFRC D&I dashboard tracker, as well as our SharePoint. Next slide. The course is 3 days, a 3-day course, and these are some of the things that we cover over those 3 days. It should be noted that we take an individual from cradle to grave on the execution of D&I initiatives at the wing level. And of course, a part of that is a practicum in which we give them a lesson plan, and they in turn go back to their respective wings to conduct the training for the masses. They do a host of things. We would like to invite those that can hear me right now an opportunity to be a part of this initiative. We're including half D&I personnel in this training initiative, and we want to offer it to the masses. We believe that we have an outstanding product, and we want to definitely include it into the Air Force diversity and inclusion movement going forward. Next slide. If you have any questions relevant to our Diversity and Inclusion Program Managers Workshop, please contact Senior Master Sergeant Eric Chenault, and this information can be found on this slide. Thank you all so much for allowing us to share this with you.
Thank you, Mr. Floyd.
You're welcome.
And thank you for joining us today for this first ever Department of the Air Force DEIA Showcase. And thank you to our presenters and our organizations for making this event possible. Please feel free to reach out via the contact information they have shared if you want to learn more. We hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. Major Brooks, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall, MAGCOM and FieldCom representatives for inspiring us to be the change and for your leadership in today's dynamic environment, ensuring that we not only provide the best care for our airmen, guardians, and families, but that we realize our best is only possible when we uphold, protect, and fight for an inclusive culture. Families today are defined in many different ways. In our next panel that will start at 1500 Eastern Standard Time, we will look into just that. But we're going to give everyone just a moment to do a quick stretch break before we start at 1430 Eastern Time. Thank you. Welcome back to our DEIA conference. In our next panel, they'll discuss the diversity of family dynamics. Major LaRae Johnson is our next moderator for this panel. Major Johnson is currently the Assistant Professor of Aerospace Studies and Operations Officer for the Air Force ROTC Detachment at East Carolina University. Please welcome Major Johnson and the Family Dynamics panel.
Thank you very much, Major Brooks. Good afternoon, fellow airmen and guardians. I am Major Ray Johnson, your moderator for the Diversity Family Dynamics panel. The intent of this panel is to highlight that the families across our Air and Space Force are just as diverse as the airmen and guardians we serve alongside each day, in hopes of understanding the various ways in which people interpret the word family. Whether you are a single parent, a member undergoing artificial insemination to start your own family, same-sex couple household, or caring for aging parents, just to name a few, it is important to highlight family does not look the same for everyone, which is a good thing. That's the diversity piece. Our panelists this afternoon will share experiences surrounding their own unique family dynamic. It is my honor to welcome Lieutenant Colonel Larissa Weir, who is currently stationed at Defense Health Headquarters, where she is the Air Force Surgeon General Chief Women's Health Consultant. Lieutenant Colonel Aaron Weatherly, who is stationed at Joint Base San Antonio, Lackland, Texas, where she is the Basing and Bed Down Branch Chief for the Installation Support Directorate of the Air Force Installation and Mission Support Center. Senior Master Sergeant David Smith, who is an Air Force Reserve Personnel Program Individual Mobilization Augmentee at MacDill Air Force Base, Florida, and is currently on mandate orders with the Office of the Secretary of Defense's Office of Diversity and Inclusion, where he oversees the DAF BOG program and co-lead for the LID, working to identify and remove barriers within the LGBTQ military community, and Staff Sergeant Brandon Johnson Farmer, who is an Air Traffic Control Tower Watch Supervisor at the 374th Operations Support Squadron at Yokota Air Force Base, Japan. At this time, I'd like to ask each of our panelists to introduce themselves and share their family journey with us. Lieutenant Colonel Weir, we can start with you, ma'am.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you for having me today. It's really, I'm super excited to be here. So as Major Johnson said, I am an OBGYN physician by training. I've been on active duty taking care of the women of the Air Force and now the Space Force for the past 17 years, since 2005. I currently work, like she said, up at Defense Health Headquarters, where I am under the Air Force Medical Readiness Agency. And as the Chief Women's Health Consultant, I have the opportunity to advise on the health of our female forces within the Air Force and the Space Force, all things kind of related to women's health policy, and then also related to the medical readiness of our medics. So making sure that all of our nurses, docs, and techs are ready to go out and into the field and do their trade. I've had the opportunity in my job as an OBGYN physician to care for diverse families and help diverse families get started. And I've really enjoyed that opportunity. And hopefully today can provide some information and support on how we can encourage that within the Department of the Air Force. So on the personal side, my wife and I started our fertility journey back in 2011. At that time, we're dual military. She's active duty Army. She's still active duty Army, so we're still doing the dual mil thing. At the time, we were both majors. We were stationed apart from one another. I was at Nellis Air Force Base, and she was at Fort Irwin in California. We had just recently become public with our relationship after Don't Ask, Don't Tell went away. We weren't married yet. We went a few months later to the great state of Iowa, where it was legal for us to get married. We got married there. But we decided that we wanted to go ahead and start a family. And so we pursued fertility treatments. We went out into the community, paid on our own for infertility treatments, eventually going through IVF. And my wife was the one who carried, and we had 2 embryos placed, and they both stuck, and we ended up with twins. And the twins were born in May of 2012. And so we now have 10-year-old twins. And we ultimately decided that that made our family complete. So we have truly enjoyed and appreciated our ability to be a diverse military family, especially a diverse mil Army Air Force family. There have definitely been challenges, but it's been very rewarding. And honestly, one of my favorite things is when my kids demonstrate that sense of pride about being military kids and being a military family. So thanks again for having me.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Lieutenant Colonel Weatherly.
Hi. Thank you again for having me a part of this wonderful panel. My name is Lieutenant Colonel Aaron Weatherly. I'm a civil engineer for the United States Air Force, clearly the best job in the Air Force, in my humble opinion. I married a handsome, very handsome comm officer. His name is Cedric Weatherly. He's also Lieutenant Colonel for the Air Force. We married in 2012, and we finally got stationed together in 2013. And that's when we decided to start our family. 2014, not knowing we were going to have some problems, we got referred to the RI clinic at SAMC. With my endometriosis, I didn't know it was going to be difficult in order to start a family. We went through multiple rounds of IUI and IVF, and finally one of the 2 embryos stuck. And then we were blessed to have our baby girl. That was great being able to work with the REI clinic at SAMC to do that. Focus a lot then on work. And then we decided to try again in 2018, not knowing it was going to be difficult. My body just was not responding to the fertility medicine. The doctor said, fertility doctor at SAMC said, have you ever thought about a donor egg? No, she said, uterus is fine. Just think about that. My husband and I did some research with checking out fertility clinics off base and at Walter Reed, where they do donor eggs. Going through a lot of process, medical process, being on lists for deployments, we were finally able to go through. We were able to find a donor. We ended up working with Shady Grove in Maryland. And we went through a shared program where we were able to use 1 donor egg with 3 different families. Through that, we were able to get 11 eggs, 6 embryos worked, and we flew to Maryland to have inserted an embryo in me. Ended up working, and so we were able to, and blessed enough to get a baby boy at the end, December 31st. So our unique journey has been IVF with using my eggs, but also using a donor egg outside of the military. And it was just great. We have a unique family ourselves, and we're just glad to be able to share our story here with the DoD world.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate you being here. Moving on to you, Singer Smith.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, and pleasure to be here. So very happy to be here. Senior Master Sergeant David Smith. As my quick bio was presented earlier, I am been in 22 years, so I'm actually looking forward to retirement this October. So I had a great ride. I've been active duty, I've been Guard, I've been Reserve, I've been an IMA, Traditional Service, and on AGR. So I have maybe touched every little bit of the Air Force. So it's been really such a blessing, and looking forward to an active duty retirement in October. So I have been all over the place. Currently working with SAP-EI as their DAF BOG program managers. So you've probably been hearing quite a bit about the programs that the DAF BOGs have been doing, such amazing work. And it's just been really fulfilling to be able to end my career with having a hand in changing policy and seeing how policy can change. And so I'm super excited about that. I'm also the co-lead for, or I'm outgoing co-lead since I'm retiring. We have new people coming in for the LIT, the LGBT initiatives team. So that has also been a tremendous opportunity to do that and to be involved with that opportunity. So a little bit about myself. 22 years in, I was married for the first 10 years to a wonderful woman. We have 4 awesome, beautiful children. My oldest is soon to be 19. Next is going to be 18 soon, and the 13 and 10-year-old. And so it's been completely a blessing to have my 4 children. Our marriage kind of went, sideways, as some marriages do. We ended up divorcing, and I kind of just kept my mind open. And next thing you know, I was like, oh, guess what? I like him. And so, and then, I was realized sometimes we have these boxes, it's either this or that, and you forget that there's a middle. And then you really choose which one really matches you. And so I was happy in both in my first marriage. And we just had some issues and some differences, but we still remain really close and maintain a good relationship for our children. And then now married to my current husband for about 2 years. And we're doing great things and doing some good things, trying to make positive change in our world and those that are impacted around us. So my story is not common. It is unique, but it is not, I'm not alone, so it happens, so that's who I am, and I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Senior. Sergeant Farmer, ready to share?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. My name is Sergeant Farmer. I'm an air traffic control watch supervisor stationed at Yokota Air Base. A little about myself. Next year would be 10 years in the Air Force for me. I am single parent of a 6-year-old girl, very, very energetic. And single parenting is much more common than it was in the past, but amongst men, it's not really seen by many. The decision for me came about when I was stationed at Langley. It all started as co-parenting once our relationship didn't work out. And then my mother was State Department and had opportunities to live abroad when I was a child. She did not take those opportunities because of difficulty. And I decided that when I moved abroad that I would take my daughter with me so that she can have that experience that I didn't have when I was a child, because the Air Force offers a lot of unique experiences for military children. So that's what we're talking about today.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for sharing. It's very clear that we all have a different dynamic when it comes to family. And oftentimes, depending on the uniqueness of our dynamic, it can be difficult to gain support from commanders, supervisors, and even our fellow airmen and guardians. So can you describe what support you received from your unit when you began and even throughout your journey, and even what challenges you faced?
I can take the first one. 2 different experiences I did have. When I was going through the IVF with our first time AEIOU, the support was outstanding. It was difficult to first share with my immediate supervisor, but I was able to share with them because going through an IVF IUI, ups and downs. So it was a lot and a very emotional roller coaster, but I got a lot of support from my first leadership. Unfortunately, however, going through it the second time initially, I didn't get too much support. I was out and open about it, and unfortunately, some of the support was not there. I wish now that I look at it, I would have gotten some things in writing for evidence to show that at the time, the leadership said they were supporting me, there was fine. But in actuality, with the results and the actions from my commander, she was not supportive, saying that I did not have a work-life balance. So I wish that I would have gotten some things in writing, maybe just memorandum for records with the conversation I have about what my husband and I would like to do, the time frame it would require, how I can still do my job, but still go through the IVF journey because I've done it before. So I've seen in both dynamics, the support, which was great, and unfortunately the other support. And it was just disheartening for my husband and I.
Thank you for sharing, ma'am. I'm sorry, definitely had to endure that. Who else would like to share?
I'm happy to share.
Okay.
The whole process, I think we definitely had a leg up, right? We were 2 officers. We were 2 medical officers. And OBGYN, right? So we already had additional resources and contacts and information that sometimes people don't have. So, we kind of had that benefit going in. But honestly, we had great support. And, it was a changing time, like I said. And it was a time when definitely families like ours, at least out in the public, were kind of few and far between. And from a policy standpoint, there really wasn't any parental leave for the second parent who was not actually a birth parent. And so we just had phenomenal support from our colleagues and from my command. Lieutenant Colonel Maggie Schumacher, love her. She was my flight commander, but, she helped to create alternative duty schedules so that I could be there for the birth of the kids, so I could take some time off after the kids were born. Because again, there's no second mom leave at the time. So, it was great, the support, the flexibility, and really, I hope that we can get that for others as well.
Absolutely, ma'am. So many changes that have taken place, and we hope that more changes are coming.
Oh, yeah, I'll take a little stab at this as well. When I first, started figuring out some things, I knew I needed to either keep quiet or find people that I could trust and that I could confide in, right? And so I found those people, and they were my tribe, and so we may have had similar backgrounds or not. They were a part of that community, the LGBT community. And so that really, really helped me to kind of just, figure some things out first. And then I just put myself in in the closet, right? Or I did my own don't ask, don't tell, and didn't tell anyone until I could trust people. And so it'll be one here and then maybe one there. Then I remember that I saw my career not really go anywhere because I wasn't really authentic to myself. I knew I wasn't going to any events because I didn't want no one to know oh, where is this or where is that or where's your person or anything. So there was this nothing going on in my career, and so then once I was okay, I started and I felt safe in my unit that and I was in Denver. One that could have been a great state to come out in, a great organization to come out in. I had great leadership that was there. And then I made a bold move and had a promotion ceremony and brought somebody with me, and it was public, and it was oh, everybody was oh, that was so easy. But I don't know if I could do that if I didn't have the support or if I knew that I wasn't gonna get judged or that I wasn't gonna get judged or blindsided by anything like that. So just to know that my unit was supportive, I felt like it was a safe or brave environment. I knew that I could be my complete self in uniform, on base, in civilian clothes, and off base. And that was a huge portion for me to make sure that I had that group, that tribe around me, because that's super important. While it took everyone some time to adjust, I was okay and on base. I know, and that was helpful.
Thank you, Senior.
May I also take a stab at this one as well, ma'am? So for me, as a single parent, I know there's a lot of mixed stories that you'll get from single parents depending on where they're stationed or the leadership that they have at the time. I've had some leadership that was very supportive of my situation, and then unfortunately also in my career, I've had some that I didn't always have the best supervision that was willing to work with me in the scenario that I was in. And there was various reasons for that. Some have, I guess, been scarred from other single parents or unique situations in which people abused that time that people had given them to do things and to take care of their families. And then some were just unsure of how to provide the accommodation without making it appear like favoritism for that individual. So for me being here, early this morning for in Japan time is just to create that awareness for those people that may not know how to deal with those unique situations. But for me, the difference between the good leadership that I had and the bad leadership that I had was communication with me, opposed to, I guess, assuming they were able to communicate with me on what I needed and were able to accommodate based on that.
Absolutely. Thank you for sharing. And Sergeant Farmer, with you being overseas, I know there are probably a lot of active duty and reserve members out there who are single parents, and that balance of family, but wanting to prioritize family, but still wanting to do well in their career, but feeling discouraged to taking an overseas assignment. What wisdom can you give them?
It's definitely a challenge. First, I would tell people that it is definitely worth the challenge. I don't want anyone to say that because of their scenario, they separated or they decided not to take an opportunity for themselves because of the fact that they were scared about the challenges. You can make it through anything that you're willing to put your mind to. Like I said before, single parenting is not uncommon, especially in today's military. Even though it is scarce amongst men, me PCSing in here, I met actually 3 other gentlemen that were actually also single parenting as well. The biggest issue I would say would be the childcare piece. For me being in air traffic control, we have a very, I would say, intense work schedule. So whether it be you're working with 6 days and you get 1 day off a week, and we're always constantly swapping schedules because we're shift workers. So you may work 5 a.m. to 2 p.m. one day or 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. the next, and then you might work an overnight shift of 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. So obviously base childcare at most bases is not going to support a schedule like that. I think I've had one base in my career where they had a childcare facility that supported those hours, and that was a civilian facility that supported that. So making friends and connections with other single parents or other spouses that are at home and being able to do that very quickly, because you're expected to be spun up quickly once you PCS into a new base. So creating that new network for you and your child is crucial when you go to a new base, especially overseas.
Absolutely. And that just continues to highlight that, you know, it's not only our airmen and guardians who are important, but it's our families who are equally important as well. We have to make sure that they are taken care of. Thank you so much for sharing. Lieutenant Colonel Weir and Lieutenant Colonel Weatherly, both of you have experience with in vitro fertilization. Lieutenant Colonel Weatherly having undergone it yourself twice, and Lieutenant Colonel Weir from the perspective of a partner, as well as a medical point of view, assisting patients with their family goals. As a person myself who has made the decision to begin my own family and go through artificial insemination, I know that TRICARE does not cover the actual procedure itself, but can you speak to what services are covered, sources of support available to members, and suggested resources that you've utilized or know of? And I know you spoke about it a little bit earlier, but we could expand on that.
Okay.
I'm happy to start if you'd like, and I can.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so as Major Johnson said, TRICARE does not cover advanced reproductive technologies. So that would be things like intrauterine inseminations, IVF, donor embryos, donor gametes, all that good stuff, all the stuff, right? So TRICARE will cover the evaluation for infertility. So they will cover the lab, the necessary labs, the necessary radiology studies. And, you know, if anything comes of those labs or radiology studies, they will oftentimes, it depends on what it comes up with, but will oftentimes can cover maybe things like surgical procedures or medications to address what has been found in that evaluation. So if they evaluate you and they find that your thyroid is off, then they'll cover treatment of the thyroid. If they evaluate and find that maybe there's some uterine abnormalities that can be addressed with a surgical procedure, then that is all covered. But then when it's actually time to pursue the advanced reproductive technologies, that's where that coverage sort of ends. Sometimes medications, which can assist with some of these procedures, are covered, but that's not across the board. It's very specific to the scenario and the medications. So, you know, that's kind of where everybody starts. And even in our case, we were not technically infertile, but prior to, you know, doing the IUIs and then doing the IVF, that workup is still indicated to make sure that nothing's missed before you kind of pursue those advanced reproductive treatments. So that's all covered via TRICARE. In very rare cases, you know, severe injury from duty, or if a member has a diagnosis of cancer, if either of those things have limited fertility, then there can be TRICARE coverage, but obviously those cases are very few and far between. So really, you know, to start, the best place to start is with your primary care doc. and saying, being very direct about what your goals are. My wife and I want to start a family. And so, we're obviously going to need assistance in doing that. Typically, that will turn quickly into a referral to some type of women's health practitioner, an OBGYN physician, or even many of our women's health nurse practitioners are quite capable of initiating the first workup and that type of thing. So getting over to see a women's health provider can sort of start the process. And then making the decision as far as how you would like to pursue these advanced reproductive technologies. And kind of there are two options. You can go out and pay out of pocket in the civilian sector. Again, your women's health provider who you're seeing typically has knowledge of these clinics or connections with these docs or these clinics, and so can kind of provide some of that connection to the infertility treatment facilities. But there is obviously costs associated with that, and it's pretty significant costs associated with that. Upwards of $20,000 per cycle for IVF, depending upon what all you need. Many times, particularly in hubs where there's a lot of military families, the clinics will sometimes provide discounts, military discounts, and sometimes we'll kind of work with the military families for pay as far as to try and mitigate some of that cost, but definitely a cost associated with that. The alternative is to pursue getting treatment at one of the 6 military treatment facilities that do offer advanced reproductive technologies. And they're able to do this because they're supporting physician education. And so, Lieutenant Colonel Weatherly mentioned SAMC, and there are several others, Walter Reed, that do this as well, a total of 6 of them. And you can get referred to those locations. Oftentimes those locations are limited by capacity, and there's oftentimes a wait list associated with them, and it can be sometimes many months. And then obviously the travel. If you're not geographically close to any of those locations, then it can be quite a bit of travel necessary. And as we know, these procedures can sometimes take many tries. It's a lot of back and forth. And so that can definitely be a challenge. So, certainly some gaps as far as, what can be offered within the TRICARE benefit. But, my best advice is be direct about what you need and what you want. Try and get over to see a women's health practitioner as soon as you can and make those inroads.
And I can do this in 60 seconds. It depends on the time frame and the expense. Because again, like she said, the need is a lot more than it is. It's unfortunate that the wording is selective, like this is an elective, starting a family, when it shouldn't be. But because SAMC does have a partnership with San Antonio Fertility Clinic, we were able to do some of the work there, SAMC, and then we had to pay San Antonio Fertility Clinic for it. When we decided to do it another time, we didn't necessarily have the time on my side. I just turned 44 yesterday. So when we were trying to do it again, I was 40 plus, and I was like, ugh, time's not working on my side. So that's what we decided, okay, instead of waiting on the list with Walter Reed, because they have a donor aid program, my husband and I decided to go out to the private sector. It costs a lot more, but we just didn't have the time to wait on the waiting list for that. So time frame, where your expenses, see what works. There are grants out there also. There are scholarships out there because we were exposed to that. So you Googling it, there are some organizations that can help you with the finances.
Thank you, ladies, very much. And Lieutenant Colonel Ware, I liked what you said, be direct, express what you need. I think that is applicable for all of us, right? Whether you're a single parent, a dual military household, we have to be able to communicate, like Sergeant Farmer said, we got to communicate what our needs are, whether it's to our CMA or to our commander, our supervisors, whomever. We have to be direct. So I hope our audience is hearing that. All right, Senior, you're up. As a co-lead of the LIT team and member of the LGBTQ family yourself, how did your experience impact your desire to serve on the LIT team, and what efforts has it led to?
Yes, thank you. Never in a million years would I have thought I would have been leading the Department of the Air Force's LGBTQ initiatives team. Never would have thought it. right? You know, just 4 years prior, 5 years prior, I wasn't even telling anybody about myself. So, you know, you fast forward, and I think it really tied in that I was happy with who I was, and I didn't care if you didn't like it. You know, I had to get to that point of like, I don't care, you know, and once you get through that, you know, you kind of like, okay, this is me, you know, and let's get things done. So when I had a prior coworker reach out to me on Facebook about, hey, email this general that if you want to, you know, get involved with this new program, I was like, email a general via Facebook. This doesn't sound right. But I went ahead and did it. And General Lauterbach asked me to be a co-lead for it. And so that's how I stumbled across it. And it has been such an amazing opportunity to be a part of that. I've learned so much. Just because you're part of the community does not mean you know everything else about the community. And I've learned tremendously about our LGBT brothers and sisters. It's been phenomenal. So some of the work that we have done, you may have known, you all have the opportunity to, it's voluntarily, you can put your pronouns in your signature block, right? That tongue and quill change was an initiative by one of our transgender LOE leads, our team. And it's not a transgender issue. It's, you know, a non, you know, Anglo-Saxon name or whatever, or Western name. You know, Angel can be an angel, or Angel, you know, it can, you know, Shannon can be male or female, you know, so it really just helps. There's numerous times where I just think about, like, is this a sir or ma'am? I don't really know, you know, especially if it's a civilian, you know, it's easy in the military to say sergeant or major or whatever. So that was one of the big wins. Some of our other initiatives that we're doing are looking at the exceptional member program. The military Air Force was one of the first initiative or branches to really look at the anti-trans laws that are happening in some of our states. So a lot of our, you know, servicemen and women may have transgender children. And so by the military PCSing someone to a certain base where their children aren't going to be medically cared for, we looked at what we can do, and we elevated that to our most senior leaders in the Department of the Air Force. And we looked at the exceptional family member program. So any family member who may be going to certain states that may not feel as safe, they can implement the exceptional family member program to make that possible PCS change. We're looking at, what else we're looking at? Tons of things. I can keep going on and on and on, but I'll just stop there for a couple of them. But we're looking and partnering with other blogs around clothing. We're also looking at non-binary members being able to join our service. So we're doing some great things, and it's just a privilege and honor to know that we have representation. You know, part of our community is at the top. And so that also creates an opportunity for us to submit ideas and implement change. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Senior. And then I just saw actually a question in the chat, and I'm not sure if this is lit related or maybe a question for Lieutenant Colonel Ware, but the question was regarding any parental forms. Are there any efforts in place to make them more inclusive? So rather than saying mother and father, maybe parent and parent or guardian?
Yeah, I'll speak to one of them, and the lit is also looking at that. So one of the initiatives, I had it down here, so I'm glad you brought it back up. We're all very familiar with the DADS 101 course, and there is a reason that there is DADS 101 course, why there is funding around that. But there have been incidences or anecdotes where, you know, there's a same-sex couple, two moms who want to go to this class, and it, you know, like earlier in our very briefing, it was like the Boy Scouts versus Girl Scouts, right? So we're looking at that policy or other verbiage around, you know, can it be just Parents 101 course, you know, and the background behind why it's there, DADS 101 was because there was usually a higher number of cases where children were hurt around the dad, right? And so that's why there was funding implemented into that. But it doesn't mean that you still can't make it more inclusive. And that's our goal, to do that. We're also looking at forms that we can do that too. But Lieutenant Colonel may have more updates on that. But that's one of the other initiatives that the LIT is looking into.
Thank you, Senior. Ma'am, was there anything you wanted to add?
I don't think I have anything to add. Keep up the great work, LIT.
No worries. Thank you so much. Well, Senior, I remember when we were preparing for this panel, you speaking about identity challenges faced by yourself personally, as well as your children during this transition. So they really aren't teenagers. They're really adults that you have on your hands. Can you speak to those challenges and what support or resources were available for your family?
Yeah, thank you. What I realized is kids are going to be themselves regardless at around 14 and 15, right? So we all know, like, it's going to be attitudinal. It's going to be, we're not going to be friends. So I had to deal with that. Plus, there was something different. But I also had to realize, they're a product of a divorce, and that hits kids differently anyway. I'm not, but their mom is also a product of a divorce. So she had her experiences and how she may have reacted to the new parent, and I didn't have those experiences, right? And so I had to create an environment where I could say, one, let's just teach respect. That, guess what? Your family may not look like the majority on the street anymore, but you still have a very supportive and involved father and a very supportive, involved mother. And I still look the same. I still sound the same. You still can get in trouble. And so all those things were still like, it was a point of saying nothing's really changed besides there was a change, right? And so I had to respect that. I had to meet them where they were. I had to give them their space. I thought like, oh, you're going to come hang out and we're going to do this. But that wasn't always inclusive. That wasn't always effective. And so I had to give space. And respect their journey and respect their time, and they had to respect mine. And so it was never easy, and it was hard. And because I think at that in the early teenage years, they're trying to identify who they are, who they like. Are they cool enough? Am I smart enough? All these other things. So all the while you're parenting. And then I had to realize, like, this is also their coming out story, right? When they date, they have to say, oh yeah, I have 2 dads and a mom, or this is my dad and his partner. And I had to tell them, like, you can be an ally or you can hate the community. And that's a really hard life to live, to be hating something. And so I think they're allies. Another thing that I did that I wish and that I teach and I practice wherever I'm at, or if I'm on a DNI panel, is I no longer assume anything. It's 2022. There's a lot of things happening in the world. I no longer assume anything anymore. So you would never hear me say to a male, oh, what's your wife's name? I'm gonna say, what's your spouse's name? What's your partner's name? Because I don't want to be surprised. I don't want to insult. And I am practicing even when I ask my kids, like, oh, you got a girlfriend yet? You got a boyfriend yet? You got somebody that you like? And you let me know who that person is, because coming out gets old, it gets tiring, but it gets refreshing, it gets empowering, and you always do it. But if I can alleviate the, oh God, 3, 2, 1, I'm going to tell some, okay, no, I can't do it. Okay, 3, 2, 1 now. Okay, maybe tomorrow. It's just too much. So when you create an environment where there's no guesswork, it's so much easier. So those are some of the things that I'm trying to implement in my own life, my own surroundings, in my own unit. Is just you tell me, I'm not going to guess. So because they're stereotypes aren't the same anymore. Everyone doesn't just use their hands like this, and every woman doesn't cut her hair short, and the stereotypes are gone. So you tell me when you want to tell me, but I'll ask, and so I think that's okay. So that's what I'm trying to do.
Thank you, Senior. And so what I hear is that diversity and inclusion are pretty much one and the same.
Starts at home.
Yes.
And it starts at home.
Absolutely. So before we begin to kind of close it out, There was a comment, someone wanted you to elaborate a little bit on the clothing initiative you spoke of earlier. So if you could take a couple seconds to speak to that.
Sorry, so it's an initiative, it's a thought process now. The undersecretary was at MacDill Air Force Base maybe a couple of months ago, and I was invited to attend as well. And we had an individual that their pronouns are they. They identify as maybe non-binary. But currently policy, a non-binary person can't really join, right? Because our middle PDS systems are only geared towards male and female. So we don't have a non-binary there yet. That's going to take lots of dollars to make those system changes. But conversation is happening. So we had I'm learning all these words, guys. I'm just learning so much. So we had a mask presenting person, right, who goes by they, but in uniform, that's what everything looks like. Gender marker is male, but they identified a unfairness maybe around uniforms. And it was the spectrum, right? A female presenting woman can cut her hair really short, if she wants to, or grow really long, wear makeup. But a male can only go so far, right? And so around grooming standards. So it's not all inclusive yet. If this person really wants to be gender fluid outside the base, they can't really do it on base. So conversations around that, there's just conversations at the moment around that. Uniforms, some conversations are around, tie tabs and this, and, can we just create one uniform, or options for all. Conversations, just conversations at the moment. So I just say that a lot because I don't want people to say Sergeant Smith said, so it's just conversations that we're having. And there is a cross-functional team that the SAP-EI office has around non-binary. We're looking at non-binary members and what policies need to be looked at and what policies can be changed. So doing some great things, conversations. So if you're interested, join the loop.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Senior. And not a lot of questions from our chat, but there is a lot of support, making sure that single parents understand that we can make it happen, making sure there is support also for our children who are in the LGBTQ+ family as well. So we thank our audience for all that support we're receiving. So as we come to a close, I think this has been a great opportunity to explore unique family dynamics to include same-sex, IVF, single parenthood, covering a few ways of how we can look at what family means. So as a closing, what are some best practices we can provide our airmen and guardians so we can all serve as stewards of support for each other? And what do you want our audience to know or understand about diverse family dynamics? Sergeant Farmer, I'll start with you.
All right. So what I would like for people to know is, mainly for the supervisors, for me. So what I would ask and support for those supervised single parent airmen or others with unique family backgrounds is treat each person differently. And what I mean by that is to take the time to know your people. You learn everyone's needs are different based on their specific scenario. There's no cookie cutter way to deal with all the airmen under your leadership. Airmen all have their different needs as they are. So the single parent would definitely have different needs than the mill-to-mill couple and so forth. Also, just because somebody shares the same scenario, whether it's single parent to single parent, their needs and the support that they need will still be different. I mentioned the communication piece earlier. I just say talk to them, find out what they can do, find out their needs, learn the person, find out what their unique work-life balance is, and don't withhold opportunities from those people because they also deserve that career advancement as well.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Sergeant Farmer. That spoke to me.
Oh, I could go next. Definitely, I like what he said, but communication is key, and also just being there to support in different areas. I know with my journey, I had to definitely lean more also on my mental health provider. I did not know how much it was going to take a toll on me as an officer, African-American, female officer in my particular career field, because I was always go, 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 go. But dealing with a fertility journey and with my spouse, because my spouse handled it differently than I did, I had to lean more on my mental health provider to get me through that, because it was emotions and stuff that I'd never dealt with before. So I think it's important, again, unfortunately, this starting a family is elective, but I want to be called mom, then ma'am, then more than anything for so many years. So being able, again, to provide the support, like he said, Sergeant Farmer said, support is going to look different for different people as they're going through their journey of having a family, trying to add more to their family, and just diversity that we have. So being open, please communicate to your particular individual, your airman, your guardian about that, and just being there. Nothing more speaks more about a volume of a leader is showing how much you care. And that is the biggest thing, is making sure you show them care and just providing that support. Various ways you can do that. That's going to be the biggest thing.
Absolutely. Thank you, ma'am. Lieutenant Colonel Ware?
Yeah, I agree 100% with everything everybody said. So many great points. Two things that I would mention: assumptions, and I think Sergeant Smith mentioned this several times, but if you can avoid making assumptions, if you don't understand, ask. It means so much. A lot has changed, like I said, in the past 10 years, but Sergeant Smith mentioned, well, what does your husband do? Used to get that question so often. When we had the babies, it was like, well, whose babies are these? Are they your babies or her babies? Well, they're both of our babies. So are you sisters? That was one of my wife's favorite. Are you guys sisters? No, we're not. Just try not to make assumptions, ask questions. And the other thing I would say for, commanders and leaders is, in addition to what everybody else has said, flexibility. And it has to do with like getting to know your people and what they need, asking them what they need, and then trying to provide that flexible environment for people. Because people really can do great things even outside of kind of the standard work structure. So that's my advice.
Thank you, ma'am. Senior?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And it's hard to not assume and then not ask questions, right? But just ask questions and then get corrected, right? But the easiest way to assume is not put a gender on something anymore. So that's probably the easiest way to do it. Spouse, partner, person. I like to take this quick opportunity to, as an education point that I've learned through pronouns, right? Sometimes it's easy to say preferred pronouns, right? Mm-hmm. And we were taught that it's not preferred. This is who these individuals are, right? And so if we can get out that language of, oh, what's your preferred pronoun? Just pronouns. And so, because they didn't prefer it, that's who they are, right? So that's one thing. Military One Source was helpful for me when I was coming out. Like, it just helped me to kind of process some things, to bounce some ideas off of my journey. And so that's always there for anyone, free counseling. So Military One Source was always there. And so those are some of the things that helped me. And I'm also trained in change management. And so there's a methodology around ADCAR. And I apply that with my kids. They don't know it. I apply it at work sometimes. And it's around change and how you go through change. And it's ADCAR. One is awareness. Once someone has an awareness that there is something that needs to happen, then they're most likely to go through the next stage, which is desire. And then when you have a desire to change, like, okay, now let me get smart, which is the K of knowledge. So then once you have your knowledge, then you have the ability to actually do it. And then once you have the ability to do it, then you can actually have the R of reinforcing it. So then it sticks. And then you just do that journey over and over again. So practice that with your coworkers, practice it at home. If your kids ain't doing dishes or your spouse don't cut the grass or whatever, hey, you need to do dishes. Oh, I didn't know that. Do you have a desire to have clean dishes? You walk through that. So that's something that I kind of do without even knowing it. And it helps us do our own exercises of implementing change and making change stick in our lives. So thank you.
Thank you all so much. The big theme here is support, 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 support each other, and communicate. Communicate your needs, communicate your family's needs. So on behalf of the conference committee and our audience, we thank you so much for sharing your experience. To our audience, we hope you have, or we have provided encouragement for those experiencing similar family dynamics and wisdom for those who have airmen and guardians whom they are looking for ways to support. This concludes our panel for New Family Dynamics. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Major Johnson, Lieutenant Colonel Weir, Lieutenant Colonel Weatherly, Senior Master Sergeant Smith, and Staff Sergeant Farmer for helping us recognize any bias we may have regarding what a family looks like, and for enlightening us so that we can embrace the diversity of families for our airmen and guardians. We will again pause for a short comfort break and we'll resume with our last segment for the day at 15:30 Eastern Standard Time. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, good. We're good to go? I think so.
Good afternoon. I'm Colonel Janice Carroll, Deputy Director, Diversity and Inclusion for the Secretary of the Air Force. Good afternoon. I'm Colonel Janice Carroll, Deputy Director, Diversity and Inclusion for the Air Force. The next panel, How to Be the Change of Inclusive Culture, General Officer and Senior Executive Service Panel. Today, we have 4 esteemed leaders with us, starting off with first, Lieutenant General James Slife, Commander, Air Force Special Operations Command, Herbertville, Florida. Here, the U.S. Special Operations Command provides Air Force Special Operation Forces worldwide for deployment and assignments to unified combatant commanders. Then we have Ms. Gwen DeFilippe, a member of Senior Executive Service, is the Assistant Deputy Chief of Staff for Manpower, Personnel and Services, Headquarters United States Air Force, Arlington, Virginia. She serves as a Principal Assistant to the Air Force Deputy Director, Chief of Staff for Manpower, Personnel and Services. Next, we have Major General Troy Dunn. He is the Commander, Air Force Personnel Center, Joint Base San Antonio, Randolph, Texas. AFPC provides commanders around the world with skilled airmen and guardians to conduct Air Force and joint missions. Lastly, we have Brigadier General Janine Burkhead, Assistant Adjutant General, Maryland, Joint Force Headquarters. Brigadier General Burkhead is dual-headed as Deputy Commander of Reserve Air Affairs as U.S. Army War College. Today, these esteemed leaders will answer questions on exactly how to be the change of inclusive culture. We will start off with allowing each of them to provide brief comments on themselves, starting with you, Lieutenant General Slife.
Thanks a lot, Colonel Carroll. It's good to be with you and all the other participants today. I was just, as you were going through the introductions, I was just kind of reflecting on my previous experiences with all of the panelists as well as yourself, dating back several years, except for General Burkhead, who I haven't come across. But, you know, as we work people issues as commanders, you know, these are ultimately the backbone of the United States Air Force. And I have worked people issues with you during our time together at Central Command with Ms. DeFilippe when she was with the Army and with in her current role with the Air Force, and of course with General Dunn in his previous position on the Air Staff, as well as now as at the Personnel Center. But it just, you know, it strikes me that, you know, when you're dealing with difficult issues, as issues of DEIA often are to many people, it really helps to be able to fall back on a personal set of relationships with people that you've known and served with for years. And so I really am glad to be on the panel today with these panelists, as well as with you as the moderator, because I know we'll be able to have a fruitful and rich discussion about how to be the change.
Thank you, General Slife. Next, let's turn it over to you, Ms. DeFilippe.
Thank you, Colonel Carroll and General Slife. Thank you for those words. And I, too, am excited to be part of this discussion today because it's a subject that I know we all share passion about. The thing that I guess I'm most pleased about, and the reason I'm pleased that we have this panel, is that I feel like after nearly 30 years with the Department of Defense and in any number of different ways, and 30 years worth of conversation about what it's going to take to be an inclusive force that values all people from all walks of life, and honest commitment over those 30 years from people and leaders, I feel like we're actually positioned to make changes that are meaningful and long lasting. And I find it really exciting. And the fact that we're even having this conference and inviting people to share their perspectives is a huge step forward. And I think when we achieve our goals of having a diverse and inclusive environment, I just know that we're going to make the America's military even better than it already is. So I'm super excited to be here today, and I'm going to expect that you're turning it over to General Dunn. So I'm just going to turn it over for you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Well, thank you, ma'am. So Denise, you know, thank you for the invitation, allowing me to join this esteemed, you know, panel, you know, starting with General Slife. to my boss over here, Ms. DeFilippi, and then of course, General Burkhead, glad to be joining you on this panel as well. I do think that the theme for this year's conference is spot on and is timely to have a conversation how to be the change for inclusive, change across our entire department of the Air Force. And so being invited here in my role as the commander of the Department of the Air Force's Personnel Center, charged with taking care of airmen, guardians, and families, 2 services, and also our 3 components being the reserve, the guard, and the active duty component as well, is a testament of the diversity, the inclusion, the equity and accessibility that we have to provide to all airmen, guardians, and families, our civilians, our enlisted, our officers, and even to some part our contractors as well. So looking forward to the conversation today and sharing our perspective from the Department of the Air Force's Personnel Center.
Thank you, Joan Dunn. And ma'am, Brigadier Joan Burkhead, over to you.
Hi, good afternoon. Colonel Carroll, thanks for the invite. General Slife and General Dunn, Ms. DeFilippi, really glad to be here with you. And I believe that having me on this panel is really fortuitous since we're discussing diversity. We're also looking at a national defense strategy and talking about a joint force. And here we are including the National Guard and the Army. So I think that we are demonstrating what we're talking about today by having me join your panel. So thank you for the invite.
Okay, well, now you know the panel out there in virtual land. First question, and I will give this one to you, General Slife. As a senior leader serving in our nation, how do you see DEIA as the strategic imperative supporting that national defense strategy just mentioned by Brigadier Joan Burkhead?
Yeah, thanks. This is, when I talk about the imperatives behind diversity and inclusion, one of the things that I frequently tell our force when I talk to them is this is not about political correctness, it's about mission effectiveness. I think as you look at diversity as a mission imperative, as something that makes us better, I think that is all the motivation we should need. We have got pacing adversaries that are challenging us in every domain, and we have got to get up on the balls of our feet as a defense institution in support of our nation. And the best way, the most effective way for us to be able to do that is by taking advantage of the strengths, the attributes, the experiences of everybody that's associated with the force. And we can't afford to marginalize any individual or any group. This is going to take all of us working together to provide the nation the best defense it's got. So as I think about integrated deterrence, what does that actually mean? That's the cornerstone of the National Defense Strategy. And I know everybody didn't dial in to hear me talk about the National Defense Strategy, but I'll tell you, I think that the noun is deterrence and the adjective is integrated. The what is deterrence and the how is integrated. And so how do we integrate the elements of power, the services, and so forth, in order to achieve a deterrent effect? I think that is at the very heart, just like General Burkhead highlighted, that's at the very heart of diversity, integrating the components, integrating the services, integrating the elements of the federal government, and integrating the attributes and experiences of every service member in defense of the nation. I think that's what integrated is all about. So I'll leave it there and look forward to questions.
Thank you, General Slife. And ma'am, Brigadier General Burkhead, being a member of the Air National Guard, your perspective on that same question in your role, what DEIA programs do you see related to the strategic imperative supporting the National Defense Strategy?
Just to build on what General Slife had said, when you look at what the priorities are, and you have to add that resiliency into that, because we can't be a resilient force without a whole force that feels empowered. So, and how do you do that? We're going to do that by getting after those things that bring everyone in. And then that's by doing that, we're recognizing diversity, equity, inclusion as part of the imperative. Whether specified or implied in the NDS, we're going to undertake initiatives. And I don't like to use the word program so much, because you had in your questions, program and bureaucracy. I think those go hand in hand, program and bureaucracy. We don't want that. We want to move forward with initiatives. And so what initiatives are either specified and implied in the National Defense Strategy, and resilience is one of them, building that resilient force. And then we also want to look at leveraging those attributes, which it specifically mentions. And those are experience, our cultures, our characteristics, our backgrounds. And so all those things have to come together in the defense strategy, they do. And then actually, how do we get after that through those initiatives that we're going to undertake? I think that part of an initiative, and you talk about the reports and you provided those, is making sure we hold people accountable. And how do we hold people accountable? That's by being intentional about what we put into our reports and what we put into the requirements about diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, I'm going to turn to Ms. DeFelipe and Major General Dunn as they're sharing a space together. So first, ma'am, if you could, in light of the two reports released by the Air Force, the Disparity Report and the Racial Disparity Report, how should the Air Force move forward to change the looming problem of gender and racial bias that is across the Department of the Air Force?
Thanks, Colonel Carroll. I am so proud of the fact that the Air Force took a very hard look at our data to see where we have disparities between different populations. Disparity review number 1 focused on Black and African American airmen and implied guardians. It was just before the space, we had moved anybody into the Space Force. And it really identified identified like 19 different issues that we had in the military judicial and in our talent management systems. From that, we took a hard look at what was causing those disparities, and in a very deliberate process to look at the root causes. We've implemented a policy and programmatic changes to address each of those root causes. Now, it's unclear to me if we're on the right path or not, and so we've implemented metrics that would help us to understand if we're on the way or not. We realized pretty quickly after receiving the first report that it was incomplete because it only evaluated Black and African American airmen, and it didn't really focus on anyone else. It had some elements that addressed other race groups, the ethnicities and gender, but not consistently. So the second report really focused in on that, and it confirmed many of the same biases, disparities existed for other populations as well. And then as we were finishing that one up and producing our first 6-month report about how we saw the disparities, we realized that we hadn't looked at the intersection of race, ethnicity, and gender. And so we did produce a third report, really an addendum to the second report that identified that. And now we've taken that and we've looked at how different parts of our workforce have disparities. And it's not all the same disparity, right? So we might look at one population and we find that they're promoted at rates that are consistent, but we look at other, but they may not be retaining at the same rates. So we're losing too much talent, even though the ones that are with us get promoted at the right rates. Or maybe we have, we don't bring enough of a certain group in the door, so they're just not, the numbers aren't there to begin with, but they're getting promoted and they're retaining at the right rates. Or maybe it's a combination, some other combination of those problems. That's really important, because if we don't understand at a more discrete, in a more discrete way what the problems are, it's really hard to solve the problem. And so anyways, I think I got off track of your comment, but I did want to make sure that everyone had an understanding of what these super thick reports have, and it's really, really good data. And we're working on ways to display it in a dashboard. And it's going to take all of us. We can work policies and programs, but to General Burkhead's point, it's not a program and it's not bureaucratic. Like, it takes commanders, it takes peers, it takes subordinates reaching out and intervening to try to help us to address these disparities and to support the changes that we need to make moving forward. So again, I look forward to questions on the work we've done and how we're moving it into action.
Okay, and thank you, ma'am. Joan Dunn, anything to add from your role there as the commander of the Air Force Personnel Center?
No, thanks, Janice. So let me kind of piggyback on, the comment that Ms. DeFelipe was saying as well. And so, obviously she's being very modest, in her comments. what most of you all may not realize, the vision and the leadership that she provided to our United States Air Force and Space Force, because she is one of the champions, the architect, the authors, of our barrier analysis working group. And so after the incident that happened with George Floyd, she really moved forward and provided that vision, for our Department of the Air Force, of where we established several barrier analysis working groups to also coincide with the work of our Women's Initiative team, which was already into place as well. And so those barrier analysis working groups represent a cross section, of our workforce, and having the racial, the ethnic, the gender, diversity, where we can talk about, the barriers that were in the way for people to achieve their fullest potential. And so if we ask the question, how do I become, this agent of inclusion and create this culture in our Air Force? This is one example of the vision and leadership. So those who are listening out there online as well is, the first thing is, provide that vision and leadership, and do not, be afraid to challenge the status quo to move forward so that we can actually affect change in our organization, whether it's at the strategic level, or whether it's at your wing level, or even at the teams level in your different, sections or flights as well. And so I would pose, a question to all of us that are listening is, so what type of Air Force and Space Force do we aspire to be? And what do we value? And then the next question is, so what type of organization, what type of wing, what type of group, what type of squadron do we aspire to be? And then what do we value? And we all provide that vision and leadership that we saw Ms. DeFilippi, provide at your wing, at your group, at your squadron, at your brigade, or your battalion, or wherever you may be, because what we value is the diversity, the inclusion, the equity, and accessibility going forward.
If I could just add one more comment to that point, and maybe this gets too tactical, but a number of years ago, I was the leader of an organization, and I thought that I really understood how we were going to move forward. And like I was pushing hard on the change, and my team came in and they're like, except that you forgot, and they listed all these tactical details. Well, the thing is like I can see the vision, but I don't always take account of all of the details. And it was at that moment that I understood that an inclusive team where people felt empowered to bring forward their perspective was really important. And back to the disparity reports, like the data is the data, and it's really hard to understand. The question is what's going on and why? And the data doesn't tell us that. And that's where the barrier analysis working groups are so important in my mind, because I'm never going to have the experience of being a Black or African American airman, or being an Indigenous Nations airman. I need their perspective, because I need them to help me understand what it is that's going on, more than just at the numbers level, or we aren't going to be able to solve the problem in reality. And so this partnership, I think, really stems from this learning that I see the world in one way, and I'm never going to be sufficient. I've got to have a whole group of people to get to the full vision of the problem.
Thank you, ma'am and sir. Lieutenant General Slife, anything to add from your role as you are serving there in AFSOC, and just the sheer volume of the population you have in AFSOC and what that means to you, sir?
Yeah, what I would say, and Ms. DeFilippi kind of touched a little bit on it, is I think what we have determined is that there is absolutely a correlation between these outcomes, whether it's retention or promotion or whatever the outcome is, and race or gender, or the intersections of race, gender, ethnicity, and so forth. What we don't yet know, and this is really the point, is we don't know about causation. We know there's a correlation, but we don't know about the causation. And I think that while there are certainly people that bring racism and misogyny into the service, I don't think that is the bulk of what's going on. I think there is a fair amount of ignorance and blind spots that people have. And so illuminating where these correlations are, the way that these two reports have done, I think is a great step, and it gives commanders in the field, senior enlisted leaders in the field, a great platform from which to educate the force about how to look for the things that might be causing disparate outcomes in the force. So I'll leave it there, Janice. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And there are questions coming in the chat. So want to make sure I get to some of these questions. They're pretty lengthy. So the first question is there anything we can do to help move our organization towards accepting non-binary service members? Is that one for you, the A1 or AFPC commander?
I was going to say, maybe I'll start the conversation. I don't know that there's a huge pushback across the force about accepting non-binary versus binary gender, but we do have some significant issues from a personnel policy perspective in that things like, this is a very tactical example, but like our systems all have two choices of gender, male or female, and so in order for us to make a policy change that says that we would allow a non-binary selection, is just going to take a lot of systems work. It took us about 18 months to get the systems to accept that we would have a space force, for instance. And it has to do with the fact that, you know, as we move data around, it rejects if it gives you the wrong answer, right? And that matters because if we reject people out of the system, then they lose their benefits, which has a really significant negative personal effect. So I don't know that there's a huge cultural issue as much as there's a little bit more of an issue related to the policies are all designed from many, many, many years ago, and they envision two genders. And so as I think about this, this is Gwen's personal opinion. This is not necessarily a prediction, but I just can't imagine that we get more than a couple years down the road before we have decided that we want to allow to have multiple, more than two selections for gender. And I don't know how I'm going to deliver it, to be honest, and that causes me a lot of worry at night because I don't want to have to give the bureaucratic answer of like, I don't have the systems updated. So from my perspective, I feel like it's something that's a reality and that we're going to have to go to.
Thank you, ma'am. The next question.
Differently, it's more that we are going to want to go there, not that we have to go there, right? So I want to make sure that I'm very clear that I'm not trying to frame that from a negative of we have to, as much as that we will want to go there because it will be valuable to us, and we want to create this environment that would allow all people to feel like they're part of our formations, military and civilian.
Yes, ma'am. I would add, ma'am, Brigadier General Burkhead, do you have anything you would like to add on that topic from the Air National Guard perspective, or from the Guard perspective, excuse me?
All right, thank you. And I will say from my perspective, my personal perspective, I do see a dichotomy in the organization, probably by where you grew up and maybe your time and how long you've been in the service and what you're used to. And so that gets down to something that someone mentioned earlier. We have the reports, we don't exactly know causation, but we have a lot of data, and getting down to those crucial conversations with individuals for that one-on-one learning to happen about what my gender choice is, or how I choose or not, or who I live with, or how I go to work, or how I live my life. All those conversations happening at the personal level to help get at some of those maybe issues, lack of understanding, I think is where that learning happens. But also, in addition to systems, we are the language that we use in our everyday dealing with people is important. So while the system may force us to be binary, we don't have to do that in our everyday language. And sometimes we choose, I think people choose to do that. So it may go back to General Slice's point about ignorance maybe, and as opposed to just benign unwillingness to conform. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I will go to another question in the chat, and it says, can you discuss how you personally hold yourself and your teams accountable for DEIA? What does that look like and sound like to you? So I will start with you, General Slice.
Oh, I was hoping the spinning bottle would land on me on that one. So, as senior leaders, I think what we prioritize is reflected on our calendars. You know, what we choose to invest our times in is what we are communicating to the organization that we value. And so, you know, when I talk to our DEIA team here at AFSOC, I frequently tell them, you know, I don't know why somebody feels like they want to take my title away from me as the chief DEIA officer in AFSOC. I'm the chief DEIA officer in AFSOC, and I might have, you know, somebody on the staff that helps me with that, but this is me. It's not something I'm going to delegate. And so like last week or week before last, I met with teams in all of our wings. And the next day I happened to be engaging with our wing commanders, and I said, hey, you know, I got to spend some great time with your DEIA advisors yesterday, and they got to tell me about how often they meet with you as wing leadership teams, and you know, they told me some of the things they're proud of. And I mean, when I'm talking to wing commanders about what their DEIA teams are telling me, it, you know, there's a you know, there was a clear sense in the room that some of them were thinking, wow, maybe I need to spend some time with my DEIA team, which was exactly the outcome we're looking for. And so I think time is the most valuable thing, and the way to hold ourselves accountable is to commit our time to deliberately talking about and working through DEIA issues and having concrete lists of things that we need to get done, and then holding ourselves accountable for a timeline to get those done. So I've got a 4-page document here in front of me with the kind of the latest update on all 4 of the lines of effort that we have in our DEIA working group, and all the sub lines of effort and so forth there. So I think it's really how we allocate our time that communicates our importance as senior leaders.
Thank you, Lieutenant General Sly. I will go to you, ma'am, Brigadier General Burkhead, and get your perspective on that same question regarding how you personally hold yourself and your teams accountable for DEIA.
Yes, thank you. I agree that we need to write down and be intentional about what we do. And then to the question about transparency, being transparent about reporting what our shortcomings are as an organization, and being willing to have those, again, conversations around what we're doing and what we're not doing. Time can be our enemy or our friend in this regard, because we may think as leaders, I know I'm thinking that I'm doing a good job, and then I realize, you know, when that young private walks up to me and they ask a question like, oh, I hadn't thought about that. So then I know I really need to go back and personally adjust and talk to my team about what we can do to address an issue maybe that I hadn't thought about. So I think keeping that accountability is important, making sure that we're consistent, writing it down, and then giving that feedback loop back to that private. I heard what you said, and here's what I'm going to do, or here's what the organization's going to do to try to address this. And then to Mr. Felipe's point, to discuss where there are limitations. There are certain limitations in a system that are going to allow me to do this. However, this is what I feel that I can do from my organizational perspective to make you feel, or to address an issue and bring in diversity, equity, inclusion, where maybe it hadn't been thought of before.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm looking at another question.
Can I just make one more comment on that?
Yes,
I agree with
absolutely,
both General Slife and General Burkhead. I think the other thing that I would add is, you know, when I'm having meetings, I'm often taking inventory of who's in the room and whether we are representing our organization in any number of different ways. Part of that is gender and race and ethnicity. Part of it is grade structure. Part of it's military, civilian, active reserve, that kind of stuff. And so I think that's important. And then structuring the conversation to make sure that people's perspectives are heard and acknowledging it. I think that's another part of the accountability. And then the final part of accountability from my perspective is looking at the metrics. And this again is coming out of the A1, where most of our work has an impact in the DEIA arenas, right? So So pulsing our metrics to make sure that we're seeing what's happening and how our work is being received, and whether it's positively or negatively impacting DEIA is another part of that accountability, because we value DEIA. Over.
Okay, General Dunn, did you want to add anything, or should I proceed to the next question? Give it to you.
Wow. Well, thank you. I was going to let you proceed to the next question, though. But since you allowed me, to provide a comment on this one. One thing that I would share, with you all is, something that my grandma used to, say to me as a kid growing up is, Troy, people don't care how much you know until they, and she said, fill in the blank. And I just said, well, know how much you care. And she says, wrong. People don't care how much you know until they feel how much you care. Because cognitively, they know that you care, but effectively, they have to feel that you care. And of course, that is the role of all supervisors, all leaders, and definitely all commanders out there as well. And so I share that with you all because from a commander's perspective and from a leader's perspective, it's about culture and making sure that we get the culture right where people feel that they're being included, just like you heard Ms. DeFilippi say, and they know, they know it, but they feel it, that I'm invited, I'm welcome, my voice is heard, I'm treated with dignity and respect, and I'm valued in this organization. And if we can capture that essence in a bottle and then share it across the entire Department of the Air Force space and, Air Force as well, I think that's going to be the key part as far as holding ourselves accountable, when it comes to DEIA, because of the mere fact that people feel that their leaders care and that they feel that they're being included and they're treated with dignity and with respect, and they feel welcome and they feel valued in the organization.
Thank you, sir and ma'am. So this question is for anyone. It says, thank you, senior leaders, first for taking the time to address the concerns of your airmen. How do you address people calling you all woke leaders as a negative thing? General Slife, yes, you got it.
Yeah, pick me. I love this question. Hey, so, I actually did a little bit of research on this because I get called that a fair amount on social media. And so, I'm charitably firmly in middle age at this point, and woke is not a term that, perhaps I grew up with and I'm familiar with and that kind of stuff. So I said, well, I don't even know what this means. And so I had to do a little bit of research to find out what it meant. It was obvious from the context that it was meant to be a put down, that it was meant to, be a epithet of some sort. And, as I looked into it, the definition was something along the lines of somebody who has become aware of circumstances or injustices of which they were previously unaware. Something along those lines. And I'm like, does that describe me? Yes, it does. So I guess I don't understand what the put down is. I don't understand why that's a bad thing. And so, I've kind of gotten over the fact that not everybody is going to like the way that I approach leading AFSOC. But, I guess when those folks, when they get the chance to lead AFSOC, they should lead it how they want to. But for me, I think, once you become aware of something that is not right, I think as a leader, you have a moral obligation to doing something about it. And so if that's, kind of generally the definition of being a woke leader, then I guess I embrace it. I mean, I understand it's a politically charged term and, people don't mean it as a compliment, but I guess I don't understand what the put down is, and it doesn't bother me at all.
Thank you, General Slife. I'm going to go to Brigadier General Burkhead to see if you would like to also comment on that same statement about addressing people calling you a woke leader as a negative thing.
Sure. Well, I would first say I was never asleep, so I don't have to get woke. And I think that that's where we need to be on that spectrum of having everyone not asleep. And it's going to take us a while to get there. And if you have to be in the category of woke, I'm glad to have you there, because that means you're not asleep now to the things, the attitude, the attention. You're paying attention to what's going on. So I agree with General Slife. Woke is not a bad thing. We're going to continue to spin it that way, and we're going to work on a spectrum. We're going to get everybody to being awake from the beginning, and we don't have to talk about wokeness. How about that? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Over to you, Joe Dunn. And Felipe.
Okay, so let me approach it from this way, and see if, how this resonates, with the folks out there in the field as well. So I know that I'm not a psychiatrist, and I know I'm not a psychologist or a counselor, but I am a commander, and I did sleep at the Holiday Inn, last night though. So here's what I think about it, from there, at least the approach I try to take is when I hear that, I try to look at the human spirit. And what I hear is perhaps someone is angry, or maybe they're dealing with some type of anxiety that maybe presently or in the future, they may be excluded, or at least they feel like they will be excluded from an organization where we're supposed to be included. So now it forces me to listen with empathy, to see what they're dealing with and what they're struggling with internally. And then can I make a connection with them? And that's going to be the challenge as a commander. Can I make a connection with them so that they still feel and know that they are part of and included on this team, which I still firmly believe is the world's greatest Air Force and Space Force, in the history of humankind from there, that they can still contribute, and that their talents are valued and they're welcome, and that they don't have that feeling of exclusion. Hence, they try to find a word called woke, and put a label on me, and then we can reduce those barriers of what they're feeling and still feel part of the team, and everyone is included. And of course, that would be the challenge, that I would have, as a commander or as a leader. And I don't know if that, resonates with folks, and I would welcome feedback, from others that are out there on the land to see if I can make that connection with them in that regards.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am.
So ditto to what everyone has said, and I would just augment it with saying that I have a very clear agenda, and that is that we all have the ability in a meritocracy to perform to the best of our abilities. And I believe that our system is generally fair, and we have some areas that we're finding where we could be even better. And I am all about making sure that the playing field is level. And if people want to call me woke because that's what I want to do, then I guess I'm just going to have to say thank you for that compliment, because I would like to be an inclusive leader, and I would like to be in a place. I want to be in an organization where I'm valued because of what I bring to the table, and everyone else is too.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank all of you for that answering that question. So the next question, it is looks like it's yours, Brigadier General Burkhead. It says, with outside influences being so heavy at times, how does the Guard work to help keep the hate out, as most are DSGs, drill status guardsmen? I've seen more support for DEIA on active duty.
Yes, the Guard works very hard to keep diversity, equity, inclusion, and allow drilling guardsmen who are traditional, to include them into diversity, equity, inclusion initiatives. It is difficult not being a full-time Guards person, being full-time, as in today's event. It's during a week, it's during the day, and I would love to have had some of our weekend Guardsmen or non-traditional to be part of this. And so we just have to remember to always, as part of our diversity and inclusion, remember that we have to have events and have initiatives that draw them in, whether it's training or whether it's an event or whether it's asking for their perspective, because their perspective may be a little different. Also, I think that the guard, what the guard brings to the table is that outside position or job they may have, where they may be diversity, equity, inclusion, civil rights, equal opportunity, all those things. They may be that professional in that career field, and they can also bring that talent back to diversity, equity, inclusion initiatives in the service. And I think sometimes we miss that, having that, realizing that we have an all volunteer force, whether you're Air, Army, or any other service, it's all volunteer, and we're all competing for the same talent. And so we have to ensure that whether it's a weekend guardsman, traditional guardsman, or that full-time active duty, that we're including them into all of these initiatives, just like panels like this. And I'm glad you're doing this today. And I think that we need to take this to a weekend format so that we can include those as well.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, there are no more questions in the chat, so I will proceed and ask one of the questions that we had previously that was not asked. In March of this year, Secretary Kendall laid out 7 operational imperatives. Those operational imperatives include defining resilient and effective space, order of battle, and architecture, achieving operationally optimized advanced battle management systems, Air Force Joint All-Domain Command and Control, defining the next generation air dominance, systems of systems, achieving moving target engagement at scale in a challenging operational environment, defining optimized resilience basing, sustaining, and communication in a contested environment, defining the B-21 long-range strike family of systems, and readiness of the Department of the Air Force to transition to a wartime posture against a peer competitor. Of these 7 operational imperatives, is there one particularly that underpins DEIA leading to an inclusive culture for the next generation of airmen and guardians, and ma'am, in your case, guardsmen? So I will start with you, Lieutenant General Sly.
Well, thanks. I've heard Secretary Kendall talk about the operational imperatives a few times. And, every time I hear him talk about it, I have the same reaction. I go, wow, that sounds really complicated. As you were listing all those 7 things, I was thinking, boy, I don't even know what some of those words mean. But it sounds really, really hard. And if the Secretary of the Air Force says it's imperative, that must mean it's really important. And, most of that has to do with architectures and systems and engineering and, things of that nature. And, and so the question, hey, is there anything that underpins DEIA in all that? And you go, well, what about defining the B-21 family of systems? What does that have to do with DEIA? The thing that all of those operational imperatives, very complicated though they are, the thing that they all have in common is it's going to take airmen and guardians to figure them out. That's the common thread, is that these things aren't going to solve themselves. Every one of these is a really hard problem, and they're going to have to be solved by airmen and guardians. And so I go back to kind of the first thing we talked about. If we have got a really hard problem to solve, why would I marginalize any portion of the force that may be able to help me solve that problem? And so I guess, when I look at those 7 operational imperatives, I think human beings underpin every single one of them. And at the heart of getting the very most out of the human capital that we have in our formation is creating an intentionally diverse cohort with leaders that are attentive to inclusivity, so that everybody knows that they're an important part of the team and that they're heard and what they do matters. So I guess I would say it's not so much DEIA exists in any one of them. I would say it underpins all of them.
Thank you, Lieutenant General Sly. Okay, let's see. There's a question that was added in the chat, and I know they will start to come in as we only have about 15 minutes remaining. So the question is diversity and inclusion going to be a focal point under the integrated resiliency cell? I believe that belongs to potentially Major General Dunn or Ms. DeFelipe. Over to you.
I'll start. I think when we say the integrated resiliency cell, we mean the team that works resiliency on the air staff and the team at the personnel center that executes those policies and programs. And the short answer is no, it's not going to be the focal point of that team. They're really focused on interpersonal violence, which sort of I don't think has a strong DEIA specific lens, but of course, anything we do to enhance resiliency and the way we interact with each other will be better. The short answer is that there's absolutely no team in the Air Force A1 community that doesn't have a DEIA focus. And by design, we took the specific team that focused on DEIA out of the A1. That becomes the office that works under the secretary. And the reason that I was excited to do that is because that means that all of our teams now have to focus on DEIA. They can no longer say, oh, that's that division over there. It has to be like across all teams, and we're never going to get there if all of our teams aren't thinking about it all the time. So that's my perspective on it. General Dunn, I don't know if you have other comments.
So no other comments on that. I think, Ms. DeFelipe, said it, perfectly though. But, to go back, to the other, question that you had, Janice, and so let me kind of echo, everything that General Slife just said though. So folks who are listening, don't run past, what he said as far as, the importance of our people, our airmen and our guardians, reservists, our guardsmen, everyone playing a part in that. So when I looked at that, the first thing that comes to my mind was, looking at the interim national security guidance, that came from the White House. Overlay that, with, the secretary's, 7 operational imperatives. Connect that to, General Brown's action orders that we have out there with airmen, bureaucracy, competition, and design from there. And then you put that all together and you put that in the face of the fact that we have a strategic competitor, called China that we've identified. So then the question that airmen will say is like, okay, great, but why is that important? When you talk about D&I and how that connects, whether it's into, with the interim national security guidance or the NDS or with the AOAs or with the, 7 operational imperatives. And here's a question, the answer that I would give to everyone why is because there are major structural changes that are happening in a very tight US labor market. We have changing, dynamics when it comes to talent management, everything that you heard General Slife say. We also have a changing demographics of the United States, going forward in our racial, ethnic, and gender, population. And then you overlay that with the great resignation that we're seeing that's happening in the workplace as well. You put all that together, and what we're saying is we need talented airmen, guardians, civilians, enlisted, and officers, and very loosely, contractors as well, who firmly believe in this recipe, in this experiment that we call democracy. And we need the most talented people in like Ms. DeFelipe say, in this meritocracy, the world's largest and greatest meritocracy, to wear the cloth of our nation in civilian clothes or in, military clothes as well. And that's why, you talk about how does it underpin and connect. That is the way that it connects, to the 7 operational imperatives, because of the type of airmen that we need, not only to win today's fight, but looking forward for the fight that's about to come.
Colonel Carroll, can I just jump on that too for a second? Absolutely. And in those imperatives, I went to that word readiness immediately, because we're talking about the readiness of our force to be able to defeat China or Russia. It's that readiness. And to do that, to General Dunn's point, we have to have all of those, bring all those talents and skills to the table. So that word readiness jumps out at me. To be inclusive, to be ready. We can't afford to have, whether it's harassment or discrimination, be part of that, of our culture, of our organization, to be ready to fight and win.
Thank you, ma'am. Let's see, there are no more questions in the chat. Are there any other questions out there? that I can't see on my chat screen? If there are, you can pour them into my chat screen, but I do have another question for the panel. And that question is, it says no other questions are in there. So I'll go to this question. Over the course of your career, have you had that aha moment after speaking with airmen or guardians of any rank, both military and civilian, on how they would move the needle of DEIA forward? As Ms. DeFelipe said earlier, she was focused on a project and then others came to her giving their perspective. And so I tossed that out there to all of you, but let me start with you, ma'am, Brigadier General Burkhead.
Yes, I would say absolutely get that question. How do we do that? And I reflect on a memorandum from the Secretary of the Army that was issued on 20 July just recently, talking about the all-volunteer force and the fight for talent. The thing that in their research that they bring to light is that there are several gaps, 3 of them specifically: a knowledge gap, an identity gap, and a trust gap. And I thought, well, yes, that's very true. And I think that our soldiers and young airmen have really told us that. And even younger than that, people are telling us that by not joining our organization, that they don't know about us. We're not telling our story. We're not telling the diverse story of who the Army or the services are. We have an identity gap. I was really encouraged to see some of the Air Force's commercials. They really do make me feel like you want to be part of that organization in a diverse way. But so that trust gap is there. And I think that airmen and soldiers are telling us that there's a trust gap there. And how are we going to bridge that trust gap and bring them into the force and include them in our organization? And I think that goes another question that you had, and something that General Dunn mentioned, but I think that goes back to the question of why. Like, growing up, I ask why, and the response may be because. And now as a parent, my kids ask me why. I can't say because. I can say because, but the effect that I get might not be that positive. So I think that to build trust, we have to be willing as an organization to explain why, and then to back that up with why we're doing it, with the data or the statistics. And then we have to give the generation room then to explore that and come back with some good recommendations or some suggestions. A meaningful response, why, will go a long way, answering the why, at closing that trust gap, creating an identity that we want to be seen as an inclusive organization, and allowing people to know more about us. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I will go to the room, starting with either Joe Dunn or Ms. DeFelipe for that question.
So I guess I'll jump in on this one and then turn it over to Ms. DeFelipe. So Janice, I had an aha moment, and I'm still having an aha moment, and it occurred when I was sitting on the DoD Diversity and Inclusion Board. And so we were chartered to go out there to improve, racial and ethnic diversity across the entire force, and this is across the entire DoD. And we were focused, or I was focused on, my hypothesis was that we wanted to improve demographic representation and diversity. But when we went out there and did the sensing sessions and did the crowdsourcing and talking to soldiers, sailors, Marine, airmen, guardians, guardsmen, and reservists, there was this overwhelming, response that they wanted to feel included. It says, yeah, continue on with the work with, visual, representation, diversity, continue on the work with demographic representation, and then you can put that in the reports and you can send that across the river, to the Hill. But what we want from leaders, frontline supervisors, all the way to commanders and our senior enlisted leaders out there, and this was all across the force, is we want to feel included. We want to feel that you care about us, that you value us, that you respect us, you treat us all with dignity and respect, regardless if I'm part of the LGBTQ+ community, or if I'm an Asian female, or a cross section, at all. It didn't make any difference. The overwhelming response was, make me feel included working and serving in the Department of Defense. And that was an aha moment for me, because I thought the focus was really just on diversity and demographic representation. And the response was, we want to feel included and be part of this organization that we call the Department of Defense or our United States military. That was my aha moment. So taking that forward, now that I'm in command at the Air Force's Department of the Air Force's, Personnel Center, is making sure that all airmen, guardians, and family members, whether serving in AFPC or serving across our force, feel included, as well as the other efforts that we need to do in the diversity, equity, and accessibility space.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am.
There have been so many aha moments. It's hard to pick this one, but maybe I'll just share a little vignette. This is about 10 years ago. I was working for the Army, and I think I was leading civilian personnel for the Army. We had established the Army Civilian University at Fort Leavenworth, and I flew out to speak to the GS9, maybe 9 through 11 program. It was like a month-long program. And I gave the pitch, and then I offered to answer questions afterwards. I stood there for quite a while, long line of people. And it was remarkable to me how many individuals, mostly women and minorities, came up and said things like, I don't know how I get a mentor, and I don't know how to answer questions in public. And it was at that moment that I realized that I took for granted that everybody had an understanding of like how you work in a system and how you can navigate career development and professional development. And I realized at that point just how disparate our formations can be, right? And because like it just never occurred to me that anybody would have to tell you how to get a mentor, right? But it's a very legitimate question if you've never tried it and you've never been taught how to do it. And certainly our systems relies on that ability to have someone help you out and pull you along, at least by giving you thoughts and advice and vignettes. And it's sort of at that point that I realized that I needed to work on distributing information more broadly and helping and reaching out to people. The other thing I learned from that was a number of people would say, most people come in and they rush out the door. They have all these handlers that move them along as quickly as possible. And I was like, okay, note to self, don't put the handlers there. Make sure that I control the schedule. And if I want to be here, I need to be here. And I can't let someone pull me off to something else. To General Slice's point, if this is what I value, then I have to put my time there and I have to be very visible in doing that. So that's the vignette that comes to mind when you ask that question.
Thank you, ma'am. And Lieutenant General Slife, I will yield to you as we have about 4 minutes left. I'll yield to you to answer that question, and then I'll wrap us up and turn us back over to the group. Over to you, Lieutenant General Slife.
Yeah, I've got about a half a dozen jotted down here, aha moments. The first one for me was 15 or 20 years ago. I was a brand new colonel, and I was on my way off to National War College. And just prior to going off to school, I got a phone call from the colonels group. And so, three of the four of you all know something about the Air Force personnel system. And but for our audience, if you're not familiar, the colonels group are the people in the Pentagon that manage colonels assignments. And the colonels group says, hey, congratulations, Colonel Slife. We've got great news for you. And when the colonels group tells you we have great news for you, in the Air Force, what that means is we have bad news for you. And so they said, in lieu of going to War College, you, Colonel Slife, have been selected to be a Secretary of Defense Corporate Fellow. And I said, that is fantastic. What's a Secretary of Defense Corporate Fellow? They said, well, every year we take 2 or 3 colonels from each service, send them off to a Fortune 500 company, you learn about the corporate world, and then you come back to the DOD and apply what you learn. And I said, well, that sounds kind of interesting. Where am I going? You're going to Microsoft. And so as a colonel, I went and spent a year at Microsoft. And at the end of the year, I bought 2 Macs, but that's a whole nother conversation. But the aha moment for me was, we went back and forth, Microsoft and me, about what I would be doing while I worked there. And they didn't know what to do with a colonel, and I didn't know what to do at Microsoft. And so we really wrestled around with this. And I finally said, hey, where do you do your talent development, your leadership development. You know, I had sat on a promotion board, I'd sat on development teams. I mean, I knew something about Air Force talent management. I said, maybe maybe I could do it there. And they said, well, that's HR. And I said, well, maybe I could go work in HR. And so I did. And so my first week working talent management in Microsoft, they said, hey, there's a meeting in the morning, 9 o'clock. It's down the hall, first conference room on the right. And so I go down the hall, 9 o'clock, first conference room on the right. And I walk in, and I was the only man in the room. And for the first time in my entire life, I was not in the majority. You know, I had every time from the time I was a little kid all the way up to being a colonel, I had never been in an environment where everybody else in the room didn't more or less look like me. And, you know, that first meeting was transformational for me, because it was unlike any other conversation that I had ever been in my military career. And it wasn't better or worse, but it was different. And it was effective, and it was different. And so it made me start thinking about diversity and what that looks like. And what I found was that in the corporate world, they recruit for diversity because it improves the bottom line, you know, because it makes them more profitable. And so it made me start thinking about, well, what is the equivalent of that in the military? What's the bottom line for us? And it's mission effectiveness, right? And that's where, you know, to me, I really got kind of switched on to this idea that diversity is not just about having African American History Month and Asian Pacific Islanders, you know, remembrance luncheon. It's actually a mission imperative. And once I got onto that, it's been a, you know, almost a 20-year journey for me, kind of thinking about how do we be better. And so, you know, I feel like I got a head start on that. You know, that was, you know, 15 solid years ahead of this kind of awakening that we've had in the Department of Defense. And so that was really the first aha moment for me, but that one was powerful. It was the first time I had ever not been in the majority, and it was a real eye opener for me. Thanks for the opportunity to join you today, Janice, and you and all the other panelists as well. It's been fantastic. I'll get off the microphone now.
Okay, well, thank all of you, and our time is up before they pull us out of the room, but I'd like to thank each of the panelists, and I am going to turn it over to you, Major Brooks. Thank you.
Thank you, Lieutenant General Slife, Major General Dunn, Ms. DeFilippi, Brigadier General Burkhead, and Colonel Carroll for equipping us with these perspectives regarding how we can be the change of inclusive culture. Thank you to everyone who joined us for day one of our Department of the Air Force DEIA conference. We hope that you enjoyed today's speakers and are leaving today's sessions more empowered to welcome diversity, encourage equity, create an inclusive environment, and ensure accessibility. Tomorrow, we have lined up another great day of sessions and speakers to include Honorable Frank Kendall, General Retired Larry Spencer, and Major General Edward Thomas. We hope to see you all again for tomorrow's sessions that will begin at 0900 Eastern Standard Time. Out from here.